spots available in the NASCAR Cup Series playoffs. 15 have been claimed by winners. Now just 3 races left for some of the biggest names in the sport like Blaney, Truex, and Wallace to claim that final playoff spot with a win. Welcome to Countdown to Green, everyone, presented by Sonic. Chamber of Commerce weather here in Richmond as the race to Daytona and the playoff cut line enters the home stretch. Fans here today on a gorgeous day. Welcome to the front of the grid. Hi, everyone. Marty Sider along with the Hall of Famer Dale Jarrett and the guy who got his first Cup win right here in Richmond, Kyle Petty as well.
Last century.
Oh, okay, come on now. So, hey, let's talk about these regular season races to close out the regular season, Kyle. Why not throw a short track in the middle of it where you can beat and bang with impunity? Got to make it fun today.
Impunity, I like that. Listen, Virginia is for lovers, but it's today Virginia for lovers spats. It could be. We could have some paybacks before the playoffs. There's your impunity right there.
Yeah, DJ, that makes it an absolute brawl for that final playoff spot over these final 3 races. Here's how the playoff picture looks. Now, this takes into account the regular season points as well, so explain to us what the picture looks like.
Yeah, so it's pretty self-explanatory, as you can see. No, seriously. The guys on the left that are in the gold there, the yellow, they're all locked in. So you see 7 drivers that are locked in, and I think if you go over through Kevin Harvick there in 10th, they're pretty safe, and that will probably change this afternoon, that we'll see a few more drivers locked in after they have some good runs. Get over to the 3rd column. There's where it gets interesting. Right now we have 1 spot left open. Ryan Blaney, Martin Truex Jr. separated by 19 points. Everybody else has to get a win if they're going to be a part of the playoffs. But I really believe that those 2 guys better be thinking about winning, because we're going to have at least 16 winners, if not 17.
Uh-oh. He's been saying it.
I've been saying it for months.
I don't think he's coming off that, is he?
No, he's not.
So do you view this strictly as Ryan Blaney versus Martin Truex Jr., Kyle?
I know they would like to think so, and I know a lot of fans would like to think so. But all we have to do is look back over our shoulder 1 week to Michigan, and a guy who had led 13 laps all year long wins a race and takes a spot. So, no, I think this is a race against everybody that Dale Jarrett said was in that 3rd column over there. Anybody can jump out of that column at any time.
You only have to look ahead 2 races. I know you can't look ahead because you got a race today and you got a race at Watkins Glen next week. But realizing that there is a whole list of people that have won and can win at Daytona in that final race, to know that you better go get the job done. You better have the attitude coming here today that I'm going to do whatever it takes. If that means a different strategy, I got to put my driver in the right spot.
Did you see who snuck into that right column there? Bubba Wallace. I mean, he has been so consistent over the last 4 races, almost won last week at Michigan as well. Let's head a little further up the grid here to Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Jeff Burton. New contract in hand for Bubba Wallace. So how impressive has he been in the last 4 weeks?
Yeah, it's been pretty awesome to see the runs that team's been able to put together. And you know that not only Bubba Wallace is excited about that, but Denny Hamlin is as well. Bubba's got a lot of great things going for him. We saw him really emotional after that run in Michigan. But then we come here, he's got a new contract. He's got to feel great about the long-term stability that provides him and the performance in that team, Jeff. But I also want to talk about 2311. Denny Hamlin is shaping that organization up to be a long-term powerhouse. And now that Bubba is signed into that team long-term, he has to be excited about the type of race cars he's going to be driving.
Yeah, I was a little surprised post-race last week how down he was on himself. I went back and watched that video a lot of times. He did nothing wrong. He got exceptionally aggressive. He drove the car as hard as he could without wrecking somebody. It just didn't work out. But I did love the fact that he didn't say, hey, my team needed to do this, they needed to do that. He said, I needed to do it. I love that. There's nothing wrong with that. So, Bubba, this is hard. This is a hard way to make a living. It's very competitive. You got to go beat the very best. And he's getting himself in position to be able to do that. We're seeing him up front every single week now. Major step. And then he's doing some other things. You know, he had a really cool event this week trying to raise awareness about NASCAR. And they had the Bubba's Block Party. It was a really cool deal. Tons of bands. They had food trucks. They had our artists out there. Bubba's saying, hey, man, look what I'm doing. Check it out. Y'all come to the races. Those kind of things Bubba can just do and really help this sport, and he's working hard at it.
He sure is. He's got a lot on his plate. The whole team's got a lot on their plate, especially with Kurt Busch out of the race this week. We just kind of go week to week with the news from Kurt, when he might come back, if he might come back, what that does to the playoff picture going forward. Those are some difficult challenges for 2311. But Ty Gibbs has been filling in remarkably well for that team as they continue to move forward.
Yeah, no question. Listen, I don't think we should not downplay the role that Denny Hamlin has, his leadership with 2311. You know, a lot of people, 10 years ago, I'm not sure that I would have believed that Denny Hamlin, could do all of this. Denny Hamlin's been a great car owner, not a good car owner, a great car owner. He started something from scratch. He's built it up. He's got 2 teams competing at a high level. He's having to juggle all these things, including race for a championship, and he's done a great job with it. So I don't think, Denny Hamlin deserves a ton of credit for all that.
Yeah, as 2311 continues to grow, Marty, it looks like a race team that a lot of drivers would love to be driving for in the near future.
Yeah, I think everybody in the garage area agrees with you, Dale Jr. Hey, coming up in a bit, a very special ride-along with Jeff Burton. But first, we're putting Steve Letarte to work as we break down how the Richmond Spring Race played out. We'll hear from the winner in the spring as well, Denny Hamlin, the hometown kid. That's next. Series playoff showdown at Kansas Speedway start at just $49. Get your tickets now at NASCAR.com/tickets. Here in Virginia, the Burton family is certainly racing royalty. Even to this day, they continue to prove that on and off the track.
Nestled in Halifax County, Virginia, sits South Boston Speedway, a short track that grew into a family legacy.
I think racing in Virginia is important to our family because the fact that that's kind of where my dad and uncle grew up doing it. There's a lot of pride in us as a group and what our family has done and trying to kind of carry on that legacy and push that forward.
Jeff Burton has won.
Old Ward's boy. It's just kind of who we are, and it's everything I've ever known.
My uncle, he's obviously done a lot of things on the racetrack. He's a Daytona 500 champion, and the legacy he left was more about off the track and being a hard worker.
For Jeff, Harrison, and Jeb, their racing passion still remains at the track, while Ward has shifted gears to wildlife conservation and honoring the men and women who have proudly served.
This has become much more important in my racing career. This is a lifetime endeavor. We're at a new outreach facility on a 900-acre farm. This is our 16th annual American Hero event. We learned a long time ago when I was racing how we could use the wonders of Mother Nature to help our veterans heal by having comradeship activities. And we are so honored to be able to thank the men and women that have given so much to us.
Racing is in Ward's rear view mirror. Every lap he makes now is around his wildlife preserve, fulfilling his lifelong passion for the outdoors.
Boy, what Ward is doing to help veterans, certainly fantastic. But Kyle, I think his willingness to handle snakes is really what gets him all the Twitter follows. I mean, he's a braver man than I. Look at this.
He is a brave man. Listen, I crashed a lot of cars. I even tried to ride a bull, but I ain't touching no snake, man.
No,
I ain't touching no snake.
I appreciate Ward having mine and his right there.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. That's a great point. Great point, Dale.
He is so brave. But, of course, on track today, it's all about business. William and Byron and Denny Hamlin dueled it out for the win here in the spring. Let's hear from both of those drivers, starting with William Byron, who's with Dave Burns.
And he's just been signing autographs down here, Marty, including a family here who certainly appears to be William Byron fans. That's always good to see, right? Because you need that support.
Yeah, no, he's a great little kid, so got all his 24 gear on. So hopefully we can make him happy today and get ourselves a win at Richmond.
Your crew chief told me earlier today if it could happen to you in the last few weeks, it did. There was a meeting on Tuesday. What was the message delivered to keep this 24 team headed in the right direction to the playoffs?
Yeah, I was pretty, hard on our team, just feeling like we've got to execute races, and we've had a lot of things happen that are out of our control. We've had speed at times, but certainly need to do a good job when it's in our control, and that was the message. And our team is filled with talented people. We've got great people, from our engineers to our tire changers to our car chief, mechanics. So we're very capable. We showed that early in the season, and now's the time to start showing that all the time.
One of those races was this one. You were in control until you weren't. Can you do it today?
I hope so. Definitely, I've been doing a lot of short track racing this year, and feel like it's helped me in some areas, and kind of knowing what the car needs and knowing what I need to do as a driver. And Richmond used to be one of the worst tracks for me, and I feel like this year it's been one that I've looked forward to. So that's kind of weird, but it's hopefully a good thing for today, and we can have a good result and put ourselves in a position to win.
A mental shift in the right direction. William Byron will try to win at Richmond. Now one of his favorite places, Marty.
Yeah, man, Dave, he led until 5 to go here in the spring, and then Denny Hamlin was able to get by him. In the spring, it was a strategy race. Today, Steve Letarte, it will be a strategy race. So I know you have your calculator. I'm sure you have the backup batteries for the calculator as well. But is there a simple way, Steve, to explain to fans how this race will play out today?
Well, it does take a lot of studying to understand what happened in the spring. It was a great duel between Denny Hamlin and William Byron. The easiest way to understand it is this. William Byron decided to stop one time under green in the final stage. Denny Hamlin twice. That lets Denny Hamlin have fresher tires at a racetrack where fresh tires are a huge advantage. So it's really the tortoise versus the hare. The same old kid story is the same thing that happened here at Richmond. The tortoise, it's William Byron. With one pit stop, he's going to be slower. The hare, it's Denny Hamlin. He comes to pit road with the lead, or at least the advantage. Then he gets behind. William Byron comes to pit road. That kind of leapfrogs Denny back to the front. But then the second pit stop is key. This is Denny Hamlin putting his last set of tires on. Less laps needed than William Byron, and a sprint to the finish. That's what it looked like from a strategy standpoint. The best way to see it is what actually happened on the racetrack in the spring. I mentioned it. Denny Hamlin, a two-stop strategy. So he comes to pit road, puts on some fresh tires. When he leaves pit road, it's about traffic. That's the key. The concern for this strategy is you're a lap down. That sounds great. Hey, pit a couple extra times. When you leave pit road, you are a lap down to the leader, so you got to push right away. Denny Hamlin was successful. He got by Martin Truex Jr., and then, as Marty mentioned, with 5 to go, got by William Byron and went on to victory lane. I have run the math many, many times. You lose about 30 seconds to pit. The math says pit a couple times, but I can tell you, traffic can disrupt the strategy and risk. To pit an extra time, you are down a lap for 10 or 15% of that final run. Marty, an ill-timed caution can eliminate any chance you have of winning a race.
Hey, Steve, you know, last week at Michigan, you needed the backup umbrella. Remember that when the rain started? You know, I think you're going to need the backup calculator today, my friend.
Yeah, the solar power is not going to work. It needs a big, heavy battery today, no doubt.
Oh, boy, DJ. There's so much at play here, Dave, strategy-wise. How much of that as a driver do you want to be in the loop on?
I think you want to know, especially the people that you're racing. I think the drivers will understand what they're planning to do before the race starts. For some, that's going to need to change if they're thinking about winning, if they've got to get in. Somebody like Denny Hamlin, well, in the playoffs, no problem. They can take a chance. If they happen to get caught by that caution that Steve's talking about, it's no big deal. I love, as a driver, having tires, fresher tires, passing cars all the time. But I was going to tell you, KP, one of the hardest things is when you're running 2 seconds off of what new tires are, you can't even pass the slower cars that are out there, and you're going to have some of them on newer tires.
No, listen, I can't even express how frustrating that is. The hardest thing is knowing. The hardest thing is not knowing. So you're somewhere in between. You just got to drive your rear end off. That's all you can do.
The driver in the team that had it figured out here in April, Denny Hamlin. He's with Parker Kligerman.
They did, Marty, use that two-stop strategy to their advantage to get the win here. So what's it going to take to go for the Richmond sweep this year?
You know, I think we got our car a little bit better in practice, certainly as a starting spot, but track position, it's going to be so track position. I watched even the truck race last night. It's like whoever was out front just had a couple tenth advantage, and so especially until they reach traffic. And so I think you got to keep your car up front at all costs. I mean, there's not a whole lot of strategy to be played, even though the spring would say otherwise, especially with the weather. I think it'll be a little warmer, so certainly I think it'll be more straightforward. But our FedEx Camry's been fast all weekend. Why not one more day?
How do you stay in the mode of like where you are in the race when those strategies are unfolding, where guys are lapped down, they're on newer tires, older tires? How do you stay focused on what you're supposed to do inside your car?
Well, my job is to optimize lap time. It doesn't matter whether I'm on old tires and people are coming on new tires. It's for them to go around me. It's not for me to give up lap time to help them. So I think that just play your strategy. You know, I kind of know with my crew chief like what we're set out to do before the race starts, and I leave it up to him. My job is to drive that car and give him the information he needs to make it faster, not to make strategy calls.
It sounds simple, Marty, but we know it isn't.
Appreciate that, Parker. Coming up next, cannot wait to share the story with you of Jeff Burton, special guest in the Toyota on-track car this weekend. She's an inspiration to everyone she meets. You won't want to miss it. That's next. Kyle, big week for your father's team. Petty GMS signing Noah Gregson to a multi-year deal to move up to Cup next year. What do you think of the move, Kyle?
I think it's a great move. The mullet is back at Petty and a Petty car. Yeah, but honestly, you look at it, two solid young drivers in Eric Jones, Noah Gregson, to move Petty GMS forward. We saw it with Trackhouse, Daniel Suarez, Ross Chastain. This is a team that's putting themselves in position to do the same thing with Noah Gragson and his talent.
So Kyle mentions it. Noah Gragson will be teammates next year with Eric Jones, who's fighting for his playoff life today. Eric Jones is with Parker.
For Eric Jones, it was announced this week that he has a new teammate for next year, Noah Gragson. You've qualified in the second round 2 weeks in a row. It just seems like everything's on the upward trajectory for Petty GMS right now.
I think it's getting better and better. You know, we were really good at the start of the year, then kind of had a lull through the mid part, and now this last month I feel like we're going the right way. And qualifying was kind of a big focus of that the last month to get better, and I feel like it's paying off and showing up. So just been happy with the development and the way we're going. The Focus Factor Chevy's been good each and every week pretty much, and you know, we need to get a win coming up. I mean, that's the tough part right now. We've had such a good year, and you know, we're 14th in points, but we're out of the playoffs. So it's frustrating at the same time. You know, your expectations just continue to rise the better you run, and we want to get in the playoffs pretty bad. So hope to capitalize here in the next 3 and try to get a win and get in. That's the big goal.
Quickly, can you do it here?
We got a shot. You know, I think we've got a top 10 car right now. I don't know that we have a winning car at this point, but I mean, you've seen some crazy finishes here coming down to putting tires on in a late pit stop. So if we're up there and in it, you know, we have a good shot as anybody.
Eric Jones will start 9th.
Oh. Let's keep it in the Petty family, Kyle. You know, we said your first win was here. We have video proof to show that your first win came here. 86 it was. I mean, a couple guys wrecked in in you, but you took advantage of it, didn't you? Look at that.
Listen, a couple of superstars, Darrell Waltrip, Dale Earnhardt Sr. Bobby Allison finished fourth. I saw this the other day, and I couldn't believe the legends that finished in the top 5. But yeah, it was. Listen, my first win with the Wood Brothers, big day, big day.
Hair is pretty much the same, DJ.
Yes,
you know,
same,
all the same.
The mullet is back. The mullet is back.
That's right. So to bring things full circle, Kyle, your new book, your memoir is out. Tell us about it and where folks can find it.
Yeah, look, you can get this thing. It's Swerve or Die. It's all the stories you guys hear in the bus that I force you to hear. Plus, it's about Adam. It's about how his accident, his life, changed my life and put me in a different trajectory and sent me in a different direction. It's deeply personal. I will say that, and it was gut-wrenching to write it, much less read it. But you can get it at Barnes & Noble, Books A Million. You can get it at Target, Amazon. I was at a Fountain Books here in Richmond, a local store, so local bookstores too. But thank you guys. Thanks for allowing me to talk about it, and I hope these fans enjoy some of the stories about my dad, my granddad, Adam, just growing up with my mom, losing my Uncle Randy. There's so many personal stories in it.
Well, we appreciate you sharing those memories. So, hey, today's guest in Jeff Burton's Toyota on-track car is impressive in every way. A massive NASCAR fan, she observes the sport from a different perspective than most all of us because Colby Garrison has been blind since birth.
When you say race car, I hear the noise. I do not visualize NASCAR. For me, it's all about the sounds, the smells, the texture, the atmosphere at the racetrack. My life is no less rich, no less vivid or detailed because I don't have sight. It's just different.
The series Vivid starts on YouTube this Wednesday, and here is Colby's very special perspective in her ride with Jeff Burton yesterday.
Jeff Burton.
It's so nice to meet you.
How are you?
Oh, I'm great. Oh my gosh, I'm thrilled to be here.
Do you want to come over here and check this thing out?
Sure.
Can I lead you?
Yeah.
Come on.
The screen is different. It has square holes, and there's round holes on the grill.
This is that single lug nut that you keep hearing about.
Much larger than I was expecting.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So this is the rear window. Okay, the reir window goes all the way to there. That's the beginning of the roof.
Semi-rectangle. Okay. There's a little bit of rounding on the ends.
Yeah. If we're not careful, you're going to take my job because you're doing a lot better job of describing it than I am. All right, Colby, here we go. I want you to walk me through this. I'm going to shut up, and I'm going to let you talk. And everything you're feeling, smelling, hearing, I want to hear it, okay? You're going to take my job. You're the analyst.
Okay.
All right, here we go.
So we're accelerating. The pitch of the engine is getting much higher. And we are on the front stretch. We turn to the left. When
went straight for a little bit. Now we're curving back to the left. My body is still angled to the right. You can really feel those G-forces right now. And how grippy the car is on the track. We're decelerating into another turn.
I'm going to turn this car off so we can hear each other.
Okay.
To me, what makes the best race car drivers is what they feel.
Yep.
And so what you're feeling already, to me, is fascinating. Because you have a better sense of feel the first time you ever sat in a race car than most people ever will.
You did awesome.
That was, I don't know that there are words to describe that. That was, I will say, memorable.
You're awesome.
Can I give you a hug?
That was so much fun. We're the blessed ones for having you here. I mean, I'm serious. You could teach some young drivers some things about what they're feeling.
You cannot be too detailed. Even if you just use one word that's different, you know, that can sometimes just make that light bulb go off for me.
Well, what a special day for me. Colby made it so much fun to go out and do that. It was just a special moment in the year, and you made it special. But tell me, after you sat out of it for about 24 hours, what did you take the most out?
It was an experience that I will always remember.
Well, I can promise you, Marty, that it's not only an experience you will always remember, it's an experience we will all remember. You touched every one of us when you joined us. Great, a lot of fun. Appreciate you joining us.
Yeah, Jeff, I think you speak for all of us. Colby, thank you for sharing your time with us, DJ and Kyle. She was an inspiration to us.
Yeah. It's just incredible. You know, sometimes makes me think after seeing that about our attitudes sometimes, how we get down about certain things.
Terrific.
This is a young lady that just goes through life in a different way and appreciates every minute.
Yeah, I think she said it best. There are no words to describe this except memorable. That's her impression on us. She's someone who has imprinted herself on our soul and on our heart. That smile lights up. Yeah. It just lights up the world, man. An amazing woman.
And she does not stop smiling
Not
either.
stop at all.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, when we come back, the Mayor's guest this week is the newest player in the 2022 Cup playoffs. Yeah, there you go. Kevin Harvick with Jeff Burton next. Richmond Raceway, 3 races to go in the regular season, 1 spot in the Cup Series playoffs open to a new winner. And why not decide all that at a short track? I mean, why not, guys, right? With all the
Yes.
races left here in the regular season, the final short track of the regular season. So much at stake today. Here's what's on the menu presented by Sonic, that last playoff spot we talked about. Does it really come down to Ryan Blaney and Martin Truex Jr.? Just 19 points separate the two. 9 drivers have just 1 win this year. Currently, Kurt Busch, the lowest in points among those drivers. And for Chase Elliott, if he gains 2 more points over second place in the next 3 races, he wins the regular season title. And with that comes a 15-point playoff bonus. So, DJ, here's the playoff picture. Now it shapes up. Kind of walk us through that.
Yeah, see the drivers in the gold there on the left, they're all locked in, regardless of what happens from here. And you can see Chase Elliott has 25 playoff points. That's probably soon, this week or next week, probably going to go to 40 with that 15-point regular season bonus. The guys in the middle here, they're not locked in yet, but you can see through Kevin Harvick, they've got a good lead with their points. They should be in. That will probably change this afternoon, too. We talked about Blaney and Truex Jr., 19 points separating them for that last spot. You see Kurt Busch down there in that 15th spot right now, not knowing exactly what may go on with Kurt. We certainly hope he's back for the playoffs, but a lot could happen here. But there's a lot of people that can win in these next 3 weeks.
So much can happen in these final 3 races of the regular season. The latest driver to lock himself into the playoffs is Kevin Harvick, and today he's the Mayor's guest. Take it away, Jeff.
Hey, Kevin, man, last week was a lot of fun to watch. I got to know, did that race win feel different because there had been so many wins between them?
Not really. Honestly, it's obviously we're here to win, right? And we've been competitive and doing the things that we need to do through so many years. And it had been a little bit of a dry spell. I think that the biggest thing was just having Piper there and being able to celebrate that with her. And then, I don't have to answer the same questions this week about when we were going to win again. But honestly, we've done the same things week after week after week. And obviously, I think you have to look at the performance side of it and try different things with the car and setups and understanding the car and learn week after week with this new car. So it was definitely nice to get that out of the way. Michigan's just been a really good place for us, and it was nice to get to victory lane again.
Last year, at the start of the year, you guys really struggled. You got better and better and better, and by the end of the year, you guys are pretty darn competitive. You think that same thing's going to happen this year, where you get to the end of the playoffs, you guys are going to be somebody you got to deal with?
I hope so. You know, we were in position to win a lot of races at the end of last year, and you know, I think as you go back and look at it, and you look at the mess that, you know, Chase Elliott and myself caused for ourselves, and everything that happened, you wind up getting off track. And if you could have just kept the car on track and not have the issues and not have the drama, which we all know, but sometimes it just happens. And it, you know, if you finish that Roval race and don't have any drama, and then you do a couple things a little different. We had plenty of points to do the things we needed to do, but that just goes to show you how easily things can get sidetracked when you have things going your way.
You're going to be able to use that pedal soft enough today with that right foot?
You're going to have to be really easy on it today. You know, I think that the hard part about racing here during the day is the cars get so tight in the middle of the corner that, you know, how far can you get sucked into that sucker hole to make your car turn in the center of the corner and it not get loose in or loose off. So, look, man, I've ground off the bottom of my shoe to make it smooth here. I'm gonna put some red grease on that baby to start, so I can work these crappy pedals in the car.
That's the secret, red grease. Everybody learn it right now. Thank you, buddy. Dave.
So, Jeff, well, I think maybe bacon grease might be the secret. You might want to put some of that on the bottom of his shoe there. Alex holding the bacon for us here today. For father, Eric, who is kind of an example of how crazy Richmond was yesterday. Fastest car on 15-lap averages, and then in qualifying, what?
Yeah, we had an early draw thanks to some bad luck at Michigan, so we had to go out early for qualifying, and the track was just still so slimy and greasy. It was hard to lay a lap down, so starting in the back, but have a really fast Smithfield Ford Mustang. I think we were 4th fastest in practice, first on the 15-lap average. So feel like our car is really good where it needs to be on the long run. We made a few minor adjustments, just knowing that we got to pass a lot of cars coming through traffic. But big weekend here. Richmond has been a good place to me over the years, and right here in Smithfield's backyard. So we did a awesome corporate event at Smithfield headquarters on Friday. Had a lot of fun with all their employees, and hopefully we can cap off the weekend here with a victory.
And Parker, the fans saw that graphic earlier. Eric Almirola is very close. He could still make the playoffs with a win.
And another driver that could do that is Austin Dillon at a track that he's run great at. So the question, can you get it done today and get yourself in the playoffs?
You know, our RCR Chevy's pretty good. Tyler, you can't drink this, man. So you got to be older than whatever you are. Anyways, yeah, our car's pretty good. The Hook Chevy was fast yesterday. It was a bit tight. Worked out in qualifying that way, and we kind of freed up for today's race. But like you said, it's one of my favorite tracks. When they get those long runs, get straight down that straightaway, get as much drive in the rear tires as you can get. We'll work hard, and you'll see how it goes. And this is a big opportunity for us. Three races left to get a win, and we've circled this one.
Keep an eye on this 3-car, Marty.
Certainly will keep an eye on him. He's been very strong here. Now, Kyle, DJ said this back in May. There would be 16 winners. Are you starting to think he's going to be right?
Listen, finally the bus stopped and I got on it. I'm at the very back of it. I'm at the very back of it. But listen, when Kevin Harvick won at Michigan, totally changed my way of thinking. Totally changed, because I did not have Kevin Harvick win in any of these last 3 or 4 races. I'm on the bus, Dale. I am on the bus. Drive it, baby.
Yeah, it's just incredible what's happened with all of this. You know, it was just something that came to my mind there, but it's a very real possibility that we get even more than the 16, especially when you look at these races we have here.
Hey guys, when we come back, time for Buy, Sell, Hold. Plus, let's talk Hendrick Motorsports. How do they look coming into the playoffs? That's next. Countdown to Green is brought to you by the new Sonic Churro Shake. For a limited time only.
Everybody who doubted us doesn't know us.
Kevin Harvick's led 13 laps all year.
He's not sitting in cars that can win races.
The biggest statement win of the year.
We thrive in these types of situations.
How do you find your way through a 3/4-mile short track unscathed?
Alex Bowman coming out of nowhere.
Hell yes. Mark Truex Jr. sliding all the way across the finish line. Old guys rule in Richmond.
How about that? Hey, even the Dale Senior lookalikes fired up after seeing that video. 3 races left in the regular season. Just 1 spot left for a new winner. The playoff dance floor is filling up quick as the cut line after Daytona is just around the corner. Okay, gents, time for Buy, Sell, Hold. Today's topic, If it's not Ryan Blaney or Martin Truex Jr., who fills that final spot in the playoff grid? DJ, we'll start with you. Chris Buescher, buying, selling, or holding that he's in the playoffs?
I'm buying Chris Buescher. I think when you look at this, remember Sonoma, he ran a great second out there. I look at Watkins Glen coming up just next weekend. He did the tire test there. I think that he's got a real shot there. If not there, he won a duel at Daytona. So 2 shots at it. Probably ain't going to happen here today, but I look good these next couple of races.
How about his boss, Brad Keselowski, who's standing right beside him, Kyle?
Okay, I'm going to hold, because the first thing I said was, hold on, he qualified in the top 10 at Richmond? Are you kidding me? But I think it's a lot of what Dale said. We know those cars have speed. We know that Brad Keselowski is one of the most determined drivers in a car. You put his back against the wall, he gets up on the wheel and makes something happen. So I'm going to say hold right now.
I'm going to take Ricky Stenhouse Jr., and I'm going to say hold as well. Listen, they're going to have the speed at Daytona. Will they have the luck? They're up front at all of those super speedway races, DJ. You know that, and they will be good in that race. Can they find enough friends to be able to make the playoffs? We all would love to see the Kroger team in the playoffs, right?
Sure.
KTD, Daugherty Racing, we love to see our big guy, Brad Daugherty, make the playoffs, but I just wonder, so many things have to fall into place for all that to come together. Well, we know Hendrick Motorsports will be represented in the playoffs. 3 of them in the top 5 in qualifying here. Pole winner Kyle Larson. DJ, what do you need to see from the 5 team over these final 3 regular season races to say, hey, they're going to be a championship contender once again?
More consistency. Like, I'm not saying consistency in the way that they won last year, but more consistency up in the top 5. That could start here this afternoon and go a long way. I think they just have to clean things up a little bit and get into that championship and this playoff mode.
How about Alex Bowman for you, Kyle? I mean, man, this team has not had a top 5 since the first week of May.
That's crazy, isn't it? He just disappeared after May. And he has been consistently the first or second car out of a race. He has had such bad luck. No, he's just had bad luck, man. They've had speed at different times. But listen, if something falls out of the grandstands, it's going to fall on top of his car. That's just the way it is, and drivers go through that sometimes. He's, just as Dale said, he's got to find some consistency up front.
Meanwhile, Chase Elliott can lock up the regular season title, as we mentioned, in the next few weeks. The 9 team with plenty of momentum. You know, the Stu Cup car has been a weekly experiment for the teams as Chase gets introduced there to the fans here at Richmond, even down to the equipment inside the car. Steve, in my passenger car, you know, the pedals are pretty simple. Help us understand how even something that simple has been complicated with this new car.
Yeah, thanks, Marty. We're down here at the front of the grid with the NBC on-track Toyota. I got my man Jeff Burton in the seat. He thought he was going to the air conditioning. I had to get him back into a hot race car. So, Jeff, let's talk about the pedals. Before, the cars you drove forever, I could customize them. Put exactly in there what you want, but in this next-gen car, everyone runs the same pedal configuration.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And the big difference is now they're mounted on the floor. They used to be mounted up high. And so now when I put my feet on the pedal, they actually work differently. They actually feel differently. Steve, the biggest difference, though, is in the throttle. The brake and the clutch, they're different, but not that different. But this throttle, it changes the way I have to work, and that really matters today.
Yeah, on the right-hand side, you see that is Martin Truex Jr.'s pedals from last year. As you mentioned, they hang down almost like a street car. So let's talk about the pedals and why we think it matters here at Richmond. We talk a lot strategy. Regardless of how many times you pit, tires are going to fall off a cliff. Grip is going to go away. You're going to have to operate that pedal like there's an egg underneath it. Nice and easy. So now one of your main tools has changed.
Oh, no question. It's hot and slick. This racetrack is worn out. It's going to eat tires. So what I got to do is when I go to the throttle, I can't do that. If I do that, that's going to buzz the rear tires. And once I buzz the rear tires and make them mad, they're never going to get happy again. So I got to go to the throttle, and I got to go to the throttle smooth and easy. And even out by the start-finish line, if I do that right there, that's going to spin the rear tires, even that far on the front straightaway. So nice, smooth, and easy with this pedal, and it's changed the way it feels. We just saw Kevin Harvick. He's actually ground the bottom of his shoes off. We'll put some red grease on it, Steve, to make it slide on it better. That's crazy just to get that feel he's looking for.
Marty, even this far into the year, drivers' teams still adapting. But what I heard there, Marty, is, listen, the whole rear tires and the grip, that sounds like a driver issue. So the crew chief, I'll take that one off my list.
There you go. You don't have to worry about that, do you? You guys go find some AC. We'll see you for the race call. Hey, when we come back, the 2 drivers in the spotlight today, Ryan Blaney and Martin Truex Jr. Right now, the last one in and the first one out of the playoffs. We'll hear from both drivers next. Countdowners Green is brought to you by the Sonic Big Deal Cheeseburger. For limited time only at Sonic.
They have this unbelievable ability to literally drive a car on the edge of control. That's the goal, right? Chance to race for a championship.
My life insurance policy's up to date. I know what I'm signing up for.
Be a husband, be a father, be a race car driver. To be the best, it takes everything that you have.
Don't miss Race for the Championship. Premiere September 1st only on USA. So it's coming down to Ryan Blaney and Martin Truex Jr. here. They're the two guys on the marquee today. So, DJ, give me your case for Ryan Blaney of why he gets that final playoff spot.
Yeah, he's been so consistent all year long. I realize third is his best finish, but he's been in contention to win races. I think he has a shot at all three of these racetracks, Richmond, Watkins Glen, and Daytona, to get a victory, and that's what it's going to take.
JP, how about you for Martin Truex Jr.?
Martin Truex Jr., 7 stage wins, the most of anybody out here. He's led 455 laps. Now, the Toyotas haven't been as good on the road courses, and he's not known as a speedway driver. So I believe today is his best shot, and I believe he's in that position. He can win here and take all this pressure off.
So, DJ, any question for you? Like Kyle said, is today Martin Truex Jr.'s shot to make it happen?
I think 100%. You know, anything can happen at Daytona. I know it's won on road courses, but they just had the Toyotas just haven't been that good there. So can they rebound? I think he's got to get it done today.
Can I take the rest of the non-winners in the field? I mean, I'm starting to agree with you, DJ. I don't know.
You're in charge.
Yeah, you take it, man. You got the mic. You go.
Why not? Let's hear from those drivers, starting with Dave Burns and Ryan Blaney.
We have just embarked on, I'll call it our first pace lap of the day. So while we take the banking here, I'm going to sit down. Ryan, you've got 3 races to make this happen. You're only 19 points to the good right now. So what do you make of today's race?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, just do the best you can. I mean, that's the end of the deal, really. It's just we've been doing it all year, try to win and try to run well, and it'll be exciting for 3 weeks, that's for sure. But just focusing on today and trying to stay up towards the front, and such a tough race and tough racetrack, and you just try to stay on top of things and do the best you can.
You did better this spring than you have done in some time here. Did you come to grips with this place finally?
I hope so. We get a little better every time we come here. It's a lot of hard work, trying to figure out what we need to do to be better. So a lot of hard work on my end, team's end, communicating, just trying to figure out how do we have to be. And been proud of the games we made. Hopefully they continue today.
Had an interesting conversation with one crew chief about this place and why it goes green so much. Is because you make mistakes here that don't really cost you. How hard is it to stay mistake-free here and not really cost yourself time?
It's tough to not make mistakes here because the tires wear out so much. You're constantly slowing down every single lap, and it's easy to kind of get trying hard and trying to pass somebody, and then next thing you know, you burn your stuff up. So kind of that mental fortitude, I guess, is the best thing you can keep.
Here's to a smooth day. 3 races to get to those playoffs. Parker, what about your guy?
Well, the guy he's trying to hold off would be Martin Truex Jr. So you're 19 points out behind Ryan Blaney. You're at a place, you've had a lot of success. What's it going to take to get it done and get in the playoffs?
Just going to have to execute today, Parker. I think our Bass Pro Toyotas felt pretty close yesterday. Made some adjustments last night. Hopefully they're the right ones. Got to be good on long runs. Got to be good on restarts. It's a tough balance, but execution is going to be huge. Track position is going to be huge. We need to stay up front.
How do you balance in the position you guys are in versus going for points and sort of knowing you could get in on points, right? Versus going for the outright win. And if you guys were to do that, be the only way to get in, right, would be through a win.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, you're trying to do the best you can. We're not throwing a Hail Mary. We're not going to wad it up going for first if we don't have the car. So just go out and race smart like we always do and take what it'll give us.
Of these 3, is this your best shot?
Probably.
There you go, Marty. This is it for the 19 team. If they want to get in the playoffs, might be their best shot.
Oh, a lot of pressure on the next few hours for Martin Truex Jr. and that team. Okay, guys, time to go on the clock. Let's start with Kyle Busch, DJ. Man, still no contract done. The playoffs coming up soon for that race team, and he's still a free agent.
Yeah, that's hard to believe, but what's almost as incredible to believe that he has 8 straight finishes outside the top 10. That just doesn't happen in his career, but it has to this point. He's been at the wrong place at the wrong time. He's leading that category too. But let's end this on a positive note. He has 6 wins at this racetrack.
Yeah.
Starting back, but I think he can get to the front.
All right, now I'm not as confident about my guy, except for one reason. Daniel Suarez, okay? He has 1 finish outside the top 20, but he only has 1 finish in the top 10. He's finished 7th. Now what he's got is Trackhouse, and he's got Ross Chastain as a teammate, and this team has had speed. So I look as today for these guys to turn this team around and Daniel to turn it around.
You know, talking to Justin Marks this week, Trackhouse as a team has kind of shifted into playoff mode starting this week. So Ross Chastain, nice qualifying effort for him. He'll have a terrific car. He'll have speed. I think he'll have more speed than he has friends on the racetrack, though. I'm just curious, DJ, if people would let him win a short track race. He'll be up there. Can he pull it off, though?
That's why I didn't put him in my fantasy lineup today, but I'm going. My next driver is Christopher Bell. Great car control, and that's why he's always been so good here. Yeah, he starts 21st today. That's not going to be an issue. They've been a little different on their strategy, but he always finds himself up front here. He might get to victory lane this afternoon.
Let me just say, Marty, people don't let Ross Chastain win. He takes it. He
There you
wins,
go.
man. Let me
That's a
go
fair
from there.
point. That's a fair
okay,
point.
Tyler Reddick. Tyler Reddick's my next one. Tyler Reddick has had, I guess he's had, in the last top 2, top 3s, in the last 6 races, he's had 2 wins, and he loves a slick racetrack. We know that kid can get it done. He gets up on the wheel, elbows up. He's already won twice. This could be the 3rd.
I'll take Joey Logano. Always been a terrific track here at Richmond for Joey Logano. 3 top 5s in the last 4 races. Honestly, had a top 5 car in the spring as well until the very end of the race. This team needs to continue building momentum quietly. Finishes of 6th and 4th in the last 2 races. They need to take advantage today of one of their best racetracks. So Joey Logano trying to get maybe another Richmond win today. Hey, when we come back, time for our race winning predictions. We've been pretty on it lately, guys. Let's keep the roll going because we need to keep our predictions going in the right direction, right? So
yeah, for you.
Pressure's on. Plus I'm
On
beating
you.
DJ in fantasy. That's all next. Just a gorgeous day here at Richmond. Hey, look who's hanging out the front of the grid. Chase Young for the Washington Commanders, the honorary pace car driver today. Too bad he didn't beat my Panthers yesterday.
I
had to get that. I don't even think
I knew
Chase
we were
played in
gonna
the
get that
game.
in.
He's standing right here. I'm not going to say that to him. Trust
He's
me.
big.
He's a little bigger than I am. Hey, you know, Dell Jr. and Jeff Burton talked about Bubba Wallace. What an impressive streak he's been on, DJ, with the 4 straight top 10s. He told me last week, we will have speed at Richmond, but I don't know, short track, that might be a bit of a bigger challenge for him and where he is right now with his race team.
I think he's got so much confidence right now. He might not put that out there for us all to think that, but you just see it when he's behind the wheel. He's an excellent short track racer. I remember watching him at Martinsville win the truck race.
Point.
So I think he can get it done here.
That's right. I think people forget that. You forget the truck series, you forget the Xfinity and what he did on short tracks, and when you've got the momentum he's carrying, anything is possible.
When you had a new contract in hand, did you race a little freer the next week,
Oh,
DJ?
100%. Yeah.
Makes you a little more excited.
I spin a little freer.
Oh, jeez. Come on, Kyle. Come on now. But certainly going to watch Bubba Wallace today. But the story, no doubt, will be Ryan Blaney versus Martin Truex Jr. We will be watching both of those teams all afternoon long. You know, DJ, we've talked a lot about strategy. How would you play it if you're Jonathan Hassler, the crew chief for Ryan Blaney? You know, you may not be as quick as the 19, but you can make some plays today to get up there and race with them.
Yeah, I think they have to throw the points out. I know they want to just finish ahead of them, but if you finish ahead of the 19 today, you're probably going to be in victory lane. So I would say do whatever. Don't be doing just what he's doing. I'm not sure that they have the speed for that. Do something a little bit different. Yeah. Give your driver the opportunity to hold him off.
Yeah, it's that same old stupid racing saying. You can't pass the guy in front of you if you're just running his tire tracks. You've got to do something different. You've got to go outside. You've got to go inside. You've got to go to pit road. You've got to make a call that differentiates you from him and makes him chase you. Take control.
And we saw them do that at Indy. They got themselves in a position
good point,
there
yeah.
with
some gambles and did a good job there. So if you're Martin Truex Jr., do you agree with the strategy, DJ, of saying, you know what, this is our shot? Kind of putting that pressure on yourself and your race team, because James Small told me the same thing this afternoon. This is our place.
This is it, and he knows that. And he knows that this should have to go through him, and it's up to him to get it done. If they are flawless in the pits, and I think they've got the right strategy there, they're going to be hard to beat here today. But you don't want to go into Daytona thinking about points, certainly, or thinking that you got to win.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a strategy that he goes into this race thinking this is the race. I think it's a fact that he goes into this race thinking this is the race. Because the Toyotas, as I said before, have not had speed on road courses. That's where we're going, Watkins Glen. He is not known as a speedway driver, has never won a speedway race in his Cup career. So you take those two, that's 2 marks against you right there. So he's got to make something happen today and make that move here.
Although in the Daytona 500, he did win both stages in that race, wasn't able to get the win. Can he get it done today? Hey, NBC Sports free-to-play game NASCAR Pick'em features a weekly contest for each NASCAR Cup Series race throughout the season. NASCAR Pick'em is available for download now on the NBC Sports Predictor app, powered by PointsBet, available in the Apple Store and Google Play Store. So here's the PointsBet odds, DJ, for the day. Let's see who you lay your money on this afternoon.
Oh, look at there. Kyle Larson. I thought Truex should be the favorite here, but I'll tell you what, you go down through there, you can get some pretty good odds. William Byron, who you got 12-1 odds right there, the guy that almost won this thing back in the spring. I kind of like that.
Hey, Larson, you're the favorite, by the way. I just told him. You're the favorite. Yeah. PointsBet odds. He just said, what? Are you kidding me? He was like, you got to be crazy. So let's check out our race-winning picks for the day. We'll start with the booth guys and see what they thought. Dale Jr. up first. Who did he take? Martin Truex Jr. Look at that.
Look at that.
I like that pick. I like that pick. Might be a precursor to my pick. What about Steve Letarte? Who did he go with this afternoon?
Oh,
Burton, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Ross Chastain. Look at that. Ross Chastain, I like that. I'm not sure how many friends he's going to have. All right, there you go. Steve Letarte. Oh, Tyler Reddick.
That's a good pick.
I didn't see that coming.
Yeah, not a great starting position, but a great pick on a short track.
All right, DJ, up to you. Who are you going to go with this afternoon?
Okay, Toyota's going to win this race, and the obvious choice, I think, a guy that has a great attitude when he comes here because he's from this state of Virginia. Denny Hamlin gets it done. But speaking of great attitudes, I want to add our thoughts and prayers are with Bobby Labonte, fellow Hall of Famer in the sport. He revealed to us this week some issues, health issues he's been going through. We want to wish him the best.
Yeah, God bless.
Kyle, how about you?
My pick is I'm going to mention 3 races. Easter Bunny 150 at Hickory, North-South Late Model Showdown at Nashville, and the Slinger Nationals. This guy right here, William Byron, gets it done on a short track. Was within 5 laps of winning the one here earlier this year.
The late model / Cup Series driver, William Byron. He runs those late model races and come and win on Sunday. I'm going to go and agree with Martin Truex Jr. Dale Jr. and I agreeing on this one. I think Truex does it today. This team performs when their pressure is on them back against the wall. I think Martin Truex Jr. gets it and gets that final spot in the playoffs. Beautiful day here in Richmond. Let's go trackside for pre-race ceremonies to get things underway.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we ask that you please rise as you are able and remove your hats as the Gates County High School Navy National Defense Cadet Corps presents our nation's colors. Please remain standing as Cub Scout Pack 0407, Boy Scout Troop 462, and Boy Scout Troop 0028 lead us in our Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Here to offer today's invocation, please welcome from Motor Racing Outreach, Nick Terry.
God, we thank you for today. We thank you, God, for your presence with us. And God, we thank you for the blessings in our lives, for the opportunity to enjoy racing today, for these race fans and for our freedom. And God, I pray for those who have and are defending it. Lord, I thank you for this race. I pray over it. And God, I ask your hand of protection, of blessing and safety upon each driver, their teams, safety workers, and officials. In Christ's name, amen.
Here to perform our national anthem, please welcome from the U.S. Army Training and Doctrine Band, Specialist Maya Rodriguez.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there.
star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
Look at that grid on the other side. Rick Allen, Jeff Burton, Dale Earnhardt Jr., and Steve Letarte. Let's go Cup racing in Richmond.
What is your goal this season?
We all have certain expectations of ourselves.
We are the champions! Yes!
Goal this season is always the same.
You are the champion, baby! Woo!
We know that we can do it because we've done it before.
Oh my God, guys!
This one should be easy. What's your goal for the season?
NASCAR Cup champion.
Win a championship.
Yeah!
That's the goal.
Holy crap! It's Cowboy! So damn proud of you. You're damn right, baby. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo! Unbelievable, man. That was awesome. You are the man. Yes, yes, yes.
There was a team effort all day long. We fought hard.
Hell yeah, Seabell. Welcome to the playoffs. Great job! How about that? We showed them. We ain't gonna quit. We're gonna keep at it. Oh yeah, baby! Awesome! Hell yeah, baby! You said that, didn't you? Hell yeah, team! Holy cow! Yes! Oh yeah, we won. We are the winners.
Only 3 more opportunities remain to get into those playoffs. It's the NASCAR Cup Series Racing from Richmond, presented by Toyota, alongside our crew chief, Steve Letarte. Steve, we are in what I would call unprecedented territory in this playoff era. 15 different winners, 7 of them currently locked in.
Yeah, 7 drivers know they're heading into the playoffs. There's a bunch of guys with wins who felt good about it, but it's getting a little bit tight there at the bottom. It's going to be a great battle between Blaney and Truex for that last spot, unless, of course, someone else wants to ring the bell and go to victory lane.
So do you go after points today, or are you fighting for that win?
You know, I've learned the most points is to be the first guy to the checkered flag. I think you fight for the win and let the points end up where they need to be. Trophies kind of fix everything for these guys, and it's going to be difficult here. It's warmer than expected. This track is going to be very low on grip, so everything you planned in the spring I think has to be adjusted for the fall. But this guy right here, Martin Truex Jr., he has that look like he is ready to kind of punch his ticket and make sure he's in the playoffs.
Steve, earlier in Countdown to Green, you talked a lot about strategy. That's going to be a big play here because tires are so important.
Tires are so important. These drivers won't even go full out on those brand new tires because you can ruin them right away. This is a veteran-style race. We're going to see which veteran plays it correct.
And we'll see if Ryan Blaney or Martin Truex Jr. can get that win to get themselves into the playoffs. Let's fire the engines. Let's go trackside for the command.
And now, race fans, here to say the most famous word in motorsports. If you're ready, please welcome Director of Motorsports Marketing for Federated Auto Parts, J.R. Bishop. Drivers, start your engine.
Fired home. Fired up and you're ready. There, fired up and you're ready. It's short track racing from Richmond. Green flags coming up next.
On my mama knee, she said there's only one thing to set your soul free. Wasn't no easy street where I come from. There wasn't no sleep until the work was done. That victory bell, one for the money, to another show. Please start your engines now and rock and roll.
perfect afternoon for short track racing here in Richmond, Virginia. Just about 15 miles away from Denny Hamlin's hometown of Chesterfield, a four-time winner here at this racetrack. I want to take a look at today's starting grid brought to you by Toyota. Kyle Larson, Ross Chastain, they're going to make up row number one. Larson, third pole already this year, and he is locked into the playoffs. A little bit further down the list, starting in the sixth position, will be Martin Truex Jr. And let's dial up the 42-year-old on the radio right now, Junior.
Hey, Martin, it's Dale Jr. in the booth. You got us?
Yeah, I got you, buddy.
Everybody in the industry says this is a must-win race for the 19 team. What's been the mentality for the team this week and you getting ready to take the green today?
We just got to go race and try to execute, do our best. And, you know, we know this has been a really good track for us. So just trying to capitalize, just trying not to get caught up in all the noise. I've been in some big races in my career, and this is just another one of those. So we'll do our best with our best pro, Camry. It's pretty close yesterday. Hopefully we get it dialed in and keep that track position. It's going to be important.
What kind of racetrack we got? I mean, you out there in practice yesterday. Is it going to be single groove? You going to be able to move around?
Seems like you can move around maybe a little bit in 3 and 4, but for the most part, I think you need to be on the bottom, and it's going to be hard to pass because of that.
All right, buddy. Thanks for talking to us today. Good luck.
Appreciate it.
There's only one spot remaining in the playoff picture, and right now it's based on points between these two drivers, Ryan Blaney and Martin Truex Jr.
Yeah, it's been a great racetrack, as Martin mentioned, for the 19 team. And you look at the statistics, a lot of wins, a lot of short track wins for that driver. But, you know, he's got a longer career. I just feel like that I know that Blaney's been around this racetrack for a few years, just doesn't have the opportunity to really rack up the statistics. And also, I wipe all this off the table when we get the next gen car, Jeff.
Well, the one thing I don't wipe off the table is the results from the spring race. And think about this. Truex won stage 2, Blaney won stage 1. Blaney led 128 laps, Truex led 80. They're equal. They qualified near each other. This today could fall into a determination who has the best race by who makes the least mistakes. You cannot afford mistakes when the points are this close.
And again, a chance at a championship. Still awaiting these two, depending upon how this race goes, as well as the next two. We want to get a few more notes before the green flag flies. We'll start with Marty.
Well, you can bet Kevin Harvick and his race team breathing a little bit easier in the shop this week. I just talked to Rodney Childers about that, and he said they came in Tuesday morning, and the team paid everybody not only a bonus, but a double bonus. That shows you how much that win at Michigan meant to Rodney Childers, this entire organization. Kevin Harvick now in the playoffs. Now for the next 3 weeks, Rodney told me we have to capitalize on that momentum, keep it going. And remember, Parker, in the spring, they finished second in this race, so they're pretty confident in the speed they'll have in the car today.
Well, Marty, for all the Chase Elliott fans out there, do not fear when you see that he is starting back in 23rd, because that was simply just an early qualifying draw and a crazy qualifying session where going early meant there was just no grip on the racetrack. Remember, this is the hottest team of the summer, and although they stumbled a little bit at Michigan, Alan Gustin, his crew chief, told me this just means we've got more cars to pass and we've got the team to do it here on the 9, Dave.
Parker, as the cars make their way down pit road to check their pit road speed, Ross Chastain nearly had his first career Cup Series pole yesterday. But I talked to his crew chief, Phil Surgeon, this morning about the attitude toward his driver, that he may have a few enemies out here on the track today, and would that make any difference? He said that cannot be our concern. It is what it is. We're going to ignore that. We're going to try to get out and leave him behind and win this race. Rick, with 2 wins already, they're pretty safely into the playoffs.
Yeah, they're locked in with those 2 wins, but you think about what these drivers mentioned at the top of our show here, where they said they have the same goal. They all want to win a championship. So anytime you can accumulate more playoff points, that's one thing that the 1, the 5, Denny Hamlin, those guys are all looking for that advantage in the ranking when we go to start the playoffs. And leading the field with some unique views, the Coca-Cola pace car cam as we look back on this front row.
I like Truex's kind of attitude when he talked to Dale Jr., right? He brings up a great point. He's a champ, and he is just a few pit stops away from being a multi-time champ, right? He has dominated some of those championship races that did not go his way. So his point of, I have been in big races before, this is just another one. I do agree. I think that veteran experience is going to really play here at this very slick 3/4 mile here in Richmond.
That's right, 3/4 mile racetrack, short track racing, and Martin Truex Jr. has said, you know, being a veteran here at this racetrack definitely helps him.
Yeah, so this first stage, 70 laps. So they can easily go 70 laps on fuel. Will people gamble and come to pit road? We'll just have to wait and see. But 70 laps is a long run here at Richmond if it goes green.
And restarts will be important as well as this initial start of the race. Again, Larson on the inside. Ross Chastain on the outside. We're short track racing in Richmond. Chastain throwing it into turn number 1 high, trying to take the lead away as they come off at 2. And that will be lesson learned for a lot of drivers now. That outside line worked on the start.
Yeah, I think you got to be a little careful on that, Rick, because we don't know how hard these guys are driving. You know, you can really hurt your tires early in this run, so you might want to take off a little bit easy. Maybe that's what Kyle Larson did right there.
There's Alex Bowman in the 48. And already on the outside, Brad Keselowski working his way up.
Yeah, William Byron did a good job on the outside there on that restart. Typically think, like Martin Truex Jr. said, this is going to be a race ran mostly on the bottom of the racetrack. That's everybody's impression. But you can make a little work on that outside groove.
Oh, we got a car around. The 8 of Reddick has spun in the middle of 3 and 4. Kind of a long slide. Didn't even go all the way around. Just got 90 degrees to the racetrack.
Now, was that a strategy? Because you picked him to win the race. Did you tell him, hey, go out there and spin early?
Listen, I picked him to win the race because when I saw him in the garage area, the first thing he said is, my last 2 wins came in this paint scheme. Feeling good about it. That was enough. That was enough to he was my number 1.
He also had some good speed in practices. I think he had a little contact there with the 42. Ty Dillon way up the racetrack to avoid spinning himself.
Kyle Busch and Justin Haley kind of worked their way by.
Yeah, they were fast in practice along with Tyler Reddick, but I heard Parker Kligerman talk in our pre-race how different the racetrack was early in qualifying. Some drivers were really fast, but did not get good qualifying runs because of that. And Reddick, at the back of the pack already, spins the car. And Steve, if you hurt those tires and has to pit and put tires on right now, that could be a major deficit to him later in this race.
That's exactly what I was thinking. I don't think it was a whole lot of damage to the race car, probably none. Only lost a handful of positions. It's that set of tires. 9 sets of Goodyear tires in the pits, or 8 in the pits, 1 on the car, 9 sets for the race. You don't want to give those up at a track where tires are so important.
We'll have a restart when we come back to Richmond right after this. Racing here at Richmond.
Chastain down into turn 1, able to clear the 5-car Larson. Larson gets down to the bottom of the racetrack on the inside there in front of his teammate Byron. Then he's going to try this outside, guys, and it's worth taking a note because I think that's how he got passed by Byron on the initial start of the race. He's going to take that spot back.
Yeah, Truex, said he didn't think the top was going to work, but we haven't been on this racetrack with this kind of track temp in a long time. I think if it's ever going to work, we've got a shot today.
Well, let's hope so. I love it when this outside groove opens up, gives these guys opportunities to be able to pass each other. Denny up the racetrack again, getting a little clean air on that car, trying to make a run on the 5.
Keselowski has used the outside line to move from his starting position of 8th now up to 5th. So he also has been venturing up there in that second groove.
As soon as they sort of don't have someone in front of them to challenge Rick, they all go right back to the bottom of the racetrack. And it doesn't seem like anybody could just go up there and literally make time. It's only when you could trap somebody on the inside.
It's a little early in the run, though. And even historically here, when the outside works, it's because the tires are worn out. You don't have to turn the wheel as much. So even when the outside's been a great groove, it normally is later on tires.
Cole Custer in that 41, the blue 41, on the outside of the 48 Ally, by Alex Bowman.
They've been side by side for a few laps here as Bowman's trying to get clear. Able to finally do it here down the front straightaway.
Blaney and Martin Truex Jr. nose to tail on the racetrack. Again, 19 points separated the two of them at the start of this race.
We saw Joey Logano in the back of that shot right there. He started 17th, and he just jumped on the outside to make this move on Custer. Look on the outside of Bowman as well. So a good march forward for Joey Logano here. Parker?
Right, and he's very happy with that race car, saying his car is turning better than the cars around him. But take a look at this restart, as you mentioned. There he is. He was restarting around 15th. He'll go down to turn 1 and 2 and go all the way to the outside, putting it 3 wide around the top. Look at this move by Joe Logano. 4 wide at one point there to the center. Got all those positions. Really awesome moves by Joe Logano early.
Just past 2 cars there on the outside, the 41 of Custer and the 48 of Bowman. Now back to the bottom of the racetrack to try to close in on the next competitor, which is his teammate, Ryan Blaney.
Steve, when we see a driver like Logano run so aggressively early, are we thinking his strategy is going to be maybe to come to pit road in this first stage and get fresh tires?
I think his strategy, he saw how it bottled up the original start gut in 1 and 2, so he figured he could just jump to the outside and keep that momentum going. You know, he doesn't need to get all the way to the front, but when you start in those mid-teens, if those restarts go the other way 5 spots and you're back there in the 20s, it can kind of be a black hole. You can fight all day to get out of that. Now he's inside the top 10. He can actually have a good feel of what his car is doing. Another guy, you talk about moving the top. Here's the 47 of Ricky Stenhouse Jr. in the 3rd lane. We saw this in practice. It seems like it's working pretty good for him.
He gets such a great run down the front straightaway, being blocked there by the 38. Now he's going to try to get to the outside here, and it'll be 3 wide for a moment. Chris Buescher down on the bottom there.
Todd Gilliland in the 38 just to his inside, but it's Ricky Stenhouse Jr., the car on the move in that 47 up high.
He's trying to go up to the top, but Christopher Bell's like, no, I'm going to try to go up there as well, block you a little bit here. Christopher Bell now knows how to run the high side here with all that dirt experience, understanding how to use that higher line.
They're ripping up there also.
Working.
I mean, yeah. If you're a spotter, you got to be paying attention to this, and you got to be letting your driver know if you're back here mid-pack what's going on. I understand if you're in the front, you want to jump up to the top right now, but to get by cars, this is clearly an option.
Man, Christopher Bell easily went around the 4 of Harvick right in front of the screen, right in front of this 47 car. Christopher Bell now trying to pass even more cars on the high side, just in front of the 47 car, just in front of Harvick there at the bottom of the screen. 20 is flying.
Able to get by Dillon. Now it's 3 wide for that position as Christopher Bell in the 20 completes the pass.
So he saw what the 47 was doing, got that information either from his spotter just watching, passed about 4 cars. Now he goes back to the bottom of the racetrack.
And watch this battle up top with Truex and Blaney. Let's see what Truex does on the outside. If he goes and searches and finds out that maybe there's grip up there, right? So right there he sees Blaney. It pinched him down a little bit. So right now that's a cue to Truex. Hey, this outside's not bad. Maybe run up there and try it a little bit.
Marty, what's going on with Ryan Blaney?
3 races to go, Rick, in the regular season, in the battle for that final playoff spot. Ryan Blaney versus Martin Truex Jr. so far. You know, Jeff, Ryan Blaney will admit Richmond not his best racetrack, just 2 career top 10 finishes here. And his problem has been making tires last. The longer runs have always been where the 12 car has fallen off. So I'm curious, you know, normally Richmond is a night race, but would having the race during the day as he's trying to get the spot from Truex make that problem even worse for Ryan Blaney here at Richmond?
No question. With this track temp up like it is today, it's going to be harder on tires. It's just going to wear the tires out more. So yes, if you have trouble with it when in good conditions, that will be worse today.
Penske drivers on full attack right now. Martin Truex Jr. Blaney's able to clear him. Here comes Logano. He's going to look high.
Logano's going to get to the outside of this 19 car. That's going to slow the 19 down just a little bit. He can't commit to full throttle when someone's on the outside.
Christopher Bell, look at that. He restarted 19th and already fighting with Jones.
Watch the run he gets here.
11th.
Watch the run, Rick. See the momentum. And not only, you know, you're allowed to go deeper into the corner running the high side. The guy on the bottom has to slow way down, use a lot of brake. But right here, you get to the throttle and just power right by, guys. It's so much fun when your car's working up there. This 20 car is awesome right now.
So you're saying it's a good thing that I've got him in my fantasy lineup?
Yeah, you and me both, buddy.
Hey, the problem is everybody's going to learn it. And when it is grip up there, it's tons of speed. There's no question. A lot of drivers are trying to run high. I don't think you can do it like Truex is trying to do it right here, though. You got to jump way up the racetrack.
He's 11th right now, and the 20 car currently the 2nd fastest lap on the racetrack. And everybody that's running the high side is behind him. They are watching this 20 car, and they're all going up there. Every car that ran the fastest lap the last time by is in the back half of the field running the top of the racetrack.
And Junior, every spotter is talking about Christopher Bell, Ricky Stenhouse. You saw Kyle Busch move up the racetrack, so they're all talking about what the 20 is doing. But Junior, wouldn't it also be a benefit on your tires, right? You're not cutting down to the bottom of the racetrack, taking a tighter radius, kind of letting the car float, go where it wants to go. If the high line worked, seems like it would also help out those Goodyears also.
Yeah, I think it does actually save the tire a little bit. Initially, when you go up there, we've talked about this, Steve. Initially, when you're the first car up there, you're the one putting the rubber down. So you are going to wear the first set of tires out. But later in the race, once you do get that groove rubbered in a little bit, it actually does preserve the tires, the brakes, everything about the car. It's easier on the car to go run up there.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's this first set I'd be worried about. That fresh, clean asphalt is the reason it has grip, Rick, but it's a little hard on the tires for this first run.
Ross Chastain has a 2.5 lead right now over. Killing me. NASCAR on USA is brought to you by Toyota. Let's go places. And by Credit One Bank, a credit card company. Great shots once again being brought to us by Geico from high above this 3/4 mile racetrack. Ross Chastain has a pretty good gap now between himself and Hamlin, who is 2.4 seconds back. Denny Hamlin has taken over the second spot from Kyle Larson. Then it's William Byron, Brad Keselowski all in the top 5. Blaney, Logano, Bowman, Truex Jr., and Custer the top 10.
All these guys running the bottom of the racetrack here in the top 4 or 5. That one car, man, he is quick. Back in the pack, though, still some guys using that high line. See the momentum the 18 car is able to create. Kyle Busch moves up on Christopher Buescher.
And a nice job by the 18. You know, he was one of those drivers that went out early in qualifying. The draw definitely hurt him. Had to start way in the back. I had concern he'd be stuck there. Now, he hasn't done anything too miraculous, but what he has done is kept his race alive, driving up inside the top 20. He doesn't need magic this first run. Just kind of stay ahead of some competitors and make sure he has a chance to stay on the lead lap, as, you know, the one of Chastain in that clean air is definitely closing to the back of the field, Parker.
Right, Steve, that's exactly what Ben Bayshore, crew chief, said. Hey, the first stage of this race is about us staying on the lead lap, and thankfully we have Kyle Busch behind the wheel. And remember, Kyle, after that qualifying lap where he knew it might not be the best one, told us right there on the show there that basically, I'm just going to go past all the cars. He had that confidence in this race car, and you're showing it right now, because he's gone from back starting around 29 all the way up into what's now 18th place.
Struggling there to get by the 17. He's going to slide up in front of him here and take his line away. And we've seen, we were talking before we went to break about how great the top was. Well, everybody's starting to migrate down back to the bottom of the racetrack, whether they've worn out their tires running that high line. But a lot of guys are moving away from this high line that the 18 car is still running here, is because it's sort of evened out a little bit. It's not really creating as much pace for these guys that we saw just a few laps ago.
Yeah, it's awfully early to go up there. It just seems like it's always better to go there later in the race, later in runs. I wonder if they actually damaged some tires going up there so early and running so hard.
Want to grab a few updates from pit road. Dave.
And Rick, race fans remember yesterday when the Xfinity onboard that we had with Kyle Larson showed what a great qualifying save he made for the pole. I asked his crew chief, Cliff Daniels, what about that pole run? Is that indicative of what we're going to see here today? He said, I do not know. We practiced horribly. We adjusted the car to what we thought would be a pole running car, and he got it. But unfortunately, I don't know what we'll have for the race today. One thing I can tell you is we're not going to charge to the front at the beginning. We know Ross Chastain is going to do that, so don't worry if we drop a couple positions early on. Marty?
Dave, it's interesting as the line has started to change here. Martin Truex Jr. has picked up the pace, but the handling not quite where he wants it on the 19. Listen on the radio.
Not sure what to add for him. Just all over the place. Really, really tight center earlier. Now the entry slide is starting to take over a little with helping the center. It's just real snappy.
The Toyota onboard will have the views all day long for Martin Truex Jr. And he said earlier this week, if we need to pull out a win, I want to go to a place where I have a lot of confidence. Richmond is that for me. I asked James Small, does that put too much pressure on the team, Parker? He said, no, we're going to do it today.
Well, Marty, for his teammate Christopher Bell, who's a couple positions behind him, we saw him using that high line early up next to the wall and gaining so many positions. And what's funny about that was talking to his crew chief, Adam Stevens. I asked him, what makes Christopher so good here? Remember, he's won 3 times the Xfinity Series, run up front here in the Cup Series. He said it's actually not his use of different lanes, it's the micro adjustments to his lane he makes when it's on the bottom and you're having to wrap that yellow line. He just finds a way to change his line ever so slightly, get a better run off the corner, protect those rear tires, and make it last over the long run. So when he saw him all the way up top, I thought that was pretty interesting. That's not a micro adjustment, that was a major adjustment, but now back in the bottom, using some of those micro adjustments to hopefully get in the top 10.
Yeah, he was running that high line, making a lot of time up there, but now he is back to the bottom of the racetrack. He's also a lot slower than all the cars around him. He's actually backing up to the cars that he actually was passing before running that higher line. So maybe went up there and abused the tires a little bit. That's starting to show, as he doesn't have the grip here to be able to carry the pace.
And it's with 27 to go in this stage. It's a handful.
A good year's gone on both our right sides.
Talking about maybe a rubbing with against somebody, but it is really difficult to drive the race cars. You know, how much grip has come out of this race car so far? 2 seconds. They slowed down 2 seconds from their fastest lap.
I'm looking at the right rear quarter panel. It looks like there's a little bit of contact maybe with the wall. I don't know when that might have happened. And if that has slowed this car down some way, you see the little bit of scratch right on the 12 o'clock mark of the rear quarter panel.
What about shifting? Will we see that early in a run or now later as the tires are wearing down?
So I actually think the ability to shift exists every lap at the current ratio, but in a short run or a sprint to the finish, you might use 4th gear. We saw it in qualifying, but as we talk about the tires wearing, that 4th gear is going to put more power through the rear tires and damage them more. So I would imagine you're going to stay in 5th gear just to try to save some tire life throughout the course of the run.
Yeah, 4th gear, you know, if you can downshift a little bit, it'll make the car drive a little better through the middle. But when you go to the throttle, then it tries to spin the rear tires a little bit more.
Watching the telemetry there on the bottom left of the screen, Truex just can't get full throttle till right before the flag stand. And running middle of the racetrack, which we see guys do a lot on, well, there's Carlin's outside, that's why he's running the middle of the racetrack, but we see a lot of guys run the middle of the front straightaway. There's no real data that suggests that it's better on the tires, but some of these drivers will tell you that since it's the least run groove over the years here at this racetrack, that they believe they save a little bit of tire life and drive in the cars running a little bit lower on the front straightaway.
These teams even also, Rick, will have, there's infrared cameras, and they can see like which area of the racetrack is the warmest. In the corner, you may move up or down, and I wonder, to Dale's point, if that isn't something, you know, we think straightaway, Dale, right? Grip is normally an issue when you're going dead straight, but this front stretch at Richmond, first of all, isn't straight, and grip is absolutely an issue on this front stretch.
Dave.
You saw Cole Custer take over the 9th position from Martin Truex in that blue Mustang. To Jeff Burton's point, Cole has started using the shifting just to make the handling better. He said, I have to shift to make it turn. He's used that to good effect here, getting the spot for the 41. Rick?
Cole Custer trying to make the move up front. He's running 9th, all chasing Chastain. The NASCAR Cup Series racing from Richmond. The Federated Auto Parts 400. Just 16 to go from Richmond. NASCAR Cup Series racing presented by Toyota. NASCAR Drive, that's your live race day companion. You get access to high-definition in-car cameras, current position trackers, as well as pit stop data. Visit NASCAR.com/drive. You can download the NASCAR mobile app today. Focusing in on the 18 of Kyle Busch. Yes, there are some stripes on the right side. They're Richmond stripes. He got into the turn 3 wall right here.
Yeah, just keep talking about drivers trying to run the higher groove, entered really high, and you know these tires are getting older, and the car is not responding the way as you want it to. It just got up in the wall a little bit. Steve, I don't know that there's any damage there that's going to hurt him.
No, I agree. These next-gen cars have been proven to be very, very tough. You know, we have seen like the toe link break or bend, but that was a relatively light contact versus
4-wheel drift everywhere. No grip.
No grip everywhere. That's what all the drivers are saying, but you're looking at your car relative to the guys you're catching, just no grip. That's hard to adjust on. Maybe take a little air pressure out all the way around, or
It just never comes back.
there you go. And just continues to get feedback with 13 laps to go in this stage.
Kyle Busch running 17th right now on a career slide as far as top 10 finishes. He's gone 8 races and not had a top 10 finish. That's the longest in his career. Parker.
Well, guys, we look at Joe Logano, who's running in 7th right now. About 8 laps ago was lap 50 of this stage, and that's about where you'd be on tires in the next stage if you want to do what could possibly be a 2-stopper. So as the teams look ahead to that, take a listen to Paul Wolf on his radio.
50 laps. Think about the rest of the race. If guys do stop it, that'll be the end of your run. It'll be a 50-lap run.
And that is the key. Get the driver thinking about 50-lap runs if you start doing those 2-stoppers in those next stages, Marty.
Parker, I like that, planting the seed here in stage 1. So, Steve, we started talking about how valuable fresh Goodyear tires are in the pre-race show, right? We saw that in the spring race as well, with Denny Hamlin 2 stopping the end there. Kyle Busch still rim riding as well. So why not split up stage 1 as well and try and get fresh tires on and maybe make some progress?
Well, Marty, if it was the full 70 laps, maybe you could pull it off, pitting in the middle. Remember, we had that caution that kind of burned up the first 10 laps. But the other big thing is, and we talked about it with Tyler Reddick in his spin, the limited numbers of Goodyear tire sets. 9 for the entire race. So if you use the set here, you think you know how the race is going to go. But, Rick, we get a bunch of yellows in that final stage. You want fresh tires to bolt on every time. So, it's kind of, you got to be careful you don't get so concerned about where you're running in the first stage that you take yourself out of the race in the final stage.
Good vantage point here thanks to Hunt Brothers Pizza, riding along with Kevin Harvick, looking back at that 18 of Kyle Busch and the different lines that those 2 cars are running.
You'll never really see Harvick go to the top of the racetrack. I mean, he will search around, but it takes a lot for him to move around. I'm always surprised by his commitment to run a specific groove and make it work. 20 car right here, Christopher Bell continues to struggle, dropping back, losing positions.
Yeah, Eric Almirola, on the other hand, he qualified 32nd. One of those cars that went out early in qualifying. We watched him in practice, had a really fast car. He's driven all the way up to 14th. He's got good speed today. No surprise after watching yesterday.
And that Christopher Bell thing, Dale, I think you called it, right? That over time, the top maybe takes it a little easier on the tires. But early, the 20 was one of the first cars up there, kind of blazing a path and definitely using up those Goodyear tires on that fresher pavement that haven't seen laps yet this weekend. And I think he's paying the price now.
He falls back just a bit, currently running in the 13th spot. Logano was trying a similar strategy. He ran up high and currently is holding on to a 7th place finish right now, or in 7th position, as Almirola is able to work by the 20 of Bell. Chastain with a 1.1 second lead now, as there are under 6 laps remaining in stage 1. And that gap continues to close. And remember who's racing for the top spot right now. Chastain and Hamlin. They have had history all season long.
Watching Chase trying to work around the inside of his 14 car, Chase Briscoe. Chase Elliott on the inside and number 9. Patient on the throttle. Briscoe's going to race him here on the outside. That right there makes it so difficult for the inside car to really throttle up, and you can see how that outside car kind of holds you at bay until you do something like that, go way up the racetrack and allow the 9 car to clear. But so frustrating when you get on the inside of a guy here at this track and he runs real tight on your doors. You see contact with Corey LaJoie and the 12 car Blaney as Blaney's battling his teammate. 6th position. Logano trying to take that spot around the outside here, trying to do exactly what he needs to do to keep the 12 car from being able to open up the throttle and get on down the straightaway. Blaney's going to clear him right here, I believe. 22 fighting back. Can he get there? They're both sitting there about half throttle. Can't really try to mash the throttle a little bit more and the wheels start spinning.
Chastain now 2 laps to go, and that will close pit road. And Denny Hamlin has closed the gap as well. Now just 3 car lengths separate the top 2.
Yeah, Todd Gilliland right in front of Chastain. He's working hard to stay on the lead lap.
Well, and Hamlin wants to win this stage for that all-important playoff point.
both of these drivers do, but that's the incentive for the 11 to really push here.
One more time around in stage 1. Will Chastain have an issue trying to get around Gilliland, and will Hamlin be able to close the gap down the backstretch for the final time in this stage? Still 2 car lengths separating these two. Hamlin stays a little bit higher, but out of turn 4, Ross Chastain is going to win. That's his 5th stage win this season. Hamlin, Larson, Keselowski with a 4th place finish in that stage. William Byron, Blaney, Logano, Alex Bowman, Cole Custer, and Martin Truex Jr. all grabbing a few stage points there at the end of stage 1. Martin Truex Jr., Ryan Blaney fighting for every point on the racetrack. A little rough riding for the 18 of Kyle Busch, but another win for Chastain. NASCAR on USA is brought to you by Toyota. Let's go places. And right now we'll go down to Marty.
Ryan Blaney coming on pit road with 6 points in the bank after finishing 5th in that stage, 6th in that stage, I should say. He said, I'm not sure what to tell you to do. All I know is I need just more overall grip. A little bit tight, a little bit loose off the corner as well. Blaney, nice finish in the stage. They got to make the car better, though, Parker.
And Marty, at the top right of your screen, Brad Keselowski pits from the 4th place position, just a little tight to the center, but overall very happy that car. Oh, has a little trouble getting around Christopher Bell.
Denny Hamlin was tight in the center, had to put a lot of wheel to it, and that made it loose off. As for Ross Chastain, he said a little free and off, but nothing crazy. Ross Chastain, the winner of stage 1.
And a madhouse coming off of pit road. Chastain, winner of stage 1. Just a couple weeks away, the NFL season kicks off Thursday, September 8th on NBC and Peacock, with the Bills visiting the Super Bowl champion Rams. Then on Sunday Night Football, Tom Brady and the Buccaneers take on the Cowboys. Want to check in with the NBC Toyota on-track car and Parker.
Right, Rick. So down here at the front of the NBC Toyota car, you see this splitter here. You remember the old car, those splitters that were sort of straight? This one is stepped, and you wanted the car to be right on the racetrack, maybe just a little bit above to create the ultimate downforce. Now, in this new next-gen car, you might see these cars, their attitude pointed up like a motorboat, right? The front end up in the air. Why are they doing that? They want to get all that air sucked under the race car and sent back to this rear diffuser, which creates the majority of the downforce on these next-gen cars underneath this race car. That's why you're seeing that attitude change from what we've seen in the past.
Yeah, the way this car makes aerodynamics just totally different from past cars. The teams are kind of figuring out what the sensitivity is, where you want it for the most grip, how do you change it from tight to loose, more front down force or more rear. That diffuser is definitely, so that's not new to racing, right? It was kind of just new to stock cars. When you watch most worldwide racing, especially in the road courses, diffusers are very, very popular on any smooth underbody car.
The front of the car, very different from a year ago. It used to be seal the front end down as low as you could get it. Now you want to get more air underneath that car.
Yeah, it's just basically just do the exact opposite you've ever done. I mean, no wonder your brain cramps a little bit.
Looking back from Larson's Xfinity onboard camera. And Larson will be starting up there on the front row. Ross Chastain once again will restart on the inside. Kyle Larson will start on his outside as we get a good vantage point from the spoiler here of Austin Dillon's Coca-Cola can.
These cars just getting caught up. That's why he's going so fast, kind of just catching up to the back of the field.
Ready for the restart. Field approaching the Geico restart zone. Again, Chastain on the inside, Larson on the outside, back to green. And a little wiggle there as Hamlin all over the back bumper. Chastain contact. Up the racetrack he goes. He caught the 5 just a bit. Hamlin putting a lot of pressure on the 1 of Chastain on that restart. 3 wide behind him. Cole Custer in the 41 on the outside. Chase Elliott in that Napa number 9 in the middle. Saw Brad Keselowski in the 6 make the pass.
Right up front, though, battle for the lead. The 22 Logano to the outside of the 1. Down the front straightaway, he draws alongside, entering turn 1.
We've seen that outside line work most of the first stage, and now Logano pulls up even with Ross Chastain. Down the backstretch they go.
Seems like early in the run, you can jump to that higher line and make some time.
Logano completes the pass. He's out front here at Richmond.
And how many times have we seen this? The Penske cars show up to Richmond with short run speed. I mean, this has been even before the next gen car, this has been a thing that Penske just always seems to have when we come to Richmond. They can fire off right away on new tires and be quicker than everybody else.
Chastain led 79 laps to start this race. Justin Haley was out front for 1. Now it's Logano. Here comes the 11 of Denny Hamlin. Looking inside his teammate, Martin Truex Jr. He'll take that spot away.
Right in front of them, the 5's to the outside of the 1 car for second place. Top of your screen right now. Larson around the outside. Chastain just not going anywhere since they came to pit road.
I wonder if the change was made in the setup of that car. Starts to fall back just a little, Dave.
It's interesting, Rick. Right before the restart, Ross was told by his crew they're not making a lot of time up there on the high line. So I don't see it so much for lap time, except for letting people by. So it may have been to Junior's point at the start of the run. That may be a tool that the others are using, but Chastain was pretty much told it's not a long-term solution.
I agree with that. I just think these guys are faster at the bottom, middle, wherever than this 1 car right now. They run him down, and the only way to go around him is where he's not. Move to the top of the racetrack, but they won struggling a little bit.
William Byron with a little momentum now with the flames down the side of that 24. They've been able to get right. Oh, and we got a little bit of smoke out of Cole Custer's number 41.
Yeah, you mentioned the shifting. I don't know if that was a shift gone bad or what it was. That looked like smoke right out the tailpipes, but he continues.
Truex loses the spot to the 12 of Blaney.
And you know that's the guy you're racing for, trying to make these playoffs. They've been together the entire race. Blaney got more points in that first stage. Blaney got 5 points. Truex got 1 point, so advantage Blaney so far.
1 continues to drop back here. Denny Hamlin's going to go around the outside. He's going to try 2 on this corner exit. Should have the throttle and acceleration to make that pass happen.
It almost looks like the 1 car is tight. Like it just right there. It just won't rotate the way he wants it to, so he's got more wheel to it than he needs. And then that hurts the rear tires. You turn the front tires, trying to get it to rotate. You go to the throttle, now you got the front tires turned, and now the rear tires don't hook up.
Hamlin in front of Chastain up to 3rd. And now we're seeing more of a traditional run here at Richmond where they're trying to get those left side tires right on the yellow paint on the apron. Dave.
So Cole Custer radioed his team, I have lost all power steering. And that's not a good thing, especially when the answer back was, well, do with it what you can for now. Meanwhile, up front, Ross Chastain radioed his team from the 1 car. He said, I think I've got something going on with the right rear of the 1, which has led most of this race, Rick.
That's concerns for 2 guys.
Yeah.
First is Chastain, but if we go back to the 41, I thought we saw a single puff of smoke, but the more we look at this car, there you go. That smoke isn't coming out of the tailpipes. That smoke's coming out basically the tail of the car. I even think if you look at the wording, it's almost maybe, I guess it's not changing colors too much. Maybe the forward little license plate area is changing colors. So if he's reporting power steering issues, I'm guessing that's power steering fluid that we see smoking on this car right here.
Could it be getting on that right side header or something? Because it looks like predominantly it's coming out the right side.
Well, so we talk about the smooth car. There you go. That's like, I was thinking that was out the pipes, but I think actually what's happening is on those rockers, there's also a couple vents. And I think, to your point, the smoke is kind of under the hood and it vents out in that area. Now, the problem is, with no power steering or losing power steering, it'll be interesting. You know, the old car with the steering box, there's all those half tall tales and half truths about these guys that muscle their way to the finish without power steering. But the way these cars are now with the rack and pinion and the front end setups, I just don't think running all day drivers without power steering is really even an option for these drivers anymore. The hardest part is going to actually be getting on and off pit road. Turning these things in and out of the pit boxes is a real struggle when you have all the tools.
And the other thing, Steve, is, you know, we keep talking about how slow these cars get on older tires. Well, it's very difficult without power steering in today's world to correct the car. When you get loose, to turn the car right. When you get tight, to put enough wheel in it to the left. It just gets really, really difficult. I don't know not only about finishing the race, but then the performance of the car will probably decrease.
Oh, for sure. I agree. Finish is going to be your first goal. The speed is going to be an issue. You just wonder if it's a loose line. Is that why it's smoking and leaking, or is it something terminal that they'll have to go behind the wall to repair?
Blaney now trying to take fourth away from Chastain, using that inside line as Chastain's dropping another spot now.
So you mentioned a pass right here between Blaney and Chastain. Well, this was some pretty interesting action right here. This is just a few laps after the restart. 18 of Kyle Busch down in the corner, 45. Remember, that's Ty Gibbs. Kind of searched for the bottom. The 18 was clearly there in my mind. The 45, I don't know if he thought he was going to get a break or thought he could get the 18 to check up. So then the 45, he goes back down in the corner, and he, you know, hey, I might only be 19, but I'm gonna give you a little shot here. So, hey, man, I felt like I was there. I'm not sure if I'm totally on board with how Ty Gibbs saw that, but I will say the 19-year-old definitely not taking any slack from a 60-time winner in Kyle Busch.
I had Ty Gibbs on the Dale Jr. download this past week, and he said that Kyle Busch had given him some tips about, you know, man, not flipping people off, doing things like that. So I wonder if we'll see any of that going on between the two.
Wait, he got that from Kyle Busch?
Yeah, Kyle Busch, believe it or not, told Ty Gibbs that it was bad manners.
So later today, is he going to say, hey, man, I didn't flip you off. I just hit you with my bumper.
And the best part was when you corrected him and said, wait a second, did you just say he didn't want you to do that? Yeah, that's right. Logano out front here at Richmond. Make sure to download the official app of NASCAR. You can follow the action with free live scoring, in-car cameras, as well as radio broadcast. Search NASCAR in your app store to download and start a free trial. You're watching NASCAR Cup Series Racing, presented by Toyota. Into the second stage, and 127 laps to go. Steve, this is where that strategy comes into play, isn't it?
Yeah, basically, when we took the green flag in the second stage, you had to run 152 laps to get to the end of this stage. So it's real simple. You basically run 75, pit once and put tires on, or you run 50, put a set of tires on, 50 more and put a set of tires on. The math says using 2 sets of tires is faster. The risk is very simple. If you pit an extra time, you will have 10, 15, or 20 laps, depending on where you're running, a lap down. So that's the risk, right? While you're a lap down, if the caution comes out, it's going to take what is a good strategy. I'm half distracted watching these two on the screen right here because I'm wondering if they're going to continue to hit each other, if they're done for the day. But the risk of that two-stop strategy, Marty, is really if the yellow comes out.
Yes, Steve, and that was the talk of the garage area this morning. And I think talking to crew chiefs this morning, too, there will be more teams willing to do that two-stop strategy and maybe not risk it on one stop. But the interesting point is that Martin Truex Jr., James Small, they were the first on pit road both in stage 2 and in stage 3, and they ran it for 55 laps. You see, completing lap 37 here in stage 2. But, Steve, do you think teams might jump a little bit earlier than 55 laps into the stage today, knowing what everybody else did in the spring?
Yeah, I don't expect them to run that long, probably 48 or 50. The big question mark for me is this battle between Truex and Blaney. Do they chase each other on a strategy, or do the crew chiefs say, no, we're going to divide? I'm going to hope I beat you with a timely yellow. You know, those are the points. Like, it's one thing to say, hey, what's best for your car, but also what are you trying to accomplish today?
This battle right here at the bottom of the screen is awesome.
It is good, isn't it?
I have to imagine that Kyle's like, what is going on? He ran down the 45 using the top, but right before he passed him, Ty Gibbs jumps to the top. Now Kyle's on the bottom trying to make the pass, just cannot get it done.
And normally this would be a brother battle, the 45, Kurt Busch behind the wheels normally, but after his issues,
the temperature is rising in that 18 car, Rick.
It is rising. The 47 right behind him, I bet he's even smiling watching this. I think he's laughing, kind of like, man, this is fun to watch, these two right here side by side.
So much has been said about Kyle Busch and hasn't re-signed yet with Joe Gibbs Racing. And of course the promise that Ty Gibbs has shown not only in the Xfinity Series but the few Cup Series races that he's been able to run, and now he clears the 18. And yes, I'm sure the 18 is frustrated.
You all see the tire tracks off the 18
yeah,
on 4?
That's what Kyle's frustrated about. Not only is it slowing him down, it's really hurting his tires having to run that low and pinch the car off. You said it, left tire marks. Now he's gone back to the top.
Let's see if he can
get another run.
Yeah, try to put a run together to be able to get back by the 45.
And here comes Almirola again. This guy is going to be a factor before this race is over. He has marched from the back of the field. People talk about not being able to pass, hard to pass. Eric Almirola's been able to do it.
And a win by Almirola would put him 16th on the playoff standings, right? So, and then, Rick, we're going to have all kinds of math to figure out this week to see what's going to happen at Watkins Glen.
And this is the kind of track that Almirola is really good on. Remember New Hampshire last year? He came out of nowhere and just dominated the last portion of that race to win it.
Fourth, the best finish for Almirola here at Richmond.
It's funny how, you know, Eric, just Richmond and New Hampshire just always seem to be a little better than whatever their year is. Whatever their year is, those two tracks seem to kind of rise above.
Right now, again, Almirola has moved up into the 8th spot. They'll be chasing after Elliott. Truex Jr. in front of them. Ross Chastain has fallen back to that 5th spot. Maybe has plateaued here as Truex Jr. If you look on board with the Toyota on-car camera. And looking ahead to the one of Ross Chastain. And now, once again, it's heating up. Here comes the 18, trying to get back by Ty Gibbs.
It's a great little battle here. Kyle's worked real hard to get back to this position. Now on the outside, should take the spot from Ty Gibbs pretty easily with that outside groove. The momentum he'll have down the front straightaway.
I love the boss man, right? When Jumpman's on the hood and Jumpman's in the building, you want to have a good run, and Ty Gibbs is a young driver. He's giving this 45 a great job. I love that Michael Jordan. It's one thing to say Michael Jordan owns a team, but it's his continued appearance at the racetrack, his involvement. You hear all the time about him talking to his drivers. He was in Nashville. We see him again here. It's you know, his love for racing. Denny Hamlin reports it, right, that he's loved racing well before he owned a team, and now as a team owner, he's super involved. I love it.
Yeah, and clearly, you know, obviously Ty Gibbs doing a nice job sitting here running 17th, but you know, can't help but think about all the work that Kurt Busch has done to get this car where it is. New team, Kurt Busch coming in, a veteran, has done such a good job. Without Kurt Busch's presence with his team, this car doesn't run this fast.
And again, Kurt Busch out with concussion-like symptoms. Ty Gibbs subbing for him.
Just under 280 laps to go here at Richmond, and I'm sure we're going to have a lot to talk about over the next 280 laps on Wednesday. I'm going to call in to my man Pete and the Bagman on SiriusXM NASCAR Radio Channel 90. Call in at 9 o'clock on Wednesday. We're going to chat, I'm sure, a little Richmond, look ahead to the Glen. The Bagman's going to join us radio style at the Glen.
You guys will talk about radio style at the Glen. That's our next race coming up next weekend. But look forward to listening to you on NBC Sports on SiriusXM on Wednesday. Looking ahead, we're riding along with Kevin Harvick and that Hunt Brothers Pizza onboard camera. And just a couple cars, actually one right now on pit road, is a good battle for second is brewing here. Hamlin was trying to get by Larson.
Yeah, and the window's open. We see these guys are 3 wide, but there you go. You see to the right side as we pass, we had the 20 on pit road, now the 22 on pit road. This is going to look almost like a caution. We're going to have so many guys pitting, Parker.
Right, Steven leading them down as on the lead. There is Joe Logano on the 22 car, just obtained to his crew chief Paul Wolf that he's just lacking the right rear grip and beating it up too much on the throttle. So it'll be 4 tires for him as he stops on Colt, Marty.
Truex Jr. said the car fired off better that run, but still way too free on exit for him. You see that big wedge adjustment. They actually called him to pit road the lap before, but he couldn't make it to pit road. It was too late of a call, Dave.
Ross Chastain, 4 Goodyear tires, Sunoco fuel, tight in the center of that run, loose in and off. Not the car it was to begin the day.
cars continuing to come to pit road. Yeah, Marty.
Yeah, sorry, Rick. You see Kyle Larson on pit road as well. He was told to make the tires last there, get a read on how good the degradation can be on this car. So really no adjustments this time. Remember, Kyle was running in the top 3, Marty.
An impressive run for Ryan Blaney, who lost a couple of spots on that initial start here in stage 2, but then gained them back with the speed in the race car. So the car is still just a little bit too tight in the center, a little bit free off. We'll see how this head-to-head matchup goes between he and Martin Truex Jr., who pitted a lap ago, Parker.
And Marty, this is crazy, and everyone seems to come down right here to want to be potentially on this 2-stop strategy. You see Chase Briscoe there just too tight to the center. The adjustment in the right rear and 4 times for him is almost everyone is hitting pit road here.
Onto the pit road now, the 24, which was going backwards. William Byron saying from the initial restart there, this car is just too tight in the center of the corner. The fire off terrible, big changes here.
All right,
it was going to look like a yellow. It came pretty quick. Now the 41's going to come to pit road. That really leaves the 47 of Stenhouse. He's the leader of the race, and he's the only guy that really hasn't pit. Him and Gregson, as now we see Cole Custer pitting. Dave?
And now Cole Custer brings the 41 down. He really only lost about 5 positions, was running in the top 10 when he reported a power steering issue. So we'll see if there's anything the crew can do for him now as he'll hit his pit box here around the corner. The crew at first will go to change the tires, fill it full of Sunoco fuel. But I don't know at this point, Steve, if you can even reach in and work on this for this driver.
Yeah, no, that's one of the issues. So if you open that hood right there, you're going to see air box, carbon fiber, a whole lot of stuff covering the steering. So it's not as easy to just kind of jumping in there and working on the power steering as we see Truex and Blaney continue to battle. Basically, everyone on the lead lap has pitted with the exception of the 47 of Ricky Stenhouse and the 16 of Noah Gregson. They're going to run long. If they haven't pitted now, that tells me they're going to run probably, I would say, another 20 laps and then pit only once. But it is going to be a long, slippery 20 laps for the 47 of Stenhouse.
And Steve, is that the nerve-wracking time for drivers like Bubba Wallace and Cindric and Gibbs and Byron and Custer, guys who are trapped a lap down right now?
Yeah, so right now the crew chief needs to let the drivers who are a lap down know who has them a lap down. My point is, hey, we are a lap down to the 47, so that's your target. Use these new tires hard enough to unlap yourself, Dave, and then get in front of him and then conserve.
Well, you've got that set of tires maybe saved as well, but what was funny to me wasn't Brian Patty the first one here, the crew chief for Ricky Stenhouse, to go the other way, to do the strategy where you stop twice in the stage? So it seems like Patty has always been all over the strategy here and is now trying the opposite of what everyone's doing.
You're absolutely right, Dave. Brian Patty is basically going to swim upstream. Whichever way everyone's going, he's going the opposite. And when we talk strategy, if everyone's doing it, it's not an advantage, right? If you're looking for an advantage, you have to do something different. That's what the 47 is. You see Logano right behind him on brand new tires. You're going to see how much tires are worth. It will be a non-issue for the 22. He'll drive right by. But remember, this is for the race lead.
Yeah.
I mean, Stenhouse Jr., he'll run another 15 or so laps, 20 laps. He might lose a half a lap to Logano, but then when he pits and comes out, oh, he's going to have those brand new shoes on that 47, and it will be able to run really fast laps.
Yeah, all the cars that are, on the racetrack with newer tires, about a second faster than the 47 of Stenhouse as Logano goes into the lead. Larson just a few seconds behind this 47 in third.
And Junior, I like this call for the 47 because I think he is the most successful at running the top, which kind of allows him not to really have an issue letting guys go. He just runs his own lane, runs his own lap time. He's not getting bogged down with fresh tires running the bottom. He's not even trying to be there.
Yeah, he's able to continuously run that same lap time, lap after lap. If you're running the bottom, moving over for guys, you're giving up, not only that 1 second to the tires, but you're also giving up 3/10 here, half a second here. All that adds up over the course of a run. So, yeah, if you're going to have your guy out there, you want somebody that can run that high line for sure.
Race leader Logano using the 2-stop in the middle of stage 2 strategy, and he's out front. Stenhouse Jr. on a different. NASCAR on USA is brought to you by Ford. Built Ford proud. And by Applebee's. Help us crush childhood cancer. It's NASCAR Cup Series racing from Richmond, the Federated Auto Parts 400. Joey Logano out in front. He stopped on lap 124. Now Larson has moved up to second. Hamlin is third, and Stenhouse Jr., who stopped on lap 73 at the stage break, is back in fourth. Blaney behind him in fifth. Let's go through the field, and we'll start with Parker on this 22.
Right, Rick, and that is your leader, Joey Logano, who I had a fun conversation with yesterday about this racetrack. He turned to me halfway through and said, I love this place and all of its challenges, of course. I asked him how those challenges stack up in this next-gen car, and he said one of the interesting things compared to the old car is you can just simply be more aggressive from the start of the run. He said it doesn't really pay off if you take it easy early on, is what I've noticed. So I plan to use that aggression to my advantage, and we've seen that on each and every restart, Dave.
4 seconds behind in second place is Kyle Larson, which is really good news because Cliff Daniels didn't know if they'd have a winning race car today. It's still not there yet. What they're working on right here, 1 and 2 have not been as good as turns 3 and 4. Behind him in third place, Denny Hamlin, the owner of 2311 Racing. What's been on his plate this week? Well, just the re-signing of his young driver, Bubba Wallace, and the continued health recovery of his veteran driver, Kurt Busch. How can he do this? Go out and try to win at Richmond? His crew chief, Chris Gabehart, told me that's because we've got this. Denny knows when he comes here, he steps in, we can get into victory lane. That's why that's not an issue, Marty.
Ryan Blaney is on the move, up to 4, trying to get that spot from Ricky Stenhouse. He should eventually be able to pull off that pass and finally get past the 47. Talked to Jonathan Hassler this morning. We kind of debated, would they match strategy with the 19? Hassler told me, listen, if we feel like we can beat the 19 on speed, we'll match what he does. If not, we might pull something out of the bag. But so far, Hassler and Blaney pretty quick up in fourth, Dave.
Marty, Steve talked about how you can't match strategies and try to better your position. Well, this morning, Brian Petty, the crew chief for Stenhouse, told me, I don't think we have any more than a 20th place car. So that's another reason why he was willing to make such a gamble here. He'll lose another spot here to Almirola, Marty.
Welcome to the top 5, Eric Almirola, from 30th to 5th. I'm telling you what, we've talked about surprise winners in 2022. Almirola would certainly fit that bill. On a day when everybody talked about Blaney and Truex, it could be Almirola. It reminds me of New Hampshire last year, and I just asked the team, I said, is it right to say this is the best race of the year for the 10 so far? No question. Up in the top 5, might have a shot to win this race. Kevin Harvick off for the win at Michigan, sitting in the 6th position right now. Finished second here in the spring. Rodney Childers told me when we looked at Michigan and Richmond, we honestly thought our best shot to win was Richmond, showing that speed today, trying to get that 6th spot from Stenhouse, Dave.
Ross Chastain has showed he's got a shot to win most everywhere. Looked like it earlier today. Still don't have the car right where they wanted as now Chase Elliott moves in. So far since that restart, not bad, but just not the speed that he had earlier. Parker.
And Dave, the car he's trying to hold off there is the 9 car of Chase Elliott. And for 6 weeks in the summer, this was the hottest team in the NASCAR Cup Series until Indy. When they were fast, they were in the top 5, got spun out late. Then they went to Michigan. They struggled for speed for the first time all summer. And then they qualified 23rd yesterday, and Chase Elliott said, we have got to get better. I talked to Alan Gustin about that, and he said that's a little dramatic. We had a lack of speed at Michigan, but I think today, yesterday's performance in qualifying was simply our qualifying draw, and we've got a better car than that. And right now, running the 7th position, he is showing that. Behind him, a great run for Brad Keselowski and this 6th team at RFK. It's been a struggle this season to find the feel he wants in that race car, but this weekend from the drop out of the hauler, they have had speed in this 6th car. He's been far more comfortable, and I talked to him just before the race, and he said it's all a process of figuring out this car, working with this team for the first time, and then figuring out what I want in the race car, and that seems to all be adding up here in the top 10, Dave.
Teammates in tandem. Here comes another blue Ford. That is Chris Buescher in the 17, and he's going to make his way into the top 10 once he gets around Stenhouse. He told his crew those changes he made to the chassis, very good. Car is improved. Buescher moving toward the front. Parker.
And behind him is Chase Briscoe, that 14 car who at the beginning of the season was so strong, winning at Phoenix, being up front at the Bristol Dirt Race, up front at the Coke 600, but just couldn't close the deal. And then as we got in the summer months, things started to cool off for this 14 team. And talking to them, they said, you know, it's really just been mistakes. We've been making far too many mistakes, and therefore we've got to clean them up as we head in the playoffs, or we won't be much of a contender, Marty.
Boy, Parker, Martin Truex Jr. came into this race having won 3 of the last 6 Richmond races and saying this was their shot to be able to advance into the playoffs with a win. But in stage 2, it's gone the wrong way. Before the last stop, Truex told James Small, I hope you have some magic. And this is what he said on the radio once the run got going.
Hey, loose, they're off now. Still tight in the center. Okay, see it.
So, Steve, what do you do if you're James Small? You got to put it back together here. They all said this is our chance to advance with a win, but right now, Truex sitting in 13th.
Well, we talk about long green flag runs and what that does for strategy. What it also does is when you have it kind of the handling slipping away or the track position, it feels like quicksand, Rick. You just don't have the time to make the changes, and as expected, here comes the 40. Oh, my goodness. So he not only...
Keep going.
Oh, boy. That
He tagged the 19.
He did. A major error by the 47 of Ricky Stenhouse. He drove over the box. Now he's going to try to come back onto pit road this next time. But to your point, Rick, I saw some pretty heavy contact with the 19. Lucky didn't spin the 19 out. Looks like
he might have flattened
got a
that left rear tire.
You're right, Rick. You're right.
So he came out trying to come back out on the racetrack, caught the left rear of the 19, and now the left rear of the 19 going down for Martin Truex Jr.
Trying to see if it's going down or if this is just how low they run. Here comes the 47. You see the damage on the right front, in front of the right front tire, the damage on the nose. Coming at you, Dave.
And Steve, this just makes the day that they were trying to make something out of that much worse. Remember, practice yesterday was only 20 minutes long, but at the end of that practice, all the teams did a hot pit entry just to make sure the drivers were ready for this occasion. Green flag pit stops, assuming that Ricky did one, but that wasn't the way to do it there. They'll be on pit road now and off again. We'll watch Truex.
And now if you're Brian Patty, you're very frustrated because you're not sure if this is the right call or the wrong call. But here's a view. The 47 just gets on the apron hot. Can't make the corner on the flat. Goes back on the racetrack and hits the 19.
Yeah, so Steve, you can see right here, he turns down really low, carrying too much speed, and just can't make the corner. Has to be at the inside of that box. This is a difficult pit entry to make. You cannot see that box until you get around to it. We see a lot of times, Junior, people drive in too hard, miss that box, and Stenhouse just trying to get the car slowed down. And on top of that, Ricky's got a penalty for too fast entering pit road. So everything went wrong. See how tight it is? There's no way you can see this box until you get right upon it. So it's really, really difficult to get in there with the right amount of speed.
So now all of that talk about strategy and math and staying out and doing all that, you can just throw that away, because between the issue and the speeding, it basically ended his chances. Marty.
Obviously no flat left rear for Martin Truex Jr. Here's what he said on the radio a moment ago.
Everything feeling over the car there? Still feels terrible. That's what you mean.
And see, that actually made the team chuckle. You know, when you think you might have a flat tire or a tire going down, for him to say, hey, it's handling terrible, but contact-wise, we are fine. He said that on subsequent radio, but James Small sweating it right now. Truex sitting in 13.
So a couple weeks ago, we heard some really snippy responses between James and Martin, and it kind of took me off guard a little bit. So this week, I spent some time going through more of their radio. That's kind of just the 19's communication. It reminds me a little like Cole Pern. Like, they just have this belief in one another. They poke at each other, and they try to, kind of motivate using that. So what I thought seemed odd in hindsight, with a little more homework, surprisingly, is just the standard, Marty, but it definitely seems odd on the radio.
Yeah, and Steve, I talked to James Small about that this week. He said, hey, that's just the way we communicate. You have to remember, James Small was the engineer when Cole Pern was the crew chief. That's just the way we roll in the 19 team. Don't take any offense by it. We try to motivate each other through that kind of conversation. Joey Logano up front, 67 to go here in stage 2 at Richmond.
We love our new neighborhood.
Yeah, great schools, wonderful neighbors, so helpful.
Maybe too helpful. Well, at least Geico made bundling our home and car insurance easy.
We save so much money.
For bundling made easy, go to geico.com.
This is supersonic Wi-Fi from Xfinity. It's fast. So gaming with your niece has never felt more intense. Hey, what does this button do?
No, don't!
Welcome to the fastest internet on the largest gig speed network.
Are you crying, Uncle Ed?
No! A little.
Only from Xfinity. Unbeatable internet made to do anything, so you can do anything.
Think Dad's searching doggy diet plans for Josie? No, he's switching his choice cashback category to home improvement, so he earns more on a new doggy door. Extra large.
With the Bank of America customized cash rewards card, you just can't stop getting rewarded.
Running the sanctuary absolutely brings me peace. The work is 100% cathartic for me. You know, I find myself getting tied up in it and being busy, and then it's really nice just to sit, breathe in life, and it's beyond zen.
It all builds up to this at Darlington Raceway.
If you're going to kick off the playoffs,
Good stop, guys.
why not do it big?
Green flag is up.
Like Labor Day weekend big.
Get in your car here.
That's how you make a move. Martin Truex Jr. dials the bottom.
Like Southern 500 big.
Got into the wall.
The only thing bigger than the action will be the experience of seeing it live.
Bring it home, bring it home.
And that might just be too tough to tame. Get your tickets now at darlingtonraceway.com.
NASCAR fans, don't let anything pass you by. The official app of NASCAR Tracks lets you stay up to date on the latest race and event information from all your favorite tracks. Search NASCAR Tracks in the App Store to get your download for free. Austin Dillon, we ride along with Austin a little further back in the field, 2 laps down, running 28. And the pace Logano has put down is keeping 19th on back, a lap down. So he has lapped everyone that is not inside the top 18. And now we have more pit stops take place, Steve.
Let's start the cycle again, Rick. This is Chris Buescher. Better drive off that run. We'll see if they can keep that car balanced and stabilized. Give Chris what he needs to outduel this field. It will include Denny Hamlin, who has a brake shake problem. They're not going to fix that right here, but they're going to give him 4 Goodyear tires and Sunoco fuel and send him on his way, Parker.
And Joe Logano will be hitting pit road here as well. The 3-second lead over Kyle Larson. He was just too loose on entry and exit towards the end of that run and was complaining about the dirty air of following other cars. Just couldn't get the car to work. There will be 4 tires for him, Dave.
Not a bad run for Kyle Larson. He'll give up a top 3 spot right now to bring the pole-sitting 5 car to pit road. You see Joey Logano on the bottom of the screen there. He leaves now. Let's see the pit stop for Larson. Will it be smooth? He's got the best pit box, Marty.
Boy, Martin Truex Jr. just saying it's so loose. I'm wrecking. Kind of got sideways into his pit stall there. James Stahl going to need to make a big adjustment here. Truex gets out clean, barely around Ty Gibbs there. Meanwhile, Ryan Blaney, his car was terrific. The run as it went on, a little bit too free for Blaney. Pit Crew had a terrific stop on the last stop. Let's see if the 12 team can deliver once again.
That wave of pit stops happening once again, Parker.
Right, and one of those is Chase Elliott, who felt like he had more life in his right rear tire towards the end of that run, and the others around him, as you see, has 4 tires, and that's a good thing, Dave.
Ross Chastain back on pit road. He'll get 4 and fuel. It turns better in the corner, he said, but now the rear tires are on the track. Air pressure adjustment for that.
It's truly fascinating that in 2 laps the entire field pitted under green. I mean, it just shows you how much information these teams are looking at. But they all have these predictive software programs. They have the you know, in the spring race, I think there was some argument on which way you should go, could go with these strategies, but it's clear here everybody sees the same information, because from up here in the booth it looks like a caution flag pit stop. I mean, right. Pit road is slammed. Let's take another look. Ryan Blaney came to pit road right here. Got a little fuel spill right there. All right, hand up. So if we go back and watch that on the left side, he doesn't believe he was tight before the tire hit the ground. That's the question, right? So we have seen all year long a ton of loose wheels. You have to tighten the wheel in the air for it to get pulled up successfully and get the nut far enough on for the locking mechanism to keep the wheel from coming off. And you see Jonathan Hassler right here giving a hand signal to the tire changer. There was obvious concern from the tire changer, but at this point, I'm not, what's the 12 options? You can either come back in or you can stay and take the risk.
And right now, the 12 has a 43-point advantage over Martin Truex Jr. as they're running, Marty.
So Jonathan Hassler just asked all of his tire changers, Steve, are you sure you got it tight? This is where your trust comes in with your pit crew guys. When you're sitting on the top of the box, Steve, like Jonathan Hassler, right? They think they got them all tight, but Blaney said he thought he might have a loose wheel. They're going to ride it out for now, but obviously that would dramatically change the picture today.
Well, there's two issues, right? If you have a wheel come off, not only would it be a huge penalty for the team, but you also, you could get down on the diffuser, you could destroy your race car, you could back it in the wall if it comes at the wrong time. So let's take a look. We're going to go to our NBC Toyota virtual car here and talk about that locking mechanism that they hope is going to be used correctly to keep this tire on. So you put the gun on, you take it off, and the first issue is you hope that the nut doesn't come out of the socket. We have seen that happen before. That is how some wheels become loose because the jackman drops it, right? This is everything you need, right? You see the drive pins that the wheels have to be locked on correctly. That little red locking mechanism is kind of like a telescoping pole, Rick. When the nut goes over it, it pops up and makes sure the nut doesn't come off. So we're going to spin it forward and we're going to look at this wheel. We're going to position it. This all seemed to go pretty smooth for the 12 car, right? It got hung on there correctly. He didn't have to reposition it, which we're showing right here. It has to happen sometimes. It was really this next step. He's tightening this gun, pulls the trigger, stops. Now right there, that wheel is not tight. That nut is not over that locking mechanism. You tighten it a little bit further, now it's over the locking mechanism. It can't come off. The concern for the tire changer is no matter how long you're on that wheel nut, if the car is sitting on the ground, it will not tighten up. There's just not enough leverage between that gun and that socket to get that wheel nut over that lock with the car on the ground. So it was a big issue, and now we're seeing another big issue, right? Penalty for the 20 of Christopher Bell, crew member over the wall too soon. So another car that's, unforced error is basically what you call it, right? It's a mistake that is unnecessarily made, and it's going to hurt the 20.
The 45's on pit road as well. A little smoke coming out the right front.
Oh, yeah, pit road under the hood on this one.
Ty Gibbs. Another thing that's happened while Logano's
just shut off.
Logano's cycled, the whole field cycled, right? Logano's putting guys a lap down. Byron's one of them. Another guy as well right behind this 22 car trying to keep pace, trying his hardest to keep pace is Martin Truex Jr. in 15th. He's really not been able to close the gap to the 22, but the 22 as well has not been able to drive away.
On the pan here in the front, that's all I can see. I can't see where it's coming from.
Yeah, that's the 45 radio. They see a bunch of oil. They're going to push it behind the wall. Ty Gibbs was having a terrific day. That spirited battle with Kyle Busch, but they're going to be over here for the 45 team. Martin Truex Jr., by the way, on the racetrack. You see it. Steve right now still down a lap. He needs to pass William Byron right there to be the first car one lap down, but man, the handling just gone away on that 19 car.
Well, I think it's actually pretty good right now. He's able to stay with this 22 in lap time. He's passing Byron for position. So this, to me, is maybe the best the 19's looked all day.
Yeah, Martin Truex Jr., the way he got a lap down, he was only 2 seconds ahead of the 22, and the 22 pitted. And then they had a slow pit stop. They were about 2.5, 3 seconds slower on pit road. So that interchange right there you go. There's the difference. Joey Logano on the lead lap, leading the race. Martin Truex Jr., the first car lap down.
And trying to catch him to unlap himself. So it's Logano out front of Larson by 2.5 seconds. You're watching NASCAR Cup Series Racing, presented by Toyota. Under 39 laps to go. Joey Logano out front. It's 39 laps to go in stage 2 here at Richmond.
Right here in front of this 22 car. 42 of Ty Dillon having a great run. Best run of the year for this guy. Running that high line all day long. Ross Chastain as well. The next 2 cars to get lapped. This is important for Truex because I think it's going to be tough for this 22 car to get around these guys because of the different lines they're running. That's going to present an opportunity for Martin to possibly get around this 22.
This has got to be positive, obviously, with Truex not on the lead lap, but he's catching the leader, and they're on the same pit cycle. So same amount of tires, but Martin Truex Jr. running down Joey Logano, trying to get his lap back.
Yeah, they have to feel much better about the race car. Huge adjustments on the pit stop, and the adjustments paying off. As you're pointing out, Dale, this is a real change for this 19 car. Much more competitive than we saw for the first 2 runs of this race.
So I think Joey is going to catch the 1. He'll have probably no trouble maybe lapping Ross, but that 42 in the high line, Ty's got some good pace, and he will be hard to get around and clear on the bottom of the racetrack. So that's going to give this 19 car the only opportunity I think he might have. Right now, the last couple laps, not able to draw up close to the 22 Logano.
He's still the first car a lap down, but it's a major difference with this many cars still on track. Even if he were to get, with caution came out and Truex gets the being the first car a lap down, he has to start at the back end of the field. That's a major difference versus being able to pass him and getting himself back in the lead lap, Marty.
Well, Jeff, you know what that's like behind the wheel, trying to get by the leader and get back on the lead lap. But Steve, I want to talk about what James Small did on that last stop. And here comes Martin Truex Jr. into the stall. That's why he had to kind of dart around there. Look at this wedge adjustment they make, and look at the air pressure, the big air pressure adjustment for this race team. And Martin told him before the stop, you're going to need some magic. You're going to have to help me out. So that was actually this stop before they made the big wedge adjustment, massive air pressure adjustment on that stop. Steve, you got to take chances to get the car better. It may take longer on pit road, but you got to put your driver in the game, and clearly they've done that on the 19.
Well, as we continue to see green flag racing, you just don't get as many opportunities to work on it, so you have to kind of jump in front of it. I mean, you have to have a good enough car for Truex to showcase his talent. Now his concern is right behind him. William Byron has found a little something, and he's kind of closed back down on Truex. You see the back of the 19 kind of washing out there a little bit, like maybe the car is fading a little bit.
Yeah, the sand's running out of the hourglass. His opportunity to get around this 22 is slowly fading away. And while the 22 sort of stalled out here in front of the 19.5 of Larson, running some of the quicker laps on the top 2 cars.
I'm sorry. And then also there's William Byron. Now he's starting to run Truex down to pass him, to make himself the first car lap down. So he's got a ton of pressure on him right now, Truex does. Dave.
And Jeff, remember how William Byron got where the position that he's in. The last run was so bad, lost all that time, all that track position. That's why he didn't remain on the lead lap. This run, better. They've been trying to tell him to stay in rhythm, just hang with it. And Byron's trying to do that. And as you mentioned, coming back on the 19 of Truex.
I do believe this is one of the toughest races mentally for a driver because it's super slippery. You feel like you're going really slow because you think you should be able to go way harder. And there's this chaos of green flag pit stops and who am I racing? And it's just, there's a lot going on for a driver to 3/4 mile. Normally at a short track, you settle in, you get in a rhythm, you're just trying to run great laps. And we heard Denny Hamlin in the pre-race. I loved his answer when they asked him about strategy. He was very clear. My job is to efficiently run the best lap time every lap that this car can run. The rest of it, that's up to the crew chief. I let him tell me when I'm coming, when I'm not coming, let me know what he needs me to do. But unless there's any special instructions, it's as efficient every lap as possible.
And once again, we see the 19 closing in on that 22 of Logano, trying to unlap himself. He seems to be stuck at that 2-car length distance behind Joey Logano.
Yeah, he sort of gets close and then starts to try to offset his car up the racetrack, but just slightly. He needs to maybe look far ahead there. See that 42 car in front of you way up the racetrack making really good time? That is where I would probably try to send that 19 car next time I can get close enough to this 22.
Well, also, every time you see Truex when he tries to run the very bottom, it just doesn't seem to work as well. Seeing a discussion right here about what happened with the car.
Yeah, Ty Gibbs, he's out of the car now. So ending his day, driving the 45 again, substituting for Kurt Busch out of the 45. Once again, 4 races in a row now.
You talk a lot about what's going on with Logano and Truex and all that. There's a couple cars up in front of them that are just trying to salvage their days by saving enough to lap. And they are loving this racing back here, holding the leader up. This is like 26 to go, a little breathing room. Hold that Logano up for a little bit. We need some help.
Well, you know that Ross Chastain is not going to make it easy for Logano to put him a lap down. Logano doesn't like to get passed by anyone, and so he's going to make it extremely difficult for Truex to get by to get his lap back. Parker.
right, Rick? And the team has been on the radio telling Joey that that 19 car behind him is not for position, that he has 1 lap fresher tires, just to say he's not that much better than you, hopefully, at this point as he keeps getting close and to take his mind off that 19 behind him right now, Marty.
Boy, imagine the frustration for Martin Truex Jr., the lead lap right in front of him, if he can get around Joey Logano, but William Byron breathing down his neck to make him not the free pass car. And Jeff, to add to all of that, he has brake shake in the car. He just said a moment ago on the radio, the brake shake is absolutely killing me. So not handling the way he wants. Also the brake shake issue. So walk us through brake shake. What is that inside the car?
Yeah, so essentially what happens is the rotors get a little warped, or there's some buildup on the pads. And as you put the brake pressure with your foot starts bouncing up and down on the pedal. Well, that's uncomfortable. But the problem is it makes the car drive bad. It hurts your braking ability to drive the car in the corner the way you want to. The car doesn't slow down like you want to. It does nothing as well as it should if it's not hopping like that. So that's what Truex is dealing with.
So there's a lot of things to deal with.
That's why this is a veteran-style race normally, right? These guys with all, I mean, look at the leaderboard. Logano, Larson, Hamlin, Harvick, Blaney. Oh, boy. That was a great shot.
Yeah, literally.
Yeah, just a little, hey, I'm going to let this thing roll as far as I can let it roll.
And now the pressure coming from the 99 of Suarez on Truex Jr. Logano still out front.
Hey, fellow truck lovers, it's me, Bob. Today I'm going to show you the easiest way to make your truck better. It's a no-brainer. WeatherTech. Laser measured floor liners that fit perfectly in the front and rear. Underseat storage system keeps your cargo organized. Rolled up truck bed cover protects your cargo bed. Bump step to guard the rear bumper, no drill mud flaps, and of course cup phone for your phone. Boom, better truck. Hope you were paying attention. Now remember, get all your American-made protection at WeatherTech.com.
Verizon Frontline is built for those we all rely on. Built to prioritize first responders. Built for extreme conditions. Built for America's most reliable 5G network. Because when seconds count and lives are on the line, the people we rely on need technology they can rely on. Verizon is the #1 network choice in public safety. Verizon Frontline, the advanced network and technology for first responders.
At USAA, we've been called too exclusive because we were created for officers. But as we've evolved with the military, we've grown to serve all who've honorably served, no matter their rank or when they were in. A Marine just out of boot camp, or a petty officer from 73, and even his kids and their kids. USAA is made for all who honorably served and their eligible family members. Are we still exclusive? Absolutely. And that's exactly why you should join.
Can I get a big dill cheeseburger?
Roll the cheeseburger.
Adding the pickle fries. Almost done with the Dilly Ranch. Order up. Sonic, big dill cheeseburger.
Dad, which one's your favorite?
I'm gonna go with Josh.
Yes. I'm sorry, what? I was talking about the types of chicken.
Come on, you know I love all my chickens. He is a really sweet kid, though.
Did you just fist bump?
The white flag is out. A notice to all drivers that the regular season is coming to an end.
White flag here. One more.
That now is the time to fight for the final playoff spot. Or surrender.
1,000 time, let's do it. Show me what you got, boys, let's get it. On a board! Yeah!
Get ready for an all-access pass to the world of NASCAR like you've never seen before. The drama, the pressure, and the danger, all to become a champion. Don't miss the new NASCAR docuseries Race for the Championship. That premieres September 1st on USA. Riding along with Austin Dillon and that Coca-Cola onboard can.
This battle is just fascinating. So the 99 of Daniel Suarez, his green flag pit stop was about 8 laps after these guys. That did move him to 2 laps down. But you can see the little bit fresher tires. He's trying to get to 1 lap down. That is a big difference for the 99. For 2 laps down, there's just not a lot of path back to the lead lap unless you get super lucky. 1 lap down, Rick, you can race for the free pass, wave arounds, just a lot of options when you're only 1 down.
And right now, Martin Truex Jr. is holding on to that free pass position as it gets a little bit tight there with Suarez. But 13 laps to go until the end of this stage. And we know that at the end of the stage, a caution comes out. That means a free pass is given.
The 22 struggling off the corner.
Really loose there.
Man, he is struggling on drive off right there. I thought he's had a little problem, like a flat tire or something. He got off of turn 4 so slow and low, a lot of wiggles.
Suarez tried to move to the inside to get that 1 lap back. Not able to do it yet.
It's so hard to make this pass on the bottom, Rick, even if you are the quicker race car.
So Logano trying to hold off Suarez from giving him that lap back. Marty, what about Ryan Blaney?
Well, Rick, after they were sure they got all the tires tied after that last stop, Blaney made an interesting comment on the radio. He said, I think it took off too good. Listen to the radio just a moment ago after that.
I was just getting worse and worse. I don't know why it falls off so quick compared to earlier. I can't turn as good, and I have just 0 drive off. It's just everything worse for some reason.
He's about to get passed for 5th by Eric Almirola. So, Jeff, that's what we talked about with Ryan Blaney. His struggle at this racetrack is trying to make it better on the longer runs. Certainly what they did here. And look at that. Martin Truex Jr. back on the lead lap. Rick, that's going to be a game changer for the 19.
Yeah, big pass for Martin Truex Jr. to able to get by Joey Logano. And, again, points so important between the 12 and the 19. They're separated by 38 points right now as they're running, but a huge move by the 19 of Martin Truex Jr. to unlap himself and get back by Logano.
Yeah, he's back on the lead lap now. That puts Bo Wallace in the free pass back in 15th position. Bubba's been able to get around William Byron, who's faded really quickly here late in this little stage.
Yeah, remember talking about the 22 starting to fade a little bit also. Parker said earlier that he said that it didn't hurt tires to blast off fast. That's what Joey Logano thought. Well, I think now he's questioning that. Maybe the next time you launch on a green flag run, you don't take off quite as fast. Maybe bring it back just a couple of laps, Parker, without trying to lay down such a good lap time.
Right, Jeff, and I think another part to that was he kept asking for the car to be loosened up in the center at the beginning of this particular run. He said, okay, it's turning better to the center, but I think at this point, he just came on and said, I'm now lacking that drive off. You saw it there where he's a little loose on the exit, maybe turning too well and just got that car a little too loose on this run, Dave.
Kyle Larson in second is being coached. There is no speed in going hard. On these old tires, no speed in pushing it. You're just hitting your marks better than him. That's why you're catching the 22.
Getting in the chip on the straightaway there a little bit. Sounded like that to me, didn't it, Steve?
Yeah, that's what it sounded like, and if that's the case, he's definitely down at least a gear.
See this battle right here, side by side. They've been going at it for just a little bit. J.J. Yeley right in front of them, got in the wall, entering the corner. Sure got their attention. It's a tough pass right here for Almirola. Look at Blaney. He's just got him pinched down so hard. There's no way Almirola can release the wheel the way he wants to.
Any other race, I think Blaney would have let him go by now, but Blaney needs that point, that stage point that's going to be given away. He doesn't want to lose this position. He doesn't have to, and hopefully Almirola understands why he's getting raced so hard right here.
5th, 6th, and 7th, which is Blaney, Almirola, and Buescher, haven't won in 2022. And we could see another amazing finish and potential win if we get 16 drivers, 16 different drivers that are able to win this season.
Now the 10 is trying to get to the outside. He knows that's the easiest way to make this pass happen is to be able to get on the right rear corner of the 12 of Blaney and not able to do that. Oh, shoot bump. Getting a little shot there. Says, man, I am frustrated. Look at this 5 car, though, closing in on the 22. Don't think he's going to get there 3 laps to go.
Yeah, Almirola, Blaney's racing for a point. Almirola needs a win. This track position is so important for Almirola if he's going to win this race and move into the playoffs. So this position is very important to both of them.
And as many points as Ryan Blaney has, if he could win here today, that could lock him into the playoffs. But it's going to take a win right now to lock himself in. Otherwise, he's fighting for every point he could possibly get to try to stay ahead of Martin Truex Jr. for that final spot.
Blaney's uber aware about, his position in points. The 10 car, Almirola, has no idea what situation Blaney's in. He's just out there racing like, why are you making this so difficult? More contact right there.
And I'm sure Blaney's going to be frustrated. Final lap of stage 2. The distance between Logano and Larson, about 6 car lengths, 7 car lengths. It's growing down the backstretch for the final time in this stage. Logano looking for his 3rd stage win of the year, and he's going to grab it, a playoff point, and Logano wins stage 2. The fight between these two for position.
Look back there in 4th, guys. Kevin Harvick driving through this field just slowly but surely. Looks a little bit like last week at Michigan.
I mean, we talked a lot about the Fords at Michigan. Well, 1-1 at Michigan, and they are looking good at Richmond. They have 4 in the top 5, 6 in the top 7. Man, they're stacked in there, Rick.
Logano, Larson, Hamlin, Harvick, and Blaney, the top 5. Almirola, Buescher, Elliott, Briscoe, and Kyle Busch, the top 10. Bubba Wallace in the position to get the free pass when the caution came out. The next generation of Wi-Fi is here with supercharged speeds faster than a gig. Unbeatable internet made to do anything so you can do anything. Xfinity, proud premier partner of NASCAR. You're watching NASCAR Cup Series racing presented by Toyota. Logano wins stage 2. Larson finishing 2nd. Chastain won stage 1. Logano has led 142 laps already. Chastain led 80 laps. And you take a look at the points earned today through the stages. Most points earned. Hamlin and Larson both grabbing 17 points. More importantly, Blaney 11 points as he's fighting for that final spot in the playoffs. And we'll head down to pit road as cars are heading that direction, Marty.
And because of the lack of points Martin Truex Jr. has gotten today, those 11 points plus what Truex didn't get, Ryan Blaney has doubled his points total over Truex so far in this race. He said, I don't know where the handling and stability of the race car is gone. The speed's gone as well. I just need help with overall grip, Parker.
And Marty, for the 22, Joey Logano on the right side of the screen after leading 143 laps so far in this race, said at the end of that run, that was the hardest. They're trying to get the throttle down. They give a small adjustment, Dave.
Whenever a driver uses the word plowing, that was Denny Hamlin's comment at the front of the run. The crew chief wants to do something. Kyle Larson, not so much. He knows he gained a lot saving tires. Crew chief told him we're not going to do a lot here. They both got 4 tires.
See the race off pit road. Couple gaining, couple losing. Larson on the gain side.
This week's guest in Jeff Burton's Toyota on-track car is impressive in every way. A massive NASCAR fan, she observes the sport from a different perspective than most all of us because Colby Garrison has been blind since birth.
Oh my gosh, I'm thrilled to be here.
Do you want to come over here and check this thing out?
Sure.
Can I lead you?
Yeah.
Come on. All right, here we go.
So we're accelerating. The engine is getting much higher. We are on the front stretch.
You have a better sense of feel the first time you ever sat in a race car than most people ever will. That was so much fun. Yeah, what an incredible experience for every one of us on this team. Every single person with this crew that met Colby, that experienced that, is better for it. She made every one of us smile. Really appreciate it. She was one of the best riders I've ever had, and what was so fascinating is she immediately could feel the things that I thought you had to have years of experience to understand. Great experience for me and everybody involved. Really enjoyed having Colby, and what a special day for all of us.
Riding along with the pace cam, you're right, Jeff. It was very touching, obviously, and you'll be able to see more of that vivid, the perspective of a blind NASCAR fan, Colby Garrison. NASCAR on YouTube presentation that premieres this Wednesday, August 17th, as we look back from this Coca-Cola pace cam.
Yeah, a little housekeeping, a little bit of a strategy call by Christopher Bell in the 20 car, so they chose not to pit. They were a lap down, and because everyone on the lead lap pitted, that allowed them to take a wave around. So if you're a Christopher Bell fan, he is back on the lead lap. Now, old tires. So this gamble is basically, we need somebody to wreck on this restart, but I love the call, right? We always talk about being, you know, getting crazy, do something way outside the box. This would be considered pretty far outside the box, but I like the call with a win in the bank.
It does have a win in the bank, and you can gamble here at this short track Richmond. Quite a few are. Field approaching the Geico restart zone. Larson Logano making up row 1. And stage 3 underway. See if Logano can make that high line work.
He's done it on multiple restarts. Not this time, though. See if he drives on the outside of Larson into 3. Trying to, but Larson's got too much speed. Oh, they're wrecking behind.
18 goes around.
The Ross Chastain spins as well with contact from Jones in the 43.
Get rolling.
And you see the 20 sitting right behind the 1. He's thinking, jackpot, back in the lap.
Yep.
Just like
perfect.
we planned it.
Yeah.
At the expense of their teammate. But yes, he's going to come to pit road, get 4 new shoes.
Well, and you talk about, you know, what do you study for races? Well, in the spring, the yellows we saw were at this point. It was the start of the final stage. Like, everybody was a little amped up, maybe, Junior, and, you know, less kind of give and take because you know this thing could run green. So
Rear's a little scraped up, too,
Phil.
Man. Yeah, big damage for Eric Jones.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, he's got a broken toe link or some kind of issue with the right front suspension. So the 1 car goes down in the corner, and there's contact on the left rear quarter panel 18 of Kyle Busch. Kyle goes around. Here comes the 43. As Ross tries to slow down, makes contact with the left rear of Ross's car. Little contact for the 19 as well up there, guys.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Man, pretty hard contact into that left rear for the second time for the 19. He was hit earlier by the 47 who missed pit road. And right here, it's hard to see in the smoke, but you are right. We'll see if the 19, with so few cars on the lead lap, I imagine Truex would come down to pit road and at least check it out. Riding on board, this will be a good look.
Great flat, you in the 42. Still inside, even with. Back top 3. Top 3, what's the 18 here? Check, get in. You're clear.
So the 42's on the inside. At least Ross Ross believes that the 42 car is down there. Ty Dillon, as they go down the corner. So Ross goes into the corner aiming for the middle of the racetrack, and I don't think that Kyle Busch considered they were 3 wide. I don't think Kyle Busch thought that 3 wide was happening. Just a lot of different perspectives or opinions about what was going on in that corner, and they all went down in there and a lot of contact.
You mentioned Ty Dillon. He's having really good runs today. He's running 11th.
Yeah. He's been running the wall since the drop of the green flag at the start of this race, making tons of time on that high side. This is 1 car, Ross Chastain, coming to pit road to get a new left rear tire.
A little surprised we didn't see the 19 pit there, Parker.
Steve, as you pointed out, when a strategy goes right with that staying out there, they now get those 4 tires for Christopher Bell. He was just too tight in the center for most of his runs, the 20 car, Dave.
And Ross Chastain will take 4 fresh Goodyear tires, get the damage looked over by the team. And by the way, William Byron got the free pass on that particular caution flag.
That'll put 17 on the lead lap now as the 18 leaves its pit stall.
Yeah, I mentioned that Christopher Bell took the wave around to get back in the lead lap. Another driver who's just not having a very good day, but Austin Dillon, he took the wave around to go from 2 to 1. So this caution also helps him as we ride on board with Austin Dillon, the Coca-Cola onboard camera. You know, now we talk about how difficult 2 is, and you have to do some crazy stuff. They did it. They got lucky as well. Now at only 1 lap down. I mean, there's a lot of positions to be gained 1 lap down. He's currently 27th. You can get all the way up to 18th at 1 lap down. So,
yeah, I was going to say it's about 10 cars a lap down. So that's a big opportunity for this team, Steve.
And we'll check in with Marty on Martin Truex Jr.
Yeah, let's listen in on the radio what Truex had to say after that contact a moment ago.
1 car, man. I had to lift off it too because I knew he wasn't leaving me enough room for the 3 wide. And sure enough, he didn't. And look what happened in the next corner.
He'll keep doing that to get some serious consequences from something.
So there you go. Talking about Ross Chastain, they did check the damage, Steve, to your question. James Small said left rear looks just fine, so they decided not to pit here and take an extra set of Goodyear tires. So Truex right now sitting in the 11th spot after that fight in stage 2 to get back on the lead lap, just outside the top 10.
And now there's, 17 cars in the lead lap, so now any mistakes later in the race, will cost you more points if you're up front there.
looked like there was a piece of debris that Martin Truex Jr. either ran over, maybe some rubber, or what is that?
I don't know if it's carbon fiber or what, but it's right before the flag stand, right there.
Yeah, right in front of the inn, right before the start finish. Yep, sure
piece
enough.
Of foam, actually, it looks like.
Okay.
Looks more like foam to me, don't it, Steve?
Yeah, I was thinking brake rotor, but now that you say foam, it looks like foam. I could give you that.
Brake rotor, goodness. That's
Well,
a big difference.
Well, I mean, you know, I don't know why we would have a piece of brake rotor sitting right there. So we're going to say foam, and we're going to test it.
We're hoping it's foam. Green flag's back in the air. Foam.
Yep, foam it is.
Logano on the outside, trying to take the lead away from Larson on the inside.
He's far enough up on him now where he was able to pinch Larson off, coming off the corner and beat him on corner exit.
Harvick into third position, also using that outside line. Now Blaney on the outside of the 11 car, trying to take away fourth. This outside line might be the way to go here late in the race when we get these restarts, like we tend to do. Everybody's been choosing the bottom of the racetrack, most restarts, but that outside's looking pretty good.
Blaney takes a spot away from Hamlin up to fourth. So it's Logano, Larson, Harvick, Blaney, Hamlin.
Chase Briscoe now on the outside of the 11. Denny Hamlin trying his hardest to slow down this onslaught. Guys just getting right to his quarter panel and nothing he can do but give up the position.
Briscoe around. The 11 of Denny Hamlin. And so Briscoe up a spot now. Eric Almirola looks to the inside of the 11. Denny Hamlin seems to be falling back, the four-time winner here.
He ran the middle of the 3 and 4 to really try to put a stop to all those cars jumping to his outside. Just give him a little bit of room here to work. He's struggling with the middle of the corner there, just not able to get through the center and get back in the throttle.
Martin Truex Jr. With the 1. Ross Chastain right there on his right rear quarter panel. Dave.
And Rick, when Jr. was eyeballing that replay a minute ago, he said, I think Ross was just going for the middle, trying to give the 42 some room. Well, listen to Ross's radio.
I was trying to get out in the middle, give the 42 room. Sorry to the 18, whoever else.
There you go. The bigger question here may be, what's the temperature of the driver of the 18? Whoa, Christopher Bell is around.
Looked like Christopher got a little bit of the apron there on the exit of turn 4.
And that brings the caution out for the 5th time today, and that means another restart.
And those new tires he just put on. Now what does he do, Steve?
Well, that's really the problem. You know, does he think he's hurt him or not? We'll have to see when we come back.
Another restart.
Yeah, right there, the apron.
A fork in the pit strategy road here. Jonathan Hassler calls Ryan Blaney to pit road. Also Martin Truex Jr. coming down pit road. Blaney gave up the 4th position. Several cars stayed on the racetrack. So interesting move here, Dave. Denny Hamlin also on pit road.
As is William Byron. Hamlin's car still has that horrible brake shake. So bad it was popping out of his hands. The car was so tight he couldn't hardly turn it. So had to make a big chance here, take his adjustments, go to the back of the line here. Let's see if this works out. William Byron, there he is, coming off pit road now.
I like the decision from these drivers. Remember, you know, if I'm Logano or Larson, I'm probably not going to pit from the front 2 positions. But with quickly gaining more cars in the lead lap, up to 18 now, I like the idea of pitting here, getting a little bit fresher tires, because now, depending on the restart or more yellows, you just kind of have a few more opportunities to choose in front of you. You could maybe do it on 1 stop, maybe you could do it on 2 stops. So those fresher tires just kind of open the playbook a little bit.
All right, Steve, let's take a look at the keys to victory, brought to you by Ruoff Mortgage.
Well, it starts with mistakes. You know, we've seen mistakes on green flag pit stops. The driver can't make them. The crews can't make them. And then, guys, no matter what strategy you're on, you got to help me with the traffic, Dale Jr. Like, you have to get through that lap traffic.
Yeah, traffic's going to be real important. Also, what lane you choose, where are you going to go, right? If you want got these new tires, maybe go to the top, so you can drive around 2 or 3 lanes on that outside of turn 1 and 2 on these restarts.
How you going to do that and have tire management? It's hard to do both. You know, it's hard to be aggressive and keep the tires underneath you, but with a long run coming, you're going to have to be able to take it easy on those rear tires.
Jeff, you're a professional. I don't know the answer. I'm not a driver, but
but you just have to do it.
You just got to do it.
Just got to figure it out.
Figure it out.
You can do it. We believe in you.
So It's an interesting situation. Well, we had 153 green flag laps in the second stage. Everyone pitted basically together in a big chunk, twice under green. As we ride around right here, 145 to go.
What a beautiful view, too, by the way, Steve. Look at the crowd here at Richmond. Aerial coverage brought to you by Geico. The parking lot absolutely packed, and the grandstands full of smiles right now. Very good short track racing here at Richmond.
Watching the choose for this particular restart, the 22 takes the bottom of the racetrack. Larson in the outside line. The 4 of Harvick was in third. He chose the outside as well in that second line, second group. Chase Briscoe will restart third in row 2. We got some interesting names here in this top 10. The Roush boys came to play. Eric Almirola, Ross Chastain back in ninth.
Back up to speed. And back underway. Kicking out quickly. The 4 of Kevin Harvick. And the 18, look at Kyle Busch on the high side.
Yeah, those guys with the new tires wanted to start on the high side, jump to the outside, trying to take advantage of it down the back straightaway. Battle for the lead up there. Chase Briscoe come out of nowhere. A little contact.
Up the racetrack. Chase Briscoe went, slid up into the 5 of Larson. Harvick was trying to take advantage of it. He falls back into the 4th spot. And again, leaning on that 5 is the 14 of Chase Briscoe. Still fighting for that second spot. 3 wide, a little further back. Blaney and Truex Jr. involved in it as Keselowski falling back a few spots.
Yeah, the 19 of Truex in the back of that 6 car of Keselowski. A little bit down into turn 1.
Gatto's pulled out on everybody. Good lead right here. Choosing the bottom worked well for him.
Harvick's moving back toward the front again now in the 4.
Three wide right here. Chase Elliott, Denny Hamlin, the 18. Kyle Busch. Kyle Busch made that restart work really well for a few corners on the top of the racetrack, but now he's starting to struggle a little bit at these guys trying to take those positions back from the 18 car. Then he drove into this 3 wide position off of turn 2 the lap before.
The 11 of Hamlin, the first car in the running order who pitted under the last yellow, so the freshest tires of the group. Not a lot, just 4 or 5 laps, but at this place, it all adds up.
Hamlin able to get in front of the 9 of Chase Elliott. Now we'll try to get by Eric Almirola as they stay side by side behind him. Ryan Blaney trying to get by Bubba Wallace, but Wallace making the move to the inside.
Oh, a little contact there. Blaney just moved Kyle Busch out of the way, getting in the corner.
And Kyle's getting pushed around today. You have to imagine at some point he's going to start pushing back.
Here we go. They enter turn 3. Bubba Wallace on the bottom. Ryan Blaney drives in the corner. Gets right there. Hits him hard.
And he hits him back on the front straightaway right there. Blaney not quite clear.
Just got in front of the 18, and the 18 showed his displeasure. Got back into the bumper, but not enough. Not as quick right now as Blaney is.
Chippy short track at the end of the regular season. I kind of like, you know, a lot of 23 weeks of frustration.
And Bubba Wallace right there, guys. Coming off a second place finish last week, a real shot to win. We're starting to see this 23 car in the top 10 about every week. Keeps knocking on the door trying to get that win on somewhere other than Daytona, Talladega. Team continuing to improve. See Harvick getting by his teammate Briscoe.
Briscoe ran right up against the back bumper of Harvick.
You asked Harvick a great question at the start of the show, Jeff, about this 4 car. Could they develop into a championship team much like they did last year? Harvick said he hoped so. I didn't know if they could do it, man, but this is 2 weeks in a row that they've had top 5, top 3 speed. just getting better and better as the race goes on. We don't see many teams really improve their car throughout the race, but Rodney Childers and these guys have figured something out here lately.
Maybe it's the grinding off of the driver's side shoe and then putting a little grease on it. Maybe that's what it was.
A little more grease on the bottom of the shoe.
400 laps, you got to re-grease the shoe like that?
Might have to.
Well, I'm going to tell you who greased his shoes is Chris Buescher. That 17 car, you said, you know, the Roush Fenway Keselowski guys came to play. Chris Buescher, 4th place. Guy has been really good this year. Keselowski publicly is talking about how good he is, how good of a job he is, and once again this weekend showing it.
Yeah, Brad said we just need to make sure to get great cars for Chris Buescher from this organization, and that's what they've been working on, and week in and week out Chris Buescher continues to get better.
Harvick back here behind this 5 car, battling for second now. Just slowly rolling around the bottom of this racetrack, but make a good time doing it. Now to the top. The 5 goes to the bottom. He goes where he's not. Get a little clean air under this car. Back to that car. Back to the rear of the car for downforce.
Heard a shift right there.
Oh yeah.
Harvick to the bottom and Larson drifting up the racetrack, almost up to the wall. Heard the shift once again by Harvick.
Yeah, each end of the racetrack. So we asked, or you asked Rick, if they'd be shifting. I expected to see a lot of, you know, 5th gear to try to save the rear tires, but now, you know, last run of the race, it's time to go. These guys are shifting, using every tool possible.
Whatever Joe Logano didn't have the run before, he's got it back now as he's drove away from all these guys.
More short run speed built into that 22 Junior.
Yeah, I mean they've been great. Penske as a whole, I think, has been really good at short run speed at Richmond for years, and maybe we'll see if he's got the long run speed as well figured out, as he tailed off there a little bit at the end of the last stage. But great battle here for second on back through the field right here. We're watching it.
Just a 1/10 of a second separating the 5 and the 4. Larson holding on to second. Harvick in third. Buescher, Briscoe rounding out the top 5, but Logano leading here in the 3rd stage from Richmond. We take a look at the Toyota driver update. Hamlin running 5th. Martin Truex Jr. fighting for that final spot in the playoffs, running 10th. Bubba Wallace in 11th. Christopher Bell 12th. Kyle Busch 4th or 13th, and you could throw a blanket over 10th, 11th, 12th, and 13th. These guys are fighting for every inch on the racetrack. Bell up almost into the 23. And take a look at this. A little contact made right there by Denny Hamlin into the back of the 5 of Larson.
Yeah, Larson comes down the racetrack just a little bit as Denny's trying to fill that hole. Larson lost a few positions, and he continues to struggle right now, losing more spots to his teammate Chase Elliott in the 10 of Eric Almirola. Now the 12 of Blaney is trying to pass the 5 Larson as well.
We just saw Briscoe go by the 11 of Hamlin. Ford having a good showing up front with Logano, Harvick, Buescher. Now Briscoe has dropped back, fighting still with Hamlin, but top 4 positions held by Ford, and Denny trying to ruin that party.
Man, these cars are using every inch of this racetrack. I would have not guessed that was going to be what we saw today. But I love it, man. It's great to see these cars. I know people love seeing night races here, but typically the track just won't get that wide when the temperatures are really cool on the track surface like they will during the daytime.
And this is the warmest day we've had here probably since, in the last 5 years, to get enough track temp to get this track where it's so slick that it is advantageous to start moving around.
Larson struggling here, losing more spots now to the 20th of Christopher Bell. Thought he was in real position to pull off a win here, but man, that opportunity and hope is fading with every position he loses.
Bell up into the 9th spot now.
Larson just moving around a little bit. Car's wiggling like it's not underneath him.
Martin Truex Jr. trying to take 10th away from Kyle. Kyle got back to the hotel here in Richmond at 3:30 a.m. He was running the Knoxville Nationals in Iowa yesterday, finished 6th in that. Now he has fallen back to the 11th position as Truex was able to get by him.
Two Toyotas right on his heels here. 18 of Kyle Busch off the top.
Good one.
You hear the radio communication to Larson. 15 more laps. Just try to make the best of 15 more. I'll bring you to pit road. We'll fix this thing.
So basically 15 more laps, because much like we saw in the second stage, these guys are probably going to pit twice, or at least most of them will. So you would pit around lap 300 and once again around lap 350. The question for me is Denny Hamlin in this 11 car who just pitted under the last yellow, is he going to jump onto that strategy, or is he going to flip the script and only pit one time? Maybe he's going to run out to like lap 325 and try to split it up in half. It'll be interesting to see. In the last stage, Rick, it was everybody on the same thing except for Ricky Stenhouse Jr., and it all happened right away within a lap of one another.
And Steve, you explained it to us in the Countdown to Green show that Denny Hamlin used a two-stop strategy for him to be able to win the race earlier in the year.
He did, but he only passed William Byron with like 5 laps to go. So it was anything but clear cut, but obviously everybody believes in it, Junior, because last stage they both stopped twice.
One thing's happening up front here. This 4-car Kevin Harvick is running down the leader. We wondered about Logano, whether he had that long run speed. He fired off quickly. Looks like he's struggling again on this long run. Harvick moving around, finding some pace, finding some speed, getting closer and closer to the back of that Shell Pennzoil Ford.
Well, Jeff, when you went down and had your mayor's talk with the 4, he had just snapped that 65 winless race streak, and could he go back to back?
Kevin Harvick said it last week. Anybody that counted them out didn't know him very well, and that's it. And he does have some confidence. You know, you can say whatever you want, Junior. You and I have both been on those long winless streaks, and it gets in your head. It's hard to overcome it. So you take a guy like Kevin Harvick and Rodney Childers, that whole team, and you start showing them some speed, and they become really dangerous and get some confidence back.
That's a little bit better last 2 laps for Logano, able to run 80s to Harvick's 80s as well. Everybody sort of running about 80s or 90s right here in the top 5, top 10.
I want to take a look at the Xfinity fastest lap. Kevin Harvick's last lap.
Rick, Kevin Harvick joined us on NASCAR America Motor Mouth this week on Wednesday, and he chatted with us for like 20 or 25 minutes about everything, about the new car, the win, everything he kind of was leading into that weekend. He thought they were really good at Pocono. He wasn't surprised. That last run, he was a little surprised at how fast the car was out front. And it's just his mindset, it's as happy as we've seen Happy Harvick in quite some time. And we said it last week. You don't want this for. They believe in themselves, but you don't want to give them even more reason, right? You don't want to put gas on that fire, right? So it's without a doubt. You mentioned back to back. That would be a dangerous proposition. The 4-car out of nowhere all of a sudden is a championship favorite with that kind of momentum.
Well, he's a 3-time winner here at Richmond, so he knows how to get to the front, stay up there, and capture that checkered flag.
As soon as I get there to here, my entry goes away, gets quite a bit freer.
Harvick's very old school Richmond. Gets to the bottom fairly quick into 1. Super tight to the yellow line in 3 and 4, longer than you.
So that was Logano's radio we were listening into there.
So Logano was talking about what his car does when he gets in dirty air. Well, that also means that's probably what Harvick's car does. So when his spotter, Coleman Presley, said, hey, this is what the 4 is doing. This is the line that he's running. That was the cue to Joey Logano where to go to hurt Kevin Harvick's run.
Steve, it looks like the 12 of Ryan Blaney, maybe a little bit early on your strategy, but this is okay coming this early? Marty?
Yeah, I think this was Jonathan Hassler's plan. They felt like the car not going very well for Ryan Blaney. He said the car just absolutely terrible. They had to wait on the left side. That's going to cost them some time. So, Steve, do you jump first here? Is that the move for Hassler? Get on fresh tires sooner than everybody else?
It's the only advantage you can find, Marty. I think new tires are a big advantage. Just come early, force other people, and this has done it, right? The 5 of Kyle Larson has now countered. He's now come to pit road the same time. Dave.
Oh, and he needed to come on the early side of this because this car was terrible. It just went way loose. Kyle complained. Now you see leader Logano is on pit road as well.
Hey, Dave, who would have thought that Kevin Harvick might win back-to-back races? As the boys were just talking about a moment ago, he said, I just need a little more forward bite. Interesting thing, Parker, it's gotten much cooler and cloudier here at Richmond.
It has, and a lot of teams talking about that. You saw the 22 losing the handling in the rear, just getting freer and freer. That's been his problem throughout the long run, Dave.
Chris Buescher running a strong third, says I just need a little more rear lateral grip. They tried to give that to him on this pit stop.
Oh, man, super close for the 14. You see the fire in the rocker panel. That's what I was looking at, was the fire. Now you see it. It'll, I'm sure, blow itself out. The Jackman, though, is a little concerned on what to do here. Parker.
As we look at that fire, that might be a little, that's been interesting there. But one of the things about that 14 car coming to life is we get in our replay here. He's going to get close to Ty Dillon, has to lock up that right front, and then gets into his stall. But we've been seeing the speed out of him as we get in this late stage. That cloud cover coming over, shifting, that's really come to life for him, Dave.
How much ground can William Byron make up here at the end? Got his lead, got his lap back. Last run was good, trying to keep that 24 moving the right direction. And the one is on pit road of Ross Chastain, the day that began so well. Qualified second, almost had his first career pole. The car has not been as it was earlier in the race. They'll try to make one last change here. It has some damage back there. It hasn't damaged the left rear tire, but it may have affected the handling of this race car. You see the wedge wrench going in the window.
And we're here in the 42. Had a violation on his pit stop. That's unfortunate for Ty Dillon having such a good run. So
going back out on the racetrack.
Something tells me, Rick, this 11 car is going to try to do the exact opposite of what worked in the spring. In the spring, it was 2 pit stops. And now I believe he's going to try to do this final stage on 1 pit stop.
Steve, let me ask you this. If your car was not good, if your car was indeed terrible, which is what Denny Hamlin said at the start of the run, would that be the play that you would make?
Well, I would have to try something different for sure, right? As we see the 23 above Wallace come to pit road a little bit on the later side. There's also that opportunity. They may just not think they're inside their window yet. They might have a specific plan. But the longer he runs, it just seems to me that, remember, he pitted under that yellow. He had the freshest tires of the leaders. And I just have to ask myself, I mean, if he doesn't come in the next 4 or 5 laps, it tells me he's committed. He's going to go another 25 or 30 laps and only pit once.
199 laps to go, and Denny Hamlin out in front on the same strategy is Christopher Bell, Martin Truex Jr. currently. Logano and Harvick, they've already been to pit road and back off, but they are the only 5 right now that are on the lead lap.
And why this makes everybody nervous is look on the pylon, right? Denny Hamlin, other than Logano, Harvick, and Buescher, everyone else is down a lap to Denny. So they're warning, you know, these crew chiefs are telling their drivers, hey, the 11's staying out. He's on this strategy. So if you're Elliott, Almirola, Briscoe, Elliott right behind him, hey, I know I'm telling you to manage your tires a little bit, but let's unlap ourselves as quick as we can. Don't be afraid to push for a few laps to get ourselves a little more in the comfort zone. You see on the left, tire life, right?
Coming this time, Lambert.
Oh, there you go. I heard coming this time. I don't know if that was the 11 or if he was talking about another car around him.
No, it's the 11, Steve. They're going to bring him to pit road this time. So what does that do for the math going forward? And understand, Denny has 1 less set of fresh sticker tires than everybody else. He'll come to pit road this time, put on the last of 2.
All 3 Gibbs cars come, the 11, the 20, the 19. So everybody is going to stop twice. Just these guys are going to break it up mathematically exactly what's best for their car, Marty.
I think if you're James Small and Martin Truex Jr., Steve, this is really your only play. Try and run long, maybe hope for a caution. We'll see what these fresh Goodyear tires can do for Martin Truex Jr. All the Gibbs cars on pit road, Parker.
And one of those is Christopher Bell, who we saw spin out earlier, then came on the radio and said it's tight in the center and snappy loose on exit, Dave.
And away goes Denny Hamlin now. He's got that last set of sticker tires on the 11 for the day.
Hamlin back out onto the racetrack, and we know that everyone will come one more time before the checkered flag flies. Logano out in front once again.
For my dad, technology is a struggle.
Turn off the light! No!
Oh, I shouldn't have clicked on that. Since Toyota gave fans the opportunity, I came up with the solution to all his problems.
Oh yeah, I can take care of this.
Maybe I should have read some reviews on Denny first.
What will you design? Enter for a chance to win at sponsorfire.com.
Love your work, Denny.
This is supersonic Wi-Fi from Xfinity. It's fast.
So gaming with your niece has never felt more intense.
Hey, what does this button do?
No, don't!
Welcome to the fastest internet on the largest gig speed network.
Are you crying, Uncle Ed?
No! A little.
Only from Xfinity. Unbeatable internet made to do anything, so you can do anything.
So, it's Friday night dinner. All of a sudden, boom, boom. The kid's like, Dad, what is that? And you, Gecko, go, roar! Huh?
It's a bit too aggressive, isn't it?
Okay, yeah, sure, rewind it. How about this? Beg your pardon, but bundling your home and car insurance could save you hundreds. And then the neighbors are like, giant gecko? Huh? Who? The little girl's like, hi, Gecko.
Well, quite the commercial.
Yeah, I know, right?
See how much you could save by bundling with Geico.
There's a buzz in the air at Kansas. Maybe it's the roar of the fans or the anticipation of the playoffs as drivers fight to move on to the next round and keep their championship hopes alive in the Cup Series and the Camping World Truck Series. Maybe it's the pulse of the heartland or grills sizzling in the campgrounds. Whatever it is, it will be a memorable weekend showcasing 4 races. NASCAR Playoffs weekend at Kansas Speedway. Get your tickets today at kansasspeedway.com.
89 laps remaining in short track racing right here at Richmond. You're watching NASCAR Cup Series racing presented by Toyota. Out front is Logano, Harvick, Buescher, Chase Elliott, Almirola. They are the top 5. You're looking at the 11 of Denny Hamlin. We saw the fire under the 14 of Chase Briscoe. Steve, think maybe some buildup of rubber in there that just caught on fire?
Well, I'm not exactly sure, but you can see it all the way up into the side window, right? So it's a major fire inside that rocker box. We saw this in Indianapolis with some contact. It had moved the exhaust pipe in. Both, I think it was Joey Logano had it after the race. 17 of Buescher had it during the race. Here's another car with a little bit of a random fire. They made some updates to the exhaust pipe shrouding this week to try to prevent this. I don't know if it's the same issue or not. For Chris Buescher, it was this contact right here that kind of knocked the exhaust in, and then that exhaust catches on fire with a piece of the carbon fiber. So it doesn't look the same to me on the 14 as far as, you know, how it's burning, but the results are the same. I'm sure NASCAR is going to have a real look at this 14 car after the race and try to understand what it is, because it just seems frustrating that a car will have to pit a second time to put a fire out. Now, if it's fluid that's leaking out of their own car or something of their own doing, well, that's a different story. But if this is just unlucky piece of rubber ending up in a spot on the car that catches on fire, something might have to be changed in the car design, maybe some shrouding or some screening. I'm sure NASCAR will look at it. Parker.
And Steve, that's exactly what the team told me. They believe it was that rubber buildup in there somehow getting caught in near the exhaust.
So there are some vents in that rocker box that the teams are allowed to put screen over. The screen can only be a certain coarseness. That's actually what Petty GMS got in trouble for back at Pocono. So I don't know if the 14 has opted to run that screen. I don't know what their screen looks like, but all of those things will have to be looked at this week, because you'd hate to think that this is something that's going to continue into the playoffs.
32 points separating Blaney and Truex for that final spot in the playoffs. Again, 7 drivers are locked in based on number of wins and regular season points. There will be some more that will lock themselves in after this race, with only 2 races remaining until the playoffs get underway. Again, Watkins Glen next week, where we'll call that one radio style, and Daytona, the season-ending race.
And I think the important thing for today, I mean, I know Blaney's ahead of Truex in the race, but the stage points. In both stages, Blaney's got 11 points to Truex is only getting 1 today, so got a battle for the lead as well.
Harvick has closed the gap. It's about 0.2 of a second. between Logano and Harvick.
How many times have we seen these two guys go at it? They are both experts at trying to take each other's line away, trying to make it as difficult as possible to get around. We know that Logano's kind of like the new Ryan Newman of the NASCAR series, making that car as wide as possible late in the race. And here we are again. Lucky to see these two guys go at it.
And Harvick shifting, continuing to shift.
So Harvick's just simply looking, trying to understand where it is that he has an advantage, and it's right there. It's entering 3 in the middle of 3. If he can find a way to carry that speed, enter to it, get close to him, maintain in 1 and 2. He can roll off of 2 right here and be close to him. You see Logano starting to drive away. So now he's not close enough to him. Even though he's better right here, he's going to have to get closer.
The other variable that's in the picture now, 2 seconds back, Chris Buescher. What if Chris Buescher wins his way into the playoffs?
And this won't be the first time this year we've said that. Chris has had a couple of great runs, awesome finish out in Sonoma. So there's been scenarios where we've wondered what a Chris Buescher win might do to the playoffs, and here we are. I think as these two guys work hard, the front two, try to work really hard to get around each other, that will be to the detriment of their car on the long run. That might bring Buescher right into this battle.
And I didn't have Richmond circled, but I do believe that 17. Yeah. He was on my list of Watkins Glen. You mentioned Sonoma, another road course. And congratulations to RFK in that 17 car that you could put them on the, wouldn't shock you if he did go to victory lane. Dave.
Steve Scott Graves, the crew chief, told me this morning we came here just wrong for practice yesterday. We were awful, and we took the 20 minutes we had and we made the most of it, made major changes, did a little better in qualifying, and then adjusted what we could for the race. What a turnaround for this group, running third just behind this lead battle, Marty.
Well, what a month of August for Kevin Harvick. The win at Michigan, sitting here in second with 77 to go here at Richmond. So, Steve, the 4 team pitted with 104 to go in this race, 105 to go. Actually, they do have an extra set of tires because they didn't pit earlier on like those Gibbs cars. So I'm wondering, though, for the Gibbs cars, they're going to be able to run a little bit longer like Denny Hamlin right there, take on their last set of tires. Will that fresher rubber maybe help those Gibbs cars? The strategy kind of coming together with 76 to go.
Yeah, well, that's what the 11 of Denny Hamlin is trying to use a little bit fresher tires. Marty mentioned he came 9 laps after the other cars, 9 laps after Chase Elliott. So Hamlin has closed that gap down now to about 5 seconds. The problem is traffic. I mean, he has fresher tires, but where's he got to go, right? The 9's in front of him. They're lapping the 38. So I understand the math is telling them when to pit, but it's hard for him to use those fresher tires to an advantage. As we see on the top, though, the 4 is hounding the 22.
And the 2-second gap to Buescher is now 1.2. He's ran some pretty good laps here the last couple of times by. And that 17 car continues to close.
You see Harvick just keeps trying to make that outside work. Enters low here and then washes up the racetrack. Keep waiting for him to enter 3 a little bit higher. See what that'll get him.
Two car lengths separate the top 2, and then you see Denny Hamlin working on the high side to get by Chase Elliott, so he takes that spot away, and up to 4th goes Denny Hamlin. A little bit different strategy, not completely different, but he stayed out just a little bit later than the rest of the field.
And if you look ahead of the 11, this is where the 11 has to make some hay. I mean, look at that, clear track. You got to go. If you got fresh tires, no traffic, you got to get past this 9 right here, get back into your rhythm, and get back to making time up on the leaders. The problem he has is the 47, who has even fresher tires, is now to his outside. So, once again, the traffic is what makes all these strategies work or don't work. That's why they're so hard to predict. You just don't know where you're going to get stuck in traffic.
And Stenhouse Jr. is 3 laps down to race leader Joey Logano. So even though he was able to get by Hamlin there, he's still multiple laps down to the leaders, which right now there are only 15 on the lead lap, with Keselowski running in that 15th spot, the final car on the lead lap.
Let's see if we can watch this 22 car as we ride on the nose of the Harvick's car. See what this 22 does down in the corner.
It's first and last run. I'm just tighter to center. It's the same everything else.
That's 22 Logano talking on the radio there. Harvick almost to the outside.
Corey LaJoie is in front of the 22 Logano. The closer that Logano gets to LaJoie, the worse this car is going to drive. Harvick a good run right here.
Can he get there? Not quite.
To the outside he goes. For the lead, Harvick.
22 clears him, though, in the middle of the corner. Harvick has another run off the turn 2, down the back straightaway. Going to go to the inside. He's going to look there a little bit. This will be a tough pass for him on the inside, and he knows that. He'd rather try to get to the outside of the 22.
Yeah, when he entered one, he had a shot to go the inside, didn't even try it. Now he's going to push it. You know, last time through there, he didn't even try this, but now, as Logano's up the track, he's going to get pinched off by Logano. Just can't put the throttle down. Logano with an advantage down the back.
He's changing where Logano has to run, though, by putting the pressure on him. While they're doing that, Chris Buescher closes the gap even more.
Logano is more than happy to let Kevin Harvick sit on that inside and work his tires. Now he's back to the bottom of the racetrack. Harvick to the top. Here he comes, the 4-car on the outside. He's there.
Big run by Harvick. Down the backstretch. Can he clear the 22?
That's the spot he wanted the entire time. Now he's going to pinch Logano off. Oh, look at the 47. He's got newer tires. He's going to get into it, but not a factor.
And Harvick's out front. The crowd on their feet roaring as they see Happy Harvick in front here at Richmond. Harvick, new leader, looking to go back-to-back.
When we started Carvana, they told us that selling cars 100% online wouldn't work. But we went to work, building an experience that lets you shop over 17,000 cars from home, creating a coast-to-coast network to deliver your car as soon as tomorrow, recruiting an army of customer advocates to make your experience incredible, and putting you in control of the whole thing with powerful technology. That's why we've become the nation's fastest-growing retailer, because our customers love it. See for yourself at Carvana.com.
Order for a Sonic Churro Shake.
I got the ice cream.
Sprinkling the cinnamon sugar and adding a churro on top.
Ready with the Sonic Churro Shake.
In the future, everything will be powered by renewable energy. But it's not as easy as flipping a switch. It's a long road, requiring decades of time and trillions of dollars. But what if there was a better direction on the path to zero carbon emissions? An energy source that's available right now, that's affordable, plentiful, and environmentally friendly. There is, and it's propane. Get the facts at propane.com/now.
Dad, which one's your favorite?
I'm gonna go with Josh.
Yes. I'm sorry, what? I was talking about the types of chicken.
Come on, you know I love all my chickens. He is a really sweet kid, though.
Did you just fist bump?
Here's to those with homework this summer, group projects, and workshops. Here's to those with morning meetings, networking events, and Zoom sessions. Here's to those with summer jobs and the truck that goes to work with them. Ram, built to serve.
Every dollar counts these days, so take advantage of this great offer from Ram Trucks.
"61 laps to go in the race, and Harvick has worked his way up front. We saw the 17 of Buescher. Now he's coming a little bit early to pit road, maybe changing the strategy here, Dave.
And Rick, he had to duck out of a lot of traffic back there just to make that happen. They wanted him to come. At that point, he was like 3 wide on the outside, nowhere to go. He had to woe this Mustang down so he could get down to the bottom line and get it wound up so he could get on to pit road safely and cleanly. Buescher will take on 4 and Sunoco Fuel to get to the end. Marty.
Boy, I like this move by Rodney Childers, coming a little bit early here for Kevin Harvick. Once he got to the lead, he had checked out as well. The car has been so good on long runs. And remember, Parker, they still have another set of fresh Goodyear tires should there be a caution later.
Correct, Marty. An immediate reaction by Paul Wolf and this 22 car there. As you saw, Joey Logano struggling towards the end of this run. LTL, meaning loose on entry, tight in the center, and loose off the corner. You saw it live that he lost the lead there to Kevin Harvick, just struggling at handling. Also on pit road, the 9 of Chase Elliott, who sort of stalled out around the 8th position, struggling with getting a feel in the front of that car right now.
4 cars coming on to pit road, including the 18 of Kyle Busch, Parker.
Right, he's on pit road here as we see these green flag stops. It's been up and down day since that spin we saw for Kyle Busch. He just has not been able to get the handle, especially late in the run on this 18 car. At times it's been too loose and hard to get the throttle down. Other times it just doesn't have the front turning ability that he wants here as he's been running the top 10.
4 cars making their way to pit road. While they're doing that, that puts Denny Hamlin out in front. Dave.
That'll be Ross Chastain, the next one to make the move here. Can this Chevrolet make something out of a day that has gone the wrong direction? He'll take on Ford at the end here. He's got stickers left to do it. And with 56 laps to go, he'll get the most of the good out of him that he can, Parker.
Bubba Wallace also on pit road here, just struggling that drive-off layer of the run as he pulls away with 4 Goodyear tires.
So the interesting conversation now is we see Kevin Harvick easily go by Denny Hamlin with the newer tires for Harvick. You know, Hamlin, math would say he needs to pit about lap 352. That's about 8 more laps. But Dave was letting us know that would be the last set of Goodyear tires for Hamlin. You get a late yellow, you don't have tires to put on. You have no choice. So while they may not love the idea, they could consider, Gabe Hart could say, you know what, we're going to just continue to run.
Well, 6 away, Steve.
So they are going to put, and that's their last set, right, Dave?
That is correct.
So now the problem the 11 has is this is their strategy. That's great. But then if the caution comes out, other leaders have a set of tires. It's going to be a real bad deal for the 11 unless he has a set of scuffs down there from earlier in the race or from qualifying.
Yeah, one thing in all this sequence right here, you see Chris Buescher going around Denny Hamlin with fresher tires, but he also got around Joey Logano. So in that sequence, 17, look at the gap that he's created on the 22.
Unlapped himself. As you mentioned, the drivers that have been to pit road already, Harvick, Buescher, they have both unlapped themselves. Logano would be the next one to be able to unlap himself as we see Larson now on pit road.
Larson was really slow down the back straightaway.
Dave.
Gives up 5th position to come down pit road now. This car went so loose. He was having such a hard time controlling it, so they'll try to make an adjustment here to make it better for Kyle to get to the end. Again, on the pole to start the day, hasn't gone the way that they planned it.
See how their stop goes. And Marty Blaney's out there.
Yep, 52 to go, Rick. Final set of sticker tires for Ryan Blaney, and he has not had a lot of answers for Jonathan Hassler and that team as to what's happened with the handling of this race car and a drastic weather change here at Richmond as well. That might play a part in it. Martin Truex Jr. coming to pit road. Final set of sticker tires for him as well. And I think on a day where they thought they would contend for the win, the handling has gotten better for the 19, but that brake shake has been an issue all day long. Truex saying that makes the car go tight so early in the run. 50 to go. Truex with the final set of Goodyears.
Still staying out is Hamlin and Bell. They last were on pit road at lap 304.
And while all this is happening, Christopher Buescher is running down the 4 car. So Chris Buescher's got a shot trying to catch this 4 car. That will cycle these 2 guys into 1st and 2nd position once Hamlin and Christopher Bell come to pit road.
Yeah, the 2 separated right now by 1 second.
It was 2 seconds, and Chris just getting through traffic a little bit better.
This time, give them the outside.
You see the 41, Cole Custer's back on pit road. Now the 11 of Denny Hamlin giving up the lead, and on pit road, the 20 of Christopher Bell also has come to pit road. Parker.
Right, as we see these Joe Gibbs racing cars finally hit pit road here, led by Christopher Bell and Denny Hamlin. 4 tires for Christopher Bell, and this is not his last set of stickers. He will still have another set of stickers after this, Dave.
Hamlin's car was too tight on that run. We'll see where he cycles in and what he can do with 11-lap pressure tires. That was a little slow right there. That won't help.
Yeah, absolutely. Great heads up by the driver and by the tire carrier to signal to Denny to not leave. And was that easily left with looked like the left front wheel nut off.
Well, it looked like the Jackman dropped it on the left rear getting put on, but he wasn't looking forward.
They don't. These guys, the timing is so quick on this single lug nut, they do not look front and rear like they used to. Once the tire they're supposed to key off from, which is normally the rear, when it's on, the jack drops. Luckily, Denny probably could see that we had an issue on the front, so let's see as we come around. You're going to see the left rear happens at speed. Jackman, see, look, the Jackman doesn't even look forward. Great heads up by the tire carrier and by the driver, perhaps even the crew chief on the radio, to not leave without that tire on the car.
It
But
looked like
that timing definitely hurt.
The Jackman reached back with his left hand and must have twisted that handle.
No, that's the job.
Okay.
He's only looking at the rear. When the rear is on, he drops the jack. We don't look back to the front if you want fast pit stops. Luckily, Denny Hamlin paying attention. But it's crazy, right, Rick?
Yeah.
It seems like a huge risk. But if you want to have competitive pit stops with single lug nut, you do not have time to look back, look forward, make sure everyone's done. It's a very uncomfortable timing situation.
Harvick's back out in front again. He won at Michigan a week ago for his 59th win, looking for win number 60 here in Richmond.
Verizon Frontline is built for those we all rely on. Built to prioritize first responders. Built for extreme conditions. Built for America's most reliable 5G network. Because when seconds count and lives are on the line, the people we rely on need technology they can rely on. Verizon is the #1 network choice in public safety. Verizon Frontline, the advanced network and technology for first responders.
At USAA, we've been called too exclusive because we were created for officers. But as we've evolved with the military, we've grown to serve all who've honorably served, no matter their rank or when they were in. A Marine just out of boot camp, or a petty officer from 73, and even his kids and their kids. USAA is made for all who honorably served and their eligible family members. Are we still exclusive? Absolutely. And that's exactly why you should join.
We lost part of our forest to fire several years ago. We decided to stay and help it recover. People who have heavy machinery have the opportunity to reach out and help their neighbors for the common good.
Is Dad posting a farewell to his favorite college freshman?
Nope. He's switching his choice cashback category to gas. The road to college can be emotional, but also rewarding.
With the Bank of America customized cash rewards card, you just can't stop getting rewarded.
Come on, Brian. Let's do it.
Dad, look!
Brian, come on!
I'm Courtney.
I'm Brian.
Ready, Brian? Summer won't last forever, but you can go out and make memories that will during Toyota's national sales event.
Toyota, let's go places.
Things heating up front. You're watching NASCAR Cup Series racing presented by Toyota. Chris Buescher putting the pressure on Kevin Harvick now as he runs just within 0.3 of a second of race leader Harvick. And now so much traffic that they've got to deal with.
And that's been an advantage for Chris so far. And Harvick, Harvick's had a little trouble getting through the traffic, but Chris was able to make that work for him, but not able to take the lead. That was so frustrating watching him getting hung up on lap traffic there.
Fresher tires for the 5 of Larson, not on the same lap right now. So Larson's trying to unlap himself. That's why you're seeing the 5 close the gap on the 17. Now, no cars between the 4 and the 17.
Harvick is so disciplined. He's not going to make any mistakes. Watching him run the bottom of this racetrack to perfection. Put that left front tire right on the white line, right on the yellow line. A little bit of grip on that little yellow paint there. Keep the car turning, keep it rotating, keep the right front tire happy.
And And how about if Buescher ends up winning this race? That would be 16 different winners with 2 races still to go before the playoffs start.
Yeah, that makes a whole new group of drivers uncomfortable with their situation. So that's his goal, right? The 17's pathway in is a win, right? He doesn't have enough points. I think he's going to get into the playoffs any other way. So it's a win or bust for the 17.
See a lot of speed out of the 9 of Chase Elliott. Another one of those drivers.
Yeah, he's battling with Logano now.
Yeah.
Logano, who had this race under control, kind of slipping back through the pack here.
Drivers fighting for position. Elliott getting that 3rd spot away from Logano. 35 laps to go. Logano trying to battle back on the outside.
Yeah, Buescher, you see Buescher up the racetrack. It's really important right here for Chris Buescher not to panic. It's very difficult to do. But in trying to chase Harvick down, if you start spinning the rear tires, if you start overdriving the entry, then you're not going to have a shot because it's going to eat the tires up big time. So a lot of discipline right now is going to be required, Dave.
Well, and I think to that point, they told him all day, your best is your exit of the corner, and that takes some discipline to wait and then wait for the exit to work. But think how Chris Buescher's weekend started. They failed technical inspection 2 times. NASCAR says when that happens, you have to elect a crew member to be ejected. Travis Peterson, the engineer, was sent home. And so with that in mind, they went forward, qualified well, and are racing extremely well here. Could get the win, the 16th of the year. Different driver, Ronnie.
Yeah, that would be incredible, Dave. And I go back to the pre-race show and think about what Kevin Harvick told you, Jeff. You have to be so patient, even for a veteran driver, a former champion, not to get back to the gas too quickly here. Richmond, you'll burn up your rear tires. Harvick has been so good on the long runs, and even for a guy like him, staying disciplined behind the wheel. It's fun to watch this battle. Buescher catching him. Can Harvick hang on?
You know, Harvick, you're probably not going to get the mistake from Harvick. Harvick's going to be, he's been here, done that over and over and over. This is his kind of race.
A lot too is timing. When they get up to these slower cars, the lap traffic up the racetrack, Harvick went there, and that opens the door a little bit more for the 17 of Buescher to close the gap.
Well, yeah. I'm sorry, Dale. I was going to say the issue for the 4 of Kevin Harvick is the next car in front of him, right? That 23 is the last car in the lead lap. So I don't think he's going to be as easy to pass. That's going to slow the 4 down even more.
I feel like the 17's opportunity is came and went. I mean, that little group of cars that slowed him up and made the battle pretty tight was his opportunity. I think Kevin now will be even more so on the defense for anything like that to happen again. He will not present Christopher Buescher with that chance. It's 30 laps to go here, coming to 29.
Yeah, Chris has good speed, though. He's been able to break even with Harvick. Harvick's not really driving away from him. He did for a couple laps. Then they've started breaking even. Now you wonder if Harvick's managing this race out of the mirror, you know, taking care of those tires, not running any harder than he has to run. But both of those guys look really disciplined right now. You don't see either one of them sliding. You don't see rear tires spinning. 2 completely different lines. Buescher's actually been a little quicker the last few laps.
Almirola putting pressure on Hamlin now for the 6th position.
Every once in a while, Harvick will go up there and try the line that Christopher's running. A little bit up off the bottom of the racetrack. See it right there? He just goes up there. He's watching in the mirror. He's getting information from his spotter as well. And every once in a while, he goes up there and sees what's going on.
Half a second. Still the gap between race leader Harvick and Buescher.
He kind of has to now because the 23, like you said, is trying to stay on the lead lap. And the 23 is running right on the bottom of the racetrack. So Harvick's going to have to go somewhere else to try to take that position. Now the 23 is going to move up the racetrack because of the car in front of him. So all this is slowing Harvick down.
A lot of traffic right in front of race leader Kevin Harvick. 26 laps to go.
Look how Harvick's able to really carry a lot of speed on corner entry.
Buescher really moving up the racetrack now, trying to find any kind of advantage. He's going to get a good run down the back straightaway here from that top groove. Harvick into the side of the 23, a little contact almost. Bubba's going to race him hard here on corner exit.
Harvick cleared him. That's so important to make that pass, because if you get hung up underneath him, then that allows Chris Buescher to come. That's why you saw Harvick with little patience just up the racetrack, kind of move the 23 out of the way.
Buescher trying that higher line as he tries to work his way around Bubba Wallace now.
I love the effort that Buescher's putting into search. You know, sometimes you see drivers get a little tunnel vision to be stuck. He is anything but stuck. Now, it hasn't seemed to provide any fruit right away, but, man, he's at least up there searching.
It was a week ago. Kevin Harvick showed that you don't doubt the 14. Rodney Childers, crew chief, that don't ever count us out. And he snapped a 65-race winless streak and put himself right in position to win another championship as he and daughter Piper were able to grab the checkered flag and celebrate together.
Right there is important. Harvick be able to put them 2 cars in between him and Christopher Buescher. Christopher Buescher's struggling right now with these 2 cars running side by side in front of him. It's going to allow Harvick to put a little bit of distance between them.
And Buescher's going to get a little pressure now from Larson too, which is going to really irritate him.
Yeah, just kind of. Yeah, that's a great point, Rick. It limits his ability to do everything he wants to do. He almost has to drive a little bit out of both ends of the race car. And if he wants to drive in high and come off low, he can't really do those things because the 5 is going to try to fill that hole.
Buescher looks to the inside now of Daniel Suarez, but still struggling to get by these lap cars. And that's putting a little distance between Harvick and Buescher. Remember, 2 more opportunities after this race. Only 21 laps to go here. But Watkins Glen and Daytona. Watkins Glen will do radio style next week.
Yeah, radio style is always fun. And I like that we do it at that racetrack. It seems to really fit well at Watkins Glen. So now we've opened it up to a 1.5 second lead to Chris Buescher. And man, how about the 17 team? It's like just almost good enough to make the playoffs. And I'd have never seen that coming out of the Rouse camp. Coming into this year, just haven't seen pace in this whole organization. But the addition to Brad Keselowski has changed things quicker than I thought they would and improved this team faster. And I know the next gen cars leveled the playing field a little bit.
I think everybody thought it would be with Brad Keselowski.
Yes.
And it's been Chris Buescher. Chris Buescher's been the one that's really been carrying this team.
I think that's a great thing because I believe in Chris, and I think that Brad now sees the value in this driver as his teammate going forward. A lot of times, you know, like a coach coming into a new team, they try to mold it, right? Bring in their own guys to help sort of be the assistants and so forth. And you wonder what Brad might want to do with this organization in terms of drivers and all the individuals that he thinks can make it better. But I like that he's wanting to stick with Chris, and you can see that paying off right now. This great run.
Yeah, Junior, the 17, a great story. Obviously, a wonderful run that we're seeing out of Chris Buescher. But you have to look in front of him and say, what a transformation the 4 team has made. Marty running up front after winning a week ago and now almost looking dominant here at the end of this race.
Yeah, it's not over, Rick. 16 to go. Chris Buescher still could pull this off. But yes, Kevin Harvick, impressive today. You know what the rest of the playoff field is saying right now, Jeff? They have given Kevin Harvick daylight, and here he is in the month of August, maybe coming through with a 2nd straight win. You know, when you win and you find your way into the playoffs, Rodney Childers told me this week, everybody was so loose at the shop. You kind of feel like the 4 team driving looser today, Kevin driving looser today, and man, if they could pull off back-to-back wins, that's going to change what happens over those final 10 races dramatically.
Momentum is so important in every sport, and right now it seems like the 4 team has it. 15 laps to go, coming up on 14 to go. Rodney Childers, that right there, Rodney Childers could be jumping out of an airplane right now, and he's going to have the exact same emotion on his face that he has right here with 14 laps to go before potentially back-to-back wins for this team. Dave.
And as we go further through the field, let's look back to Chris Buescher, and his one career win was a weather-delayed event. He was in the right place at the right time, but he hasn't had that race yet where he chased down the leader and took the victory. He'd like to get that here today. Parker?
Well, David, behind him is the fastest car on the racetrack for about the last 10 laps. We talk about the different strategies here. Hitting 12 laps later than your leader, Harvick, is Christopher Bell in that 20 car. He's consistently been fast and just made up from 5 seconds back to now being 3.5 seconds. I don't know if he has enough time to get to Harvick, but he's flying right now. And one of the cars he passed on his way through there was the 9 of Chase Elliott, who's recovered from a day where it seemed like they stalled out once they got to the top 10. He's admitted this is not one of his favorite racetracks, and he just wanted to run better here, and I'd say a top 5 is doing just that, Dave.
And behind him, Parker, Denny Hamlin has not made that same progress. Made up just a little bit of time in the last few laps, but has been so affected by traffic here. Just hasn't had the car underneath him today to go to victory lane. We'll see how it pans out here at the end, though, because remember, it came down to the final few laps in the spring race, Parker.
Right, Dave, and what could have been for Joey Logano and the 22 car leading 221 laps here today, but it has all gone away here in the final stages. This cloud cover has come over the racetrack and cooled it down. The handling of that 22 car has not kept up with the racetrack, and now falling back to the 6th position after leading so many laps, Marty.
What a day for Ford. Logano leading all those laps. Harvick up front right now, and Almirola, Eric Almirola from 30th to 7th. They have lost the handle, though, since the weather has changed here. Not been what he wanted. He wanted to win, needed a win. Not going to happen today. Martin Truex Jr. sitting in the 8th position. They, too, thought they would be one of the teams to beat this afternoon. That brake shake issue has bothered him all day long. Car has gotten better, but they cannot get that track position, Parker.
And his teammate Kyle Busch here in 9th position. I'm not even sure how to describe this day. From spinning out to having ill-handling cars, starting at the back, finding his way up front. He now finishes 9th, and I'd say after the day they had, that's a good day.
Ryan Blaney sits in the 10th position here with 9 to go, Parker. And overall, the sum of the day, he will gain points on Martin Truex Jr. Not happy with the handling of his race car, Rick, too much, especially here in the second half of the race. But in the big picture, what they needed on the 12 team.
8 laps to go. Bell has closed down to 2.2 seconds behind Harvick. He's got the fresher tires, definitely faster on the racetrack. He's continued to put down the fastest laps over the last 4 laps. We'll see if he can keep this up and if he can get to the back of the 4.
He's got to have a lot of help, but he got it right there. He's able to get by 3 cars in 1 corner. He needs a little bit of help. Something's going to have to hold Harvick up.
I definitely think it's realistic for him to get around the 17 of Buescher, but yeah, I don't know if he can catch Harvick. Not enough time, only 6 laps to go here, 2 seconds to catch him. Old tires, no grip.
Yeah, we've seen tires at this racetrack fall off immensely in just a few laps. He'd have to have something like that. It's pretty clean traffic in front of Harvick.
It's 2 seconds that he's back from Harvick. He's a half a second behind the 17 of Buescher. Buescher, who was pressuring the 4 early for the lead, has fallen back now. 1.6 seconds separate the top 2. There's a run by the 20 of Bell. He's already to the back bumper now of Buescher.
We're trying to split the middle right here. Just that little bit newer tire allows him to drive the car wherever he wants to. Much more aggressive. He can make this pass really quickly. Does he have a shot?
1.7 seconds separating the top 2 now as Bell has moved to 2nd, trying to chase down Kevin Harvick. 4 laps to go here at Richmond.
Just not going to have enough time to get there, but it's been an impressive drive for this 20 car to get all the way back up to 2nd place. Things were going well early in the race, and then he started losing a lot of positions.
Oh, he needed to get by Cindric right there. He did not expect Cindric to get up the racetrack.
3 laps to go.
The gap 1.6 seconds under 3 laps here.
Harvick's got a couple guys here side by side in front of him.
Yeah, he definitely doesn't want to give up a big chunk in this set of corners.
Right.
Keep it on him here.
Where can he get
There
by?
he knows I gotta go here.
2 laps to go. No cars in between the top 2. Here comes Bell.
Half a second that lap. Christopher Bell makes up a half a second on Kevin Harvick, with Harvick dealing with traffic.
Harvick not able to completely clear the 42.
Hit your mark, you'll be fine.
It slowed him down a little more. The 20 within striking distance. Now 1 lap to go, presented by Credit One Bank. Kevin Harvick. No traffic. The 20 has closed the gap. He's within 5 car lengths of Kevin Harvick as they come to the final turn. Bell, just not enough time. Kevin Harvick is going to win at Richmond. He goes back to back.
Yeah, boys, great job. Great job.
60 career wins for Kevin Harvick. As you see Bell come up behind him. He was just that close. But that 60 career wins ties him with Kyle Busch for 9th all time.
Finally got us one of this joint. I appreciate it. Yeah, great job, guys. Way to adjust on that thing from the beginning.
You said it. So we go forever without winning, then you win 2 in a row.
Kevin Harvick won here the last time back in 2013. It's been 9 years since Kevin Harvick has won here, and you just heard Rodney Childers say, hey, thanks for getting us a win here. Well, that's Rodney Childers and the team getting a win. Harvick now his 4th time that he has won here at Richmond.
Momentum is real. And there's a lot of very dangerous drivers you don't want to give momentum to. Kevin Harvick has to be on that list.
I would say this would be one of the more unexpected things that we're going to see in 2022 after Harvick had such an incredible drought that was broken last week with his win at Michigan, and now he goes back-to-back. 29th win for Kevin Harvick after turning 40 years old. This checkered flag moment brought to you by Advance Auto Parts. .60 wins. He's getting pretty darn good at those burnouts. As the smoke clears, Kevin Harvick at 46 years old will climb out as a 60-time winner in the Cup Series. Marty.
What a day. Rodney Childers wasn't kidding last week when he told me I feel better about our shot at Richmond than I do Michigan. Last week he celebrated with his daughter Piper. Today he gets to celebrate with his crew here in front of the Richmond fans at the start-finish line. Wow, Kevin Harvick in victory lane for the 2nd week in a row. I mean, in all honesty, did you see back-to-back wins coming from this 4 team? I know you said last week if you doubt us, you don't know us, but did you see back-to-back wins in the cards before the regular season ended?
You know, I didn't know. It's like I said last week. I mean, the cards have been running good week in and week out, and you see that we have a lot better understanding of what's going on with how we did adjusted on the car after the first run, and we're able to you know, get our car handling a lot better. And I think as it got dark, the racetrack really came to our Mobil 1 Ford Mustang. So just got to thank Mobil, Busch Light, Gear Wrench, Hunt Brothers, Ream Ford, Xfinity, Morton Buildings, Easy Go, everybody who helps at Stewart Haas Racing on this 4-car.
It's maybe a good thing it wasn't 401. Did you see Christopher Bell coming, and were you getting a little bit worried there?
Well, I knew he was coming, but I forgot to shift down the front straightaway the last time. I was not paying attention, and he got closer than he should have. So I made a mistake there a couple laps doing the same thing. I wasn't shifting on the back, and I was shifting in the front, so there was a lot going on, and made a couple mistakes to let him get too close.
So, Kevin, with this level of momentum for you and the 4 team, how dangerous can this team be in the playoffs?
We're just going to keep doing the things that we're doing, right? You know, I think we just have to, you know, just keep an open mind about things and keep progressing and keep understanding the car, understand what we could have done better today, understand what we could have done better in qualifying yesterday, and do the same thing over and over. I want to say hi to Piper and Keelan, Delaney, and everybody at home.
They're going to celebrate back-to-back wins. Rodney Childers, Kevin Harvick. They put Ford and Stewart Haas Racing in victory lane here in front of these fans at Richmond.
That's right, Marty. Kevin Harvick will be heading to the Ruoff victory lane. And he'll be celebrating with the team after he grabs the checkered flag. We'll be here until the top of the hour for NASCAR America post-race show. Talk to quite a few drivers and more race analysis from here at the short track. Richmond Raceway did not disappoint. Kevin Harvick grabs his second win of 2022. It goes back-to-back after winning at Michigan, and he continues the celebration. Can you spot a liar? USA's new show has 4 teammates battling to find out which one of them is sabotaging their chance at $100,000. Snake in the Grass, hosted by Bobby Bones. That's coming up next on USA. All smiles for Happy Harvick once again at Richmond. And an oh-so-close run for Christopher Bell, coming home in second. Parker was with him.
He had about 12-lap newer tires on that run than Kevin Harvick, and it came down to maybe just needing a corner more, Christopher Bell, to get the win. What more did you need on that run to beat Kevin Harvick?
Yeah, I don't know. I got held up a little bit there on the front side, and I guess when you're splitting hairs like that, that probably cost me the race. But, man, that's 2 races in a row here at Richmond at the beginning of the year. We kind of had that same strategy and barely missed 5th coming to the line, and today it was a win. But really, really proud of Adam Stevens, this entire 20 group. The Ream Camry didn't feel very good at the beginning, and we had our fair share of troubles, and pit crew really came through at the end there with some blazing stops and allowed us to get in front of the 11 who was on the same strategy as us and get up there and contend.
I saw those troubles. You spun out, you had a pit road penalty, and then I saw you taking a look at the right front of the race car. What were you looking at there?
Yeah, I fenced it early on whenever I was running really high, so I was just looking at that. But definitely an eventful day. Richmond has been a place that's been so good to me. Very thankful for the opportunity to be at Joe Gibbs Racing for the win like that. So hopefully we can carry this momentum forward.
Great comeback for Christopher Bell and this 20 team.
3rd for Chris Buescher today, but it was almost second. It was almost a win. How close were you?
Really close. Everyone on our Fastenal Mustang did such a tremendous job overnight because we didn't know we were in this position yesterday and didn't qualify real well, and everyone worked hard and had a fantastic race car today. So I think it's a little easy with this format to feel like 3rd place doesn't matter, but it's nice to be close and to keep progressing and getting better as we've gotten through the summer. So really neat to finish here. Really proud of everybody. Just burning the rear tires up. Ultimately, that's on me. Lap traffic didn't do us any favors either, but ultimately just got to keep the rears under a little bit better so that we can have a little better shot there to get after them for the win.
Chris, tell us what you see from the inside, because we've been watching this organization, some change this year and not great results. And then lately it's been like, okay, maybe they are here. What have you been seeing lately?
It's not really fair to just look at the results because at the beginning of the year we didn't fire off as good as we thought. We didn't have the improvement, and it took us a few months, but we've had 3 or maybe 4 months now of really solid runs. Really good speed ever since Dover. Really, that we've been really close. We've had some bad luck, had some mistakes that I got to clean up. We've made progress through all of it. The results don't always show it. We were running really well at the 600, and we ended up upside down. There's no doubt in my mind we could have competed for a win at the Indy Road Course, and we were on fire. We're making highlight reels for all the wrong reasons. So we've been fast in those processes, though. We just have to put it all together to show those results like we did here today.
And you get a road course in Daytona coming up. What do you think?
I'm excited. I'm ready for the Glen.
All right, we'll see what happens. Chris been very good on the road courses this year. His next best opportunity.
And Joe Logano led 222 laps in the 22 car, and then it started to go away in that last run. What happened there?
Yeah, I think just as the sun went down, Jack cooled off, obviously, and lost some turn on our car. And Kevin and, well, some others got a lot better the last couple of runs of the race. And when it was hot and slick, that was probably our strength with the Shaw Penzo Mustang. And we had good turn. And then once it cooled off, we lost the turn, but we still weren't real good on the exits. And then you start playing defense and running too hard, and it's just kind of a downhill slope from there. So I was hoping for a late race caution for something. That was our own repair at the end there. But, overall, hey, we got a stage win, playoff point. That's something to be proud of. Just thinks when you say we led 222 laps, not the right one.
That was a lot of laps. But, this 22 car, I feel like you guys have gotten some great results as of late without the speed. Today, you had the speed. How much encouragement does that give you as we head towards the playoffs?
Yeah, it means we're executing, really well throughout the race, so we're able to get something out of a race where we don't have a fast enough car. And when you have days like today, we have a fast enough car, you want to capitalize. And we did, as far as a playoff point and a stage win, but not enough at the end of the race. So need these ones to be race wins instead of just stage wins. But overall, I feel like we're starting to come into our own here as the playoffs come around the corner. We're getting a little bit more solid, situated more in the top 5 more than what we've been. So I'm proud of that, and we just got to keep that going.
Guys, I think this 22 team's find a little bit of that speed as we head towards the playoffs. Could be dangerous for everyone else.
Well, let's take a look at everyone else as far as the playoff picture looks. And a few more names locked in on the left side of the screen. So now there are 10 that are locked in. We have 15 with wins. And then on the far right side, Steve, still a fight for points.
Yeah, so 10 we know will be racing for the playoffs. I think Alex Bowman, Suarez, and even Cindric's got to start feeling better about their opportunities with only 2 races left in the regular season. But, Kurt Busch doesn't want to be that guy on the bottom, but he's unfortunately still out of the race car, so that's a question mark. And then on the right side, it's the Blaney versus Truex show. Moves on to the road course. We brought here to the short track, and I was one that said, man, it's going to be tough for Blaney. Martin runs so well here, but to be honest, while Martin ended up finishing in front of him, Blaney used those stages to fill that points bucket and actually widened the gap a little bit. So I call it success for Blaney here at Richmond.
How about Harvick? Are you surprised at what we've just seen out of these last 2 weeks?
So I was shocked last week. Thought there was no chance. He ran here second in the spring. So I won't say that I had Harvick picked. I expected him to run well. But, they do what Harvick. This is the Kevin Harvick, Rodney Childers show. We have seen for nearly a decade. It kind of reappeared. I'm more surprised they went 65 races than I am that they went back-to-back, because they know how to adjust on a race car in the end. Track changed, weather changed. 4 elevated to the top.
All right, let's bring our drivers in. And drivers, I have to ask you now, you've got Ryan Blaney, who is in on points, but with 2 races to go, and Buescher looking as good as he is, and Daytona the last race, is it going to take 16 winners to make the playoffs?
Well, I do think a lot of guys are going to be paying attention to Buescher next week when we go to Watkins Glen for radio-style broadcasting. I think, as strong as he's been at the other road courses, he's got to be a guy that's going to have a chance to go out there and maybe steal a win from the rest of these guys. And so everybody will be watching him pretty close throughout that race. But Kevin Harvick has 10 playoff points, and they're the most dangerous team in the sport right now. And he's got enough playoff points to sort of get him through that first round. And you accumulate more playoff points to carry him on into the playoffs. So those are 2 guys that I think we're going to be paying attention to in the next couple of weeks to see how they do.
2 weeks ago, we were saying Kevin Harvick can't do it, and you just said he now is a real threat. I mean, that's what this year is all about. This team, Rodney Childers made a comment last week that, a couple months ago he said, this new car, I don't wake up in the middle of the night thinking about it. And then, after Indy, he's like, hey, I had to get over that. And, that is a different mindset in getting this car to work. So he and Kevin now, thinking whether they just won. 2 completely different racetracks. They won at both of them. So, yeah, don't count this team out. Whether we get 16, 17 winners, I don't know. I mean, you got Watkins Glen, anything can happen. Daytona, anything can happen. Yeah, it's going to be a wild 2 races. If you're Martin Truex or you're Ryan Blaney, you're not sleeping well at all.
A lot of momentum behind the Ford team now as they have gone back-to-back with wins. Michigan and now Richmond. The confetti celebration in Victory Lane. And on the other side of the break, Marty, KB, DJ will be here until the top of the hour.
NASCAR America post-race show presented by Progressive from Richmond. Kevin Harvick back-to-back wins. Kyle, somewhere I think Dale Jarrett put on $100 that Kevin Harvick was going to win back-to-back races. So Marty Snyder, Kyle Petty, Dale Jarrett joining you here, the Hall of Famer. So Dale Jr. just said, DJ, that he thinks Kevin Harvick's the most dangerous guy in the playoffs. Agree with that?
Well, I can't argue with that right now. I mean, you have to look at who's hot. You know, a few weeks ago we said Chase Elliott was because he was finishing first or second every single week. But this race team has figured things out, and they're a championship team, driver and crew chief, and most of the others were there for a championship. And so you have to look at them and say, they've got a lot of things figured out. Two completely different types of racetrack now that they have won on in 2 weeks.
Yeah, and listen, I agree, and I said it last week. Because of this, there's only a couple more races till we get into the playoffs. You don't know what this team is. You don't know what this team has. They show up 2 or 3 games before, or 2 or 3 races before the playoffs. You don't have a clue. You know what Chase Elliott's going to bring week in and week out. You know what Kyle Larson's going to bring week in and week out. You don't know what these guys, and when these guys showed up, they brought 2 wins so far.
All of a sudden, they have 10 playoff points. They're going to be the 7th seed if you look at the playoff grid, which is just insane when you think about that. And Kevin Harvick with his 60th win, 16 behind the man that he replaced in the 3-car, 29 when he got in it, Dale Earnhardt Sr. I want to talk about the different way, DJ, you win races. You know, last week, the strategy kind of flipped their way. They took advantage of track conditions. Today, they pure had speed at the end of this race, so that probably makes them feel maybe a little bit better about things. This may be a more important win than last week.
Yeah, probably so. I think when you look at the track, nothing's quite like Phoenix, but this would be one that would be somewhat similar. So you start looking ahead to there. But to have the speed that they did all day long, after they made that first adjustment on this race car, he was right there inside the top 5 the rest of the time with good speed. He had speed whenever they put fresh tires on it, and it lasted throughout the day. So when you have a car like that and a driver like Kevin Harvick, a lot of good things happen.
Yeah, I think when I watched qualifying and I listened to it and I talked to everybody today and walked through the garage area, I think they spelled T. I think speed started with a T, meaning Toyota. Everybody thought Toyota was going to be the guy. You spell speed F-O-R-D. You know what I mean? The last 2 weeks, the Ford camp has showed up. At one time, Dell and I were out there. There's 7 Fords in the top 10. 7 Fords running in the top 10. Where did the Chevys go? Where did the Toyotas go? And I think these guys, this team is in the right place at the right time and has capitalized on that.
And speaking of Ford, I mean, Joey Logano leads 221 laps. Harvick wins the race. Almirola had a terrific run for him, and Blaney winds up in 10th. We will talk about Ryan Blaney coming up in a minute. Job done for Blaney. I don't think he's happy with his car, but job done for him. We'll get to Ryan Blaney in just a moment. One driver driving a Toyota, Denny Hamlin, looked like he was in the mix and kind of wasn't, and then went back in it. He wound up finishing 4th, and after the race, he caught up with Dave Burns.
Once again, a day at Richmond where strategy came into play. I know yours got upset a little bit, but I know you also weren't happy with that race car a lot of the times today. Where was the race ultimately lost for you?
You know, I think that last stop was 4 seconds or something like that too long, and we lost by 3.8. So, I mean, we had the right strategy. I thought going along there was the right call. The fall off wasn't nearly what it was early in the race, and the takeoff wasn't as fast. So going along was the right play. We nailed it. We just had a long pit stop on the last stop.
So did that tightness in the race car, did that kind of go away over the long run?
Yeah, it got better as it went. The longer we went, the better our car got. Certainly didn't fire off well. Certainly coming back here, it's like something I would really try to focus on is getting our first 20 lap speed a little bit faster. But certainly that's not what kept us from winning today. We just got to execute all the stops, and great job by the team coming up with a great strategy there to come back and help me from a bad restart I had early in the race.
All the way to a top 5.
He started in the 23rd position and finishes 5th. Chase, I feel like this was one of those days where you guys just continually got better throughout the race. Is that the case?
Yeah, I thought our Napa team did a good job. We got our car better. As the race went on, it was kind of odd. I didn't really think it was really driving any better, but we were, in comparison to the people around us, we're going forward. So just normal Richmond, just more confusion, I feel like. So I've been here, and you have cars like that where it's not really driving very good, but you're moving forward. And then you'll have days where you feel like your car is driving good and you're not going anywhere. It's, or vice versa. So it's really, this place is really strange, and the track did gain a lot of grip there towards the end too. And obviously a lot of different strategies going on. So yeah, just nice to get a top 5 out of a tough day yesterday.
You guys were so good for 6 weeks over the summer, and then the last couple weeks maybe some differing results. Where do you feel like this team stacks up right now as we rumble towards the playoffs?
Yeah, I mean, obviously we want to be better, and you know, Michigan was a big time struggle for us, and this weekend was too, all the way up until the last few runs. So yeah, we'll go to work, try to finish off these next 2 weeks strong, and you know, get ready for Darlington.
This team's trying to build up momentum heading to the playoffs.
Top 10 today for Kyle Busch. I know that wasn't what you wanted. How would you describe today's action?
I mean, we were looking okay and in a good spot just coming up through there, working our way methodically through the field with our M&M's Toyota Camry. And we got Chastain this week. We were his victim this week. And then that didn't hurt us too bad. We restarted back in a decent spot. But then the next spin, I think, was Christopher. That allowed the guys that were around us that we were kind of racing, some of our team guys, to come get tires. And then they had 10 fresher laps on tires than us the whole rest of the day. So that kind of hurt us. If we would have been on that strategy, we would have run out of tires, but we also probably would have been, you know, in the top 5. So just wrong side of the strategy there at the end. Nothing to do really to flip that, but good fight all day long. You know, the top 10's about what we had anyway. I figured the best we were was about a 7th, you know, but barring a strategy call, we could have probably been top 5. So that's all we had anyway.
Kyle, how does this set you up for the next 2 weeks? I know Toyota's had a little struggle on the road courses this year, but then you have Daytona coming up as well, which is a wild card.
Yeah, for sure. I think at the end of these road courses anyways, those are wild cards too. So, you know, I don't know that we can get 5 wide on the front stretch at Watkins Glen, but watch us. We'll try, and we'll see what happens. But Watkins Glen's always been a great track for us, and this car has definitely not been our strong suit for the road courses, so I would assume, just assumption, that we wouldn't be that great. I would think that we can go run for a top 10 though, barring missing everything happening. And then again, same thing for Daytona, just crapshoot, try to go in there and again get another top 10, try to get the bus rolling in the right direction right now.
Solid day once they turn it around for Kyle Busch.
Boy, Dave, that was a hard-fought top 10 for Kyle Busch. In fact, all the Gibbs cars in the top 10. When we come back, we're going to talk to this guy. He's won 2 in a row. I think the rest of the playoff field's a little freaked out. Kevin Harvick in victory lane here at Richmond. We'll talk to him coming up next. NASCAR America brought to you by Progressive. Stay on track with great rates at Progressive.com. Let's take a look at this week's Progressive Safe Driver. Do you wonder who it is, Kyle?
I don't know. I think it's got a 4 on the door.
Yeah. Driver named Kevin Harvick didn't take the lead until 66 to go. Led the final 55 laps on the day. Held off Chris Buescher, held off Christopher Bell, held off everybody for back-to-back wins for Kevin Harvick and the 4 team. And Dale Jr. just proclaimed him the most dangerous guy in the playoffs. By the way, do you know what you're doing this Wednesday at 6:05 p.m.? I'll tell you, because last Wednesday you were on NASCAR America Motor House. Right. Guess what happened today?
Oh, yeah. I had fun.
I know. Yeah, we had a great interview.
That was a fun interview.
Hanging out was like 24 minutes.
Yeah, we were talking about sawzalls and testing.
That's exactly right. That's what Motor Mouth is. We talk about everything, man. We talk about everything.
We were talking about everything. So what an impressive day. You know, I think last week kind of the track position flipped your way with the 14, but today it was pure speed that won you this race. Is that more meaningful in some way, Kevin?
I don't think so. I think at this point, win's a win, right? You know, we were 0 for 65, and now we've done nothing different, and here we are 2 weeks in a row. So that's racing, right? And that's what you tell the people. You're like, okay, we just got to keep grinding away. We got to put ourselves in position. And they're like, well, you hadn't won. I said, yeah, but our cars are fast enough. Well, you hadn't won. Well, we've been in position, and now, you know, we've had a couple things go our way. The last 2 weeks, we fell into some track position and we were able to capitalize on it. And today we just made good adjustments on the car. First run, completely junk. And came in, they made some great adjustments and kind of changed some of the things that I was doing inside the car. And you know, here we go, back towards the front. And you know, the car just kept getting better and better. And I think as it got dark, our car got a little bit better too, through the center of the corner, and it already had really good drive.
Kevin, you talk about that, and we set up trying to talk at the the fans into how the strategies may go. But from the driver's seat, the coming and going of different people, even though a lot of the top cars were on kind of the same strategy, you still had to deal with cars at different speeds so much. What's that like, especially after you get that last set and you know you really can't give up anything at that time?
Yeah, and I made a couple mistakes there at the end. I left it in 4th gear a few times. I'm sure the engine shop will be thrilled with me when they see the RPM report.
I think they'll forgive you. Don't worry.
Well, you know, I think, it worked out okay, and I let him get closer than I needed to because I probably made a 3, 4, 5/10 mistake there at the end. But I knew he was coming, and at that particular point, you just don't want to give up those 4 or 5/10 a lap mistakes. You want to, only get beat by a 1/10 or 2, not 4 or 5/10. So made the mistakes there. But the good thing about our car was the fact that I could run up one lane or I could run the bottom. And it held on pretty good, but I was pretty versatile in being able to get through traffic, and I think that helped me as the day went.
A lot was made this week after the Michigan win about you and Rodney both, a different mindset, looking at how the car performs, what the car does, how to make adjustments. How hard has it been to adjust to this car? Because, I mean, I've been around a long time. I've seen a lot of drivers drive, understand that feel, and then they change cars, they change tires, and they lose that feel. And that almost honestly seemed like that's what happened to you guys. But now you've grasped the concept of it, and you guys have taken on. How hard has that been to get to this place?
Well, it's been a lot of work. And I think, as we went through COVID, we didn't have to do a lot. You had the old car, you didn't have to go qualify. And this is like back to having a real job.
Yeah.
It's never a real job. I drive cars for a living, so don't ever take it that way. But I think for us, it's just been a lot of conversation, a lot of work, a lot of time in the simulator. And I think after qualifying, those conversations are so important to make sure that that everybody's on the same page to understand how tight it is, how loose it is. It's not just jet out. It's okay, Steve, Rodney. This is what we need to do. I don't know if we need to go that far. I think we need to go further. Or whatever the case is. Those conversations are ultra important because the race morning you have a chance to adjust on the car, and you've got that 20 minutes and that qualifying session. That's all you got. So communication is the biggest key, and I think a lot of that is has put us back in the game because we're all honest with each other. But we don't ever point fingers at each other and say, you suck. You're fired.
Thanks, Kevin.
Yeah.
Hey, the guys in the shop got a double bonus this week. I think you got to keep that rolling as well. So make sure you call Smoke and tell him, hey, got to keep that going, boss man.
That's right. Yeah. Well, there's a lot of work that goes in the shop. I know everybody talked about this car was going to be easier in the shop. It's a lot of work to get the details out of the race car that you need to be competitive.
Well, congrats, Kevin.
Thank you.
Back-to-back wins for
60
this race
wins,
team.
dude. 60 wins.
Yeah, 60. That's huge. That's an awesome number
Thank you.
for that race team. But more importantly, that playoff picture stamp for Kevin Harvick after the win at Michigan and here at Richmond as well. He's in victory lane for back-to-back weeks. So impressive what this race team has done. NASCAR America is brought to you by Progressive. Stay on track with great rates at progressive.com.
Him at Indy. We know how upset he was after the Indy race, thought he had a shot there. So I think the momentum swings back to the 12 team, and to the way Ford's running, I'm telling you, it definitely swings back to the Penske organization and the Fords.
That's a good point. And Martin Truex Jr., yes, he has won at Watkins Glen before. Never won a super speedway race. He's got to get it done here in the next couple of weeks. Hey, during the week, check out SiriusXM NASCAR Radio Channel 90. That's where you can catch all things NASCAR as well. I'm sure they'll be talking a lot about Kevin Harvick as well. Next week, Watkins Glen radio style, DJ. Let's have some fun there.
Oh, it's always fun. I mean, we have a great time, and I think the fans enjoy it. I'm not sure about the drivers, but it is going to be quite interesting. And young man we saw up front today, Chris Buescher, good road racer. We've seen that. So
number 16. 16th winner right there. There we go.
He was terrific at the test as well. So the bagman, Mike Bagley, joining us next week for that radio-style broadcast with Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Jeff Burton in the turns as well. Cannot wait for that. Could Kevin Harvick make it 3 in a row? Who knows? But Buescher, so good, as you mentioned, DJ, at the test as well. Crazy day from Richmond. Strategy played out everywhere, but at the end of the day, it was Kevin Harvick getting back-to-back wins, putting themselves in a terrific position to advance in the playoffs. And I think the rest of the playoff field getting on an airplane right now saying, Uh-oh, we let Harvick back in the game. Harvick wins, Rodney Childers celebrating. We'll see you at Watkins Glen next Saturday, everyone. Look forward to the coverage from there.